Attention Walmart shoppers and associates. My name is Beth from Electronics. I've been working at Walmart for almost 5 years, and I can say that everyone here is overworked and underpaid. The attendant policy is bullshit. We are treated from management and customers poorly every day. Whenever we have a problem with it, we're told that we're replaceable. I'm tired of the constant gaslighting. This company treats their elderly associates like shit. To Jared, our store manager, you're a pervert. Greta and Kathy, shame on y'all for treating your associates the way you do. I hope you don't speak to your families the way you speak to us. Shout out to Cominique, Patty, Chardell, and so many more. Walmart doesn't deserve y'all. Fuck management and fuck this job. I quit.
These vaccines are going to quit working on every corner until this nation falls to her knees and repents for dead babies and repents for the sodomy of this nation.
The AIDS diet plan helped me lose 28 pounds.
AIDS helps control your appetite so you lose weight. Yet AIDS lets you taste, chew, and enjoy. And the appetite suppressant in AIDS is not a stimulant.
AIDS helped me to lose 18 pounds, and it doesn't contain anything to make me nervous.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
Just like the AIDS vaccine.
The sodomy of this nation.
From our platforms to our labs, offices, and facilities, and in communities around the world, we're continuously innovating to provide the energy solutions that advance modern life. ExxonMobil.
That's the problem, because he knew he fucked up.
Can I help you? Can I help you? You keep staring at me like you know me, nigga. Do you know?
Shut the fuck up!
Fuck you, hoe ass nigga. You ain't shit.
Shut the fuck up!
You ain't shit but an old ass bitch.
You're the one that started it!
You ain't fucking slow, driving slow as shit.
I'm driving the limit, bitch!
Bitch, you driving 20 miles an hour in the 35, stupid motherfucker.
30, bitch!
Take your old ass back to fucking New York, you stupid bastard. You old motherfucker. What the fuck you gonna do about it?
Tell me,
what the fuck you gonna do about it?
Bitch, what are you gonna do?
You're the one fucking causing problems and shit.
Bitch, come on.
You're the one causing problems, motherfucker.
You started it, bitch.
Your old ass have a heart attack.
Stupid
Fuck you.
Bitch.
I'll be having a fucking heart attack and have a stroke, you stupid son of a bitch.
Son of a Trump, bitch.
And your mama,
Trump,
hoe.
Bitch.
Your mama.
Fucking Trump,
your
bitch.
Mama.
Your mama back there, bitch.
Bitch, that's my baby mama. Fuck you.
AIDS helps control your appetite so you lose weight.
Just like the AIDS vaccine.
Critical race theory. It was very good, very informative. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate
Thank you, Mark. On the Princeton point here, you and I have discussed it at the college level. This is fair game. Go ahead and do it, right? Absolutely. I mean, I remember 20 years old going to Trier, Germany, and trying to find the home of Karl Marx because, 1848, he wrote Mein Kampf. I want to know what it was all about. So that's part of the education in America, if you so choose. So that's that. More to come. Green Mile.
Have you been a good little Nazi? Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Son of a Trump bitch!
You guys work for us in this environment. You answer to us, and I'm asking that you do not pass this policy in Virginia.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thomas. We do appreciate you. Phil McCracken. Phil McCracken. Souk Mahidic. Luke Mahidic. Ophelia McHawk. Ophelia McHawk. Eileen Dover. Eileen Dover. Don Kiddick. Don Kiddick. Wayne Kerr. Wayne Kerr.
Why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS?
Why?
Remember, I'm not the one trying to undermine American democracy. I am the one trying to save American democracy.
Let's not lie.
Have you ever struggled with alcohol?
Never at all. Never at all.
Were you drunk during those interviews when they said you were?
Absolutely not. I don't think I've ever done an interview drunk. I have sometimes. I mean, I drink normally. I like scotch. I drink scotch.
So you do not believe that you have a drinking problem?
I know. I don't believe it. I know I'm not. I mean, no, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm a functioning. I'm probably function.
Let's not lie.
I mean, I lie. And your mama, Trump, bitch.
Your mama.
Fucking Trump,
your
bitch.
Mama.
Your mama back there, bitch.
That's my baby mama. Fuck you.
Walmart doesn't deserve y'all. Fuck management and fuck this job. I quit.
Dead babies.
I mean, I lie. I mean, I lie. I mean, I lie.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinau. Welcome to the mop-up for September 23rd. September 23rd, 2021. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in New York City, where the temperature is 78 degrees, cloudy, and very windy. Not quite the autumn day I've been looking for. Coming up at 6 o'clock, my old friend, if I can find what's going on here. All right, where are you? This thing just died on me. Come on. It was going so bad. Just stopped. What's going on? Unbelievable. Okay, my computer just froze up. It didn't really freeze up on me, did it? Yes, it did. Okay. Well, I prepped a show, and now I don't got one.
6 o'clock is John Ross.
Huh?
6 o'clock is John Ross.
6 o'clock is John Ross, and this is one of those days. Hang on for 1 second. Let's go into the news. I can't get anything to work here.
It's okay. It's 6:30. We also have coming up
your video on. Okay. And while you're doing that, I will try to figure out why my pad isn't working.
So coming up at 5 right now, we're going to do David Does the News, and at 6 we have John Ross, and then at 6:30 we're going to have Professor Ben Burgess. At 7 o'clock we're going to have the Hirschenfelds, which are hilarious every week. Dr. Philip and Ethan, and his new comedy special, his latest one is Thug Thug Jew, and you can grab that on YouTube. You just gotta search Thug Thug Jew, and you'll grab Ethan's.
Are you there?
Latest comedy special.
Okay, I got it. I think I got it.
You think you got it?
Yeah, I think I got it. Okay.
It's time for the news.
Did it happen?
Yeah, everything's good.
Thank you. I love you.
One last thing at 8 o'clock, we have Reverend Barry Lynn and Angelica Duenas. That's going to be a really good one. Yep.
All right.
To the news.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Something was disconnected. It was my ventilator. Coming up at 6:30, Ben Burgess, host of Give Them an Argument, columnist for Jacobin. He's got a new piece in Jacobin about the parliamentarian who he thinks Schumer should ignore. So we'll be talking to Ben Burgess at 6:30, and at 6 o'clock, John Ross will be joining us. He's a gentleman farmer and a comedy writer. And don't forget office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Subscribe to my Twitter feed. I want to grow my Twitter following. I have no followers on Twitter. It's at David Feldman. So please follow me on Twitter. And as I said, we will be talking to Professor Ben Burgess. His new column in Jacobin is entitled, "It's Really Not That Hard, Just Ignore the Senate Parliamentarian." Well, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned this week that unless Congress agrees to raise the debt ceiling, our government will be unable to pay its bills as soon as next month. Normally now, it takes 60 votes in the United States Senate to raise what is called the debt ceiling. But with Minority Leader Mitch McConnell threatening that he has no intention of raising the debt ceiling, Democrats now are exploring the option of raising the debt ceiling through another reconciliation bill. They'll have to check with the parliamentarian, and we'll be talking to Ben Burgess at 6:30 about the Senate parliamentarian. She may not allow this. Back in 2011, during the Obama administration, Mitch McConnell was Senate Majority Leader at the time. I believe he was not the Senate Majority Leader at the time. He was, I don't remember, 2011. Harry Reid kept the Senate, but they lost the House. McConnell refused to raise the debt ceiling, resulting in America's credit getting downgraded for the first time in U.S. history. During the Trump administration, however, Democrats, because they believe in bipartisanship, Democrats agreed to raise the debt ceiling 3 times. So if the debt ceiling isn't raised next month, federal employees will no longer get paid. Your Medicare will stop, as will your Social Security checks, and members of the military will no longer receive their paychecks, and that includes the military-industrial complex. So our defense contractors won't be getting their paychecks. All this while President Joe Biden is attempting to carve out his American Families Plan that Bernie is ushering through the Senate. It's a $3.5 trillion bill. If you watch the news, they tend to just horse race this. They don't tell you what's in the American Families Plan, because if you knew what was in it, you'd be incensed that there's any question as to whether or not this thing is going to be passed. It's outrageous that anybody would think that they wouldn't vote for this. So the mainstream media only covers the horse race. You know, is Manchin going to get on board? Will McConnell agree to the first bill? Because if the mainstream media actually told you what was in the bill, you would be marching on Senator Manchin's office right now and wanting him sent to prison for the crimes he's committed. The American Families Plan will provide universal, high-quality preschool to all 3- and 4-year-olds. It will provide Americans 2 years of free community college, and that would include Dreamers. How about that? Kind of like what they do in California. Dreamers would be given free community college. It would invest in making college more affordable for low and middle income students, especially students who attend historically black colleges, tribal colleges and universities, and Hispanic serving institutions, Asian American institutions, Pacific Islander serving institutions. It would help if everybody got on board, if every state agreed to the funding. About 5.5 million students would end up paying zero in tuition and fees to go to college. It would create a national comprehensive paid family and medical leave program. Now, moderate Democrats in the House, the problem solvers, like New Jersey's Josh Gottheimer, a Democrat, he's my sister's congressman, he says he's worried about the price tag. He's just, $3.5 trillion to make people able to eat. It's too much. So here's what Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who represents the Bronx and Queens, here's what she said about the worries about the $3.5 trillion bill.
I don't think a single American, I don't know a single member of my district that can say that our child care needs are being met in this country, that our health care needs are being met, that our climate action that is necessary is being met. Our needs are not being met. And despite all of this rhetoric about the deficit and all this fear about government spending, for some reason, our defense budget seems to be exempt from this conversation, and that we ask Americans and people in this country year after year to engage in the magical thinking that defense spending comes at no real cost.
Standing right behind AOC when she made that comment was Nancy Pelosi. So emblazoned on the back of AOC's dress were the words, "Tax the bitch," because Pelosi's worth, $200 million. Well, moderate Democrats in the Senate, like Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, also say the price tag of $3.5 trillion is too high. They seem to be worried about child care tax credits. New Jersey Senator Cory Booker had this to say.
We know families in New Jersey, like a woman I just saw named Margarita. She used her child tax credit payments for exactly what so many said they would be used for. She used them for food.
Yeah, she used them for food. But we just, $3.5 trillion. It's just so much money. We just don't have that kind of money. We're the richest country in the history of civilization, and we just don't have that kind of money. We just can't seem to come up with that money. The Republicans, the moderate Democrats, they say the money isn't there. The wealthiest country in the world just doesn't have the money to feed our hungry, house our homeless, take care of our veterans, help the Haitians along the border. Even when the Democrats, when they're asked, how are you going to pay for this? Even when the Democrats say, you know, we don't need to raise taxes, we just need to spend more money on the Internal Revenue Service, the Republicans say, no, we don't want more IRS agents. Even though it has been estimated that the Internal Revenue Service each year, and I'm not making this up, is forced to leave $1 trillion on the table each year because it lacks the resources. It lacks the resources to collect what we are owed. $1 trillion. This is from the Wall Street Journal, the Chronicle of Capitalism, the Wall Street Journal, April 13th, 2021. Headline, IRS chief says $1 trillion in taxes may go uncollected each year. Charles Rettig, he's the IRS chief, he told lawmakers that he needs more resources to detect fraud and errors. The Wall Street Journal wrote on April 13th, 2021, as much as $1 trillion a year in federal taxes may be going unpaid because of errors, fraud, and lack of resources to enforce collections adequately, Internal Revenue Service Commissioner Charles Rettig told lawmakers on Tuesday. Well, the New York Times this week had a story. It gets worse. It's going to make you much angrier. We don't have the money. We have the money. We don't even have to raise taxes. We just have to collect them. According to the New York Times, and I'm going to calm down because I'm going to put my fist through a wall. According to the New York Times, accountants working in the private sector, working for your favorite billionaires, according to the New York Times, they take temporary jobs with the Internal Revenue Service in order to help rewrite our tax code to favor their accounting firm's big clients. This cannot be legal. This is the proverbial revolving door spinning beyond into the universe. This is so this is the way it works. After these accountants do time in the government, the accountants return to their old firms, they're given a hero's welcome, and their salary is doubled. They go in country, right? They go into enemy territory, rewrite the tax code for all the richest 1%. Then they go back to their accounting firm, and their salaries get doubled. This is from the New York Times. I'm just going to read this from the New York Times. Executives at the biggest accounting firms encourage their top tax lawyers and accountants to do stints at the Treasury. While at the Treasury, these legal professionals help write rules like one that allowed restaurants to claim a tax break intended for manufacturers by claiming they were, quote unquote, manufacturing cheesecake slices out of whole cheesecakes that allow their former corporate clients to reduce their tax bills. The same professionals, sometimes just months after helping write new tax rules, are welcomed back to their former employers in more senior positions with higher pay. Bill Maher.
Let's not lie. The rich pay a lot of the taxes.
You're a liar. This is the New York Times, September 20th, 2021, Bill. By the numbers, during the past 4 presidential administrations, Bill, there have been at least 35 people, including 5 of the past 6 heads of the Treasury's Tax Policy Office, who left jobs at a top accounting firm to take a tax policy position in the government, only to return to their previous employers at a later date. About half of those returning individuals were made partners, a position that can pay as much as $1 million a year, according to public records reviewed by the New York Times and interviews with current and former government and industry officials. This is from Mother Jones. they say that Mother Jones says in at least 16 of these cases of officials going through the revolving door, the officials were promoted to partner. When they rejoined their old accounting firms, the firms often double the pay of these employees, some partners ending up with $1 million a year. Mother Jones writes, many of America's richest already sidestep income taxes by avoiding income altogether. With vast private and public investment holdings as collateral, pay attention to this. I don't really understand how they're able to do this. But according to Mother Jones, it's easy for the 0.01 percenters to secure low-interest loans to bankroll their lavish lifestyles. When the loans come due, they can take out new loans and sometimes, get ready for this, claim tax deductions on the interests. Billionaires like Jeff Bezos, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, George Soros, Mark Zuckerberg, and more, as ProPublica recently revealed, pay exceedingly little income tax relative to their annual wealth gains, which have accelerated immensely since the start of the pandemic. Mother Jones goes on to write, as Chuck Collins, whose latest book, The Wealth Hoarders, examines how financial professionals are driving economic inequality here and abroad, the author over at Mother Jones was told it's called the wealth defense industry. The lawyers, accountants, and wealth managers to the super rich have fracked every corner of the tax code. Bill Maher.
You can't tax the help at the Met Gala. You're going to have to tax the rich fuckers.
Most of them don't pay taxes already.
They pay a higher proportion of income tax than Jeff Bezos does.
That his company does. Yes, I understand that.
I asked you this on Tuesday. HBO pays Bill Maher to be stupid. And I brought this up. He sounds smart. Like, I get that. Amazon doesn't pay taxes, but Jeff Bezos is forced to pay taxes. Bill, you're dumb and you don't read and you're a liar. And this is so easy for anybody on your staff to tell you that on June 7th, 2021, Business Insider, another chronicler of capitalism, wrote, Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos didn't pay any income taxes. Not Amazon, Bill. The CEO, Jeff Bezos, didn't pay any income taxes for at least 2 years between 2006 and 2018. Okay? This is according to ProPublica, June 8th, 2021. In 2007, see, Bill, this is called citations. You know, I don't have a multi-million-dollar staff. I just have Google. I can cite my facts. I don't pull things out of my baby boomer saggy ass. In ProPublica, Bill, June 8th, 2021. In 2007, Jeff Bezos, then a multi-billionaire, now the world's richest man, did not pay a penny in federal income tax. He achieved the feat again in 2011. Then they go on to write how Tesla founder Elon Musk in 2008 didn't pay any taxes. Bill, taken together, says ProPublica, it demolishes the cornerstone myth of the American tax system, that everyone pays their fair share and the richest Americans pay the most. The IRS records, ProPublica goes on to write, show that the wealthiest can, and perfectly legally, pay income taxes that are only a tiny fraction of the hundreds of millions, if not billions, their fortunes grow each year. Okay, Bill, you understand how that works? Of course you understand how that works. But see, when you say,
let's not lie. The rich pay a lot of the taxes.
You're a liar. You're an ignorant liar. And that's why people are homeless. That's why kids are starving. That's why our children have malnutrition, because ignorant, willful liars like Bill Maher is a toady for the richest 1%. You lie so the people who pay you don't have to pay the government. You're a disgrace, Bill Maher. You're an ignorant disgrace. Daniel Foote, President Biden's special envoy to Haiti, has resigned, citing America's quote-unquote inhumane treatment of Haitian refugees along the Texas border. 13,000 migrants, mostly Haitians, have been camped out underneath a bridge in a Texas border town with temperatures averaging 100 degrees. As of Sunday, the American government has flown close to 1,500 of these Haitian refugees back to Haiti, which is reeling from a 7.2 earthquake, poverty, and talk of a civil war. In his resignation letter, Daniel Foote called Haiti, quote, a collapsed state, quote, that simply cannot support the forced infusion of thousands of returned migrants lacking food, shelter, and money without additional avoidable human tragedy. That's why Daniel Foote quit. But White House press spokesman Jen Psaki, whose P is silent, she was pissed off that Daniel Foote suddenly quit. She said, Special Envoy Foote had ample opportunity to raise concerns about immigration during his tenure. He never once did so. So something changed. Jen Psaki? Yeah. See, nobody really cared about those Haitians until this. Right. Suddenly, the Biden administration, or some people in the Biden administration, started to care. Photos of Haitian migrants whipped by Border Patrol agents on horseback. That's too much for Daniel Foote. That's too much for the Biden administration. The optics are too much. We are disgusted by the image of Haitians getting whipped, not disgusted by the image of their being sent back to Haiti. It's the whipping that they have a problem with. Because, as is always the case in the United States, it's the optics that get you. That's why Abu Ghraib was so bad. It was the optics. And Jen Psaki says horses, that she's going to improve this situation, horses will not be used anymore. Well, thank you. No more. Thank you, Jen Psaki. No more horses. That's what was really upsetting me, the horses, and of course the whips. All the other stuff Americans didn't care about, specifically the whips. So Jen Psaki went on CBS Morning Show yesterday to assure Americans that we're a good people. You know, we're good. And, you know, and she was disturbed, like all of us. She was disturbed by the whipping.
He also felt they were horrific and horrible. I don't know anyone who could watch that video and not have that emotion. Last night, our Secretary of Homeland Security put out a statement conveying there'd be an investigation, that he's going to send additional personnel. And I think it's important for people to know this is not who we are. That's not who the Biden-Harris administration is. And we're going to absolutely pursue that investigation and get to the bottom of what happened here.
Oh, okay, that's good. Whew. I was worried that's who we were. When I saw the Border Patrol agent whipping Haitians on his horseback, I said, is that me? Is that who we are? And reassure me one more time. This is very important. I want to make sure that I wasn't on the horse with the whip, whipping Haitian immigrants.
I think it's important for people to know this is not who we are. That's not who the Biden-Harris administration is.
Great. That's not who we are. Whew. It's not who we are, and it's not who the Biden administration, Biden-Harris administration are. Whew. That's a relief. That's not who we are. Thank you. We are a nation of immigrants. You almost forget that when you see those migrants. But that's not who we are. We're a caring people. And our vice president is the daughter of immigrants. This is not who the Biden-Harris administration is. This is not who America is. Give me your tired, your huddled masses yearning to be free. That's who we are. In fact, Vice President Harris went down to Central America earlier this year to remind the people down there of who she is and who we are.
Do not come. Do not come.
It's exactly who we are. It's exactly.
Do not come. Do not come.
You know, I keep being told this is not who we are. It's who we are. When we kill 7 kids in Afghanistan on a drone strike, that's who we are. When we whip Haitian migrants seeking asylum on horseback, when we whip them on horseback, that's who we are. It's exactly who we are. All right. Raymond Kelly was the longest-serving police commissioner in New York City history. Give you an idea how bad the police are here in New York City, Raymond Kelly is considered one of the good ones. Raymond Kelly is considered one of the good police commissioners. He did a stint as a police commissioner in Haiti when he served with the UN down there. He also served as a commissioner of the U.S. Customs Service. So he's no stranger to the plight of Haitians, especially since so many Haitian immigrants ended up living in New York City, where he was considered, for some reason, a very good police commissioner, because he was all for stop and frisk, but he really wasn't for stop and frisk, but then sometimes he was. So he's got an idiot son whose name is Greg Kelly. And Greg, his idiot son, he had a stint as a morning anchor on the local Fox affiliate here in New York. And now he's trying to make a go of it over at Newsmax, which is trying to out-Fox Fox. If you really want to know what the conservatives, what the Republicans are thinking, unfortunately, you have to watch Newsmax and, OWN and Fox. Well, Greg Kelly served our country, not well. 3 months ago, Greg Kelly recalled his service in the military with a now deleted tweet. This was in June of 2021. Kelly tweeted and then deleted this, quote, "Military life had its perks, but it was also a major pain. I will tell you what took the sting out of it, that when I was flying around the Pacific Ocean off of ships, I knew there was a Secretary of Defense who was white, just like me, made a big difference with morale." That's Greg Kelly, the police commissioner's son. I wonder where he got the idea that it's good for morale if the Secretary of Defense is white. I wonder where Greg Kelly picked that up from. Maybe from Raymond Kelly, who was the longest-serving police commissioner in New York City. New York City police officers, some of the most racist police officers in America. So Greg Kelly, son of one of New York's most beloved police commissioners, and a racist, you tweet something like that, you're a racist. Kelly was considered not racist because he didn't serve under Rudy Giuliani. But this is Greg Kelly, and this is what he had to say about critical race theory and white supremacy in America.
Now, we went looking for this white supremacy stuff that they're talking about, right? The violence and the danger that's posed. We actually did find some evidence from 1923. This is the last substantial turnout we could see or we could find of white supremacy. Look, it's a boogeyman. It's a false boogeyman.
Wow, the last substantial outpouring of white supremacy. I guess Greg Kelly, the idiot son of Raymond Kelly, I guess he's just too diseased. His brain has too many holes in it to remember Charlottesville and what was that, 2017? Or maybe this year, Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn talking about how he was repeatedly called the N-word by the racists who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. Maybe one African-American among them. That was an act of white supremacy. Derek Chauvin and an entire news network that insisted that he was innocent. Let's listen to that one more time.
Now, we went looking for this white supremacy stuff that they're talking about, right? The violence and the danger that's posed. We actually did find some evidence from 1923. This is the last substantial turnout we could see or we could find of white supremacy. Look, it's a
You want to see some white supremacy? Watch your show on Newsmax. Coming up at 6 o'clock, John Ross, and then 6:30, Ben Burgess. Well, COVID continues. We beat the Spanish flu, by the way. More Americans have died from COVID than from the Spanish flu. This is what the governor of New Jersey, Chris Murphy, who's running for re-election this year. It's an odd year that New Jersey runs its governor. This is what Governor Chris Murphy had to say. Well,
I'm going to leave you repeating a quote from Jim Franklin, who's lost his dad, John, who was a giant in Lakewood. And folks, make sure you hear this. People who refuse to get vaccinated have never seen a family member die on FaceTime. It's awful.
Although watching a family member die via Skype, not so bad. Zoom, it's okay. And then there's Michael Flynn, General Michael Flynn, the QAnon general. He served briefly as our national security advisor, like for 18 days in the Trump administration, and then was fired because he lied to the FBI. This is what Michael Flynn had to say about the government forcing vaccines on us.
You know, somebody sent me a thing this morning where they're talking about putting the vaccine into salad dressing or salads. Have you seen this?
Yes.
Have you seen this? I mean, I'm thinking to myself, this is the bizarro world, right? This is definitely the bizarro world.
Yes, if there's one thing anti-vaxxers love more than anything else, it's salads. Whenever I look at an anti-vaxxer, the first thing I think is, boy, that person really eats their greens. But this is the new thing. They're claiming on the far right, QAnon, the Trump supporters are saying that Fauci is creating, I'm not making this up, a salad that has the COVID vaccine in it.
Now, what they're trying to do is sneak the COVID vaccine in your salads, right? So now they're trying to grow. I can't even believe we're talking about this right now. I can't believe this world we're living in, but they're trying to grow spinach and lettuce and other leafy greens with mRNA vaccine inside of those leaves so that you can just consume your salad and you can get your daily, your yearly, or now it's about probably 3 times a year COVID vaccine in your salad. Look up this vaccines in your salad situation, because they say in the article, you know, we know that it's a really hard subject, vaccines, and we know that some people have a really hard time. They're afraid of needles, or they're this inconvenience in going to get your vaccine. Well, now we're going to make it possible for you to just get your vaccine in your salad. Like that's as if that is the reason why people are hesitant to get the vaccine and don't want the vaccine, just because I don't feel like going to a doctor or nurse or Walgreens, or because I'm afraid of needles. No, that's not the reason why most people do not want this BS vaccine. It's because we don't want it. It's harmful, and we don't want that in our body.
So, I mean, speaking of not wanting something in your body.
Right.
If you, Deanna Lorraine, are sleeping and some dude puts something in your body without your permission, what do we call that? I mean, that's rape, right?
It's rape. And I've been saying this all along, that the vaccine is like rape.
I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear the rape part. They're saying that the vaccine, he said the vaccine is like rape. Well, that's why Donald Trump ended up getting vaccinated. Okay, so remember Sherry Tenpenny? She's a doctor. Well, she had her license renewed in Ohio. Sherry Tenpenny. She's an anti-vaxxer. Tenpenny drew nationwide media attention when she spoke to the Ohio House Health Committee and warned them that COVID-19 vaccines magnetize their recipients. She is an anti-vax activist, one of the 12 most prolific disseminators of COVID-19 misinformation, according to research from the Center for Countering Digital Hate. Sherry Tenpenny was suspended from Twitter in July, but Ohio renewed her medical license. Twitter has more stringent standards than the Ohio Medical Board. Well, I want to talk about Sarah Palin appearing on Gutfeld, the #1 show in late night. But first, we have to talk about natural immunity. Natural immunity. A lot of people are saying that if you've already had COVID, then you don't need to get a vaccine. That's completely wrong. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal entitled COVID Confusion at the CDC. It's all based on unverified study out of Israel that suggests that if you've already gotten COVID, you may have enough immunity that you may not need the vaccine. This is complete and utter horseshit. And a letter was written by Bruce Kleiman, doctor from I believe he's from Illinois or Maryland. He writes about the Israel study. Your columnist doesn't add that the same study also found individuals who were both previously infected with COVID-19 and given a single dose of the vaccine gained additional protection against the Delta variant. Okay, I just wanted, before I show you this clip, this is from Leanna S. Wen. She is a columnist for the Washington Post, and she is a visiting professor at George Washington University Milken Institute School of Public Health. She was also Baltimore's health commissioner. She had a piece in the Washington Post, and this is really important, is entitled, "Yes, you can get some immunity from having COVID-19, but no one should wait to get vaccinated." She writes, studies have compared whether infection or vaccination confers stronger immunity. Some research suggests that vaccinations provide more durable and more consistent protection than recovery. Others reach a different conclusion. A new study from Israel, this is what everybody's citing when they're telling people who've already had COVID not to get the vaccine. A new study from Israel, not yet peer-reviewed, found there was a lower risk of infection with the Delta variant among those with immunity from recovery compared with vaccination. Okay, this is where it gets really important. She goes on to write, now think about this, okay? Listen to this. Indeed, for many other diseases, natural infection results in better immune protection than vaccination. But the conclusion to draw isn't that we need to wait for everyone to become infected because of the price we would have to pay. She writes, children are immunized against measles because some who contract it will suffer permanent brain damage. You got it? You don't want to encourage people to try for natural immunity. Even though the United States hasn't had a case of polio, she writes, since the 70s, we vaccinated against it because we want to prevent tragic consequences of irreversible paralysis. You see what she's saying? Yeah, you can get natural immunity from polio by not getting a vaccine, but you'll be paralyzed and live in an iron lung. She goes on to write, now that we have safe and effective vaccines against the coronavirus, choosing infection over vaccination runs counter to every principle of public health and common sense. Even if infection yields the same or better protection than the vaccine, it makes no sense to risk severe illness and death, not to mention spreading the virus to others. And then she goes on to write that if you've already had COVID-19, then if you get vaccinated, you're in perfect shape and there's no chance that you're going to spread it. Okay? So is that clear? Do you understand? Yeah, you may end up with immunity from COVID if you already have it. But you should get the vaccine anyway, because already having COVID means you were probably, or you might have been intubated and came close to death. Is natural immunity worth it? Well, let's listen to Sarah Palin.
I believe in science, and I have not taken the shot because I do believe in science. And the Fauci-ism of the day back then was, if you had COVID, I've had COVID, well, then Mother Nature was creating an immunity. And even today, they say, you're 27% more immune.
27 times.
Yeah, okay, 27 times.
Huge.
Yeah. So I want to ask the questions. And
by the way, you're absolutely right about natural immunity. It's probably the strongest immunity you have.
Okay, let's just peel this back very quickly, because there's a real meeting of the minds here. First off,
and the Fauci-ism of the day back then was, if you had COVID, I've had COVID, well, then Mother Nature was creating an immunity. And
the Fauciism of the day is that COVID-19 was a novel coronavirus. They had not seen anything like this before, so they were flying by the seat of their pants, and they were saying, and it's true, we don't have a vaccine, but if you already have COVID, chances are you have some antibodies. That was the Fauciism of the day, because we didn't have a vaccine, Sarah Palin. Science changes as new evidence is presented.
Because I do believe in science.
Yes, you believe in science, because science is all about belief, not fact.
I have not taken the shot.
Good for you. And you got COVID, right? So now you think you're immune to it. And that's good for a public figure like you, who is followed by the worst of the worst. The dumbest people in America listen to you. They trust you. And you're saying, hey, if you already had COVID, you don't need the shot. That is the height of responsibility, Sarah Palin.
I want to ask the questions. I want to ask the questions. I want to ask the questions.
Because you're inquisitive. You're brilliant. Sarah Palin has the questions, and she would understand the answers. She would understand how mRNA vaccines work. That's why she wants to ask the questions and do her own research. According to Nicole Wallace and Steve Schmidt, who helped her run for vice president, Sarah Palin didn't know Africa was a continent. Sarah Palin thought Africa was a country. She did not know that Queen Elizabeth doesn't run the British government. She did not know that North and South Korea were different countries. I'm not making this up. Sarah Palin did not know that North and South Korea were different countries. She thought it was like North and South Carolina. This is according to Nicole Wallace and Steve Schmidt, who worked on the 2008 McCain-Palin campaign. Not just Nicole Wallace and Steve Schmidt. Fox News anchor Carl Cameron said that he was told Palin didn't know what countries were in the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. She had no idea that Canada and Mexico were in NAFTA. Okay? So she's gonna ask the questions of Dr. Fauci and understand the answers.
I've had COVID.
Yeah, of course you've had COVID. Of course you've had COVID. Okay? But, it's not just Sarah Palin. We have other experts about infectious diseases. We have people like Sarah Palin and, of course, Greg Gutfeld, the king of late night.
If you had COVID, I've had COVID, well, then Mother Nature was creating an immunity. And even today, they say, you're 27% more immune.
27 times.
Yeah, okay, 27 times.
Huge.
Yeah.
That's Dr. Drew, one of the supreme intellectuals when it comes to infectious diseases. He's responsible for so many, being the sex talk host with Adam Carolla. Drew Pinsky's a sex doctor, right? This is the guy who taught me about fisting. He's now opining about infectious. That's huge. Did you ever see Celebrity Rehab? See all the people that he exploited on Celebrity Rehab, Dr. Drew, some of whom are dead, like Jeff Conaway, but he has no problem putting cameras on drug addicts and exploiting them. Now we have to hear his opinion on COVID-19. You know, Dr. Drew is a doctor, not a good one. He's endorsing supplements on television. The man is a whore. And, you know, I don't trust him. Thank God we have somebody like Greg Gutfeld who really understands infectious diseases.
And by the way, you're absolutely right about natural immunity is probably the strongest immunity you have.
Wow. So the message from Greg Gutfeld, from Dr. Drew, from Sarah Palin is, hey, if you already had COVID, you don't need to get vaccinated. Okay? And yet, when Greg Gutfeld, so, you know, they sow doubt about the vaccine. And yet, in his personal life, Greg Gutfeld interviewed Donald Trump and asked this question.
I want to ask you a question about COVID because you had COVID. And my wife, you met my wife, I don't know, it was like 6 years ago in Mar-a-Lago. She's still not gotten vaccinated. And I keep talking to her to get her to get vaccinated, and she hasn't. What would you say to her?
Go back to Russia, get as far away from this homunculus as you possibly can. Here was Donald Trump's answer.
I would recommend, but I also say that let her have her freedoms. You know the word freedom.
Yeah, she needs a lot of freedom from me, I found.
Yes, your wife needs a lot of freedom from you. Really, that's surprising that your wife would want freedom from you. Well, is John Ross here yet? John, I don't want to keep you waiting. Johnny boy? Okay, he's not here yet. All right, let's look at some more videos. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Coming up at 6 o'clock, gentleman farmer John Ross will be joining us. And then we have, at 6:30, the author of Give Them an Argument, Ben Burgis. Let me play for you. I liked this. This is some road rage in Texas that made me really happy.
That's the problem, because he knew he fucked up.
Can I help you? Can I help you? You keep staring at me like you know me, nigga. Shut the fuck up! Fuck you, hoe ass nigga. You ain't shit. Shut the fuck up. You ain't shit for the old ass bitch. You're the one that started it. You ain't fucking slow, driving slow as shit. I'm driving the limit, bitch. Bitch, you driving 20 miles an hour in the 35, stupid motherfucker. 30, bitch. Take your old ass back to fucking New York, you stupid bastard. You old motherfucker. What the fuck you gonna do about it? Film me. What the fuck you gonna do about it? Bitch, what are you gonna do? You're the one fucking causing problems and shit. Come on! You're the one causing problems, motherfucker! You started it, bitch! Your old ass have a heart attack! Stupid fuck you! Bitch. I'll be having a fucking heart attack and have a stroke, you stupid son of a bitch! Son of a Trump bitch! And your mama, Trump, hoe! Bitch! Your mama! Fucking Trump! Your bitch. Mama! Your mama back there, bitch! Bitch, that's my baby mama, fuck you!
I'm going to play that 100 times for John Ross. I know he's going to... I know what he's going to do. Oh, there he is. Hey, John, hang on for 1 second. Before I bring John Ross in, somebody pulled a Norma Ray at Walmart, John, and it was beautiful. Somebody decided she had enough.
Attention Walmart shoppers and associates, my name is Beth from Electronics. I've been working at Walmart for almost 5 years, and I can say that everyone here is overworked and underpaid. The attendant policy is bullshit. We are treated for management and customers poorly every day. Whenever we have a problem with it, we're told that we're replaceable. I'm tired of the constant gaslighting. This company treats their elderly associates like shit. To Jared, our store manager, you're a pervert. Greta and Kathy, shame on y'all for treating your associates the way you do. I hope you don't speak to your families the way you speak to us. Shout out to Cominique, Patty, Chardell, and so many more. Walmart doesn't deserve y'all. Fuck management and fuck this job. I quit.
That had to feel great. That had
where did that happen?
at a Walmart. I don't want to give her name because I want her to be able to get another job. So I zoomed in on it, and I don't want to. That's enough.
What part of the country?
I don't know. I'm not saying anything because I'd like her to have her privacy. It was a beautiful moment, but would you hire her? I would, but you know.
Well, I would too, but I love that your narcissism is that you think she'll get found out because you said something on your show. Well, like it isn't all over the internet.
That's true. That's true. But I don't want to. It was a great moment, something I probably might have done, but it wouldn't have ended up when I was her age on social media. It's a beautiful thing to do. But, you know, those things live. You look great. I want to introduce John Ross. He is a comedy writer, a gentleman farmer, and he is a most valuable player. You won most valuable player.
I was voted most valuable player in the senior baseball league I play in. Yes.
And what is the name of your team?
We use the Phillies. We did not have a very creative. One of the other teams is the Plug Uglies, which is from Gangs in New York. And another team, well, this is a minor league team. They use their jerseys and stuff, the Isotopes. That's cool. The Goats, the Wonder Boys. That's from the Wonder Boys from the Natural. We're just the Phillies.
All right. One of the more racist teams. I think they gave Jackie Robinson the hardest time. If not,
nobody on the team was from Philadelphia. We just knew that fact.
Hey, you got that picture of you with George Herbert Walker Bush?
Yeah. I mean, should I go get the actual picture?
No. I want to show you something because I knew you were coming on, and people send me clips. I've become.
Here it is on my phone. Can you see it?
It's you with George Herbert Walker Bush. And I remember this, and I remember being very jealous because it was Jake. Jake was performing
at the Ford Theater.
At the Ford Theater.
Yep.
So this was like 1991?
Sounds about right. He was going to fly out with his longtime girlfriend who he lived with, and she was his plus one. And they were flying out, putting him up at the Watergate Hotel and, you know, to go perform at the Ford Theater for the president. And shortly before that, they kind of broke up. And so he had this plus one. He goes, "You want to come with me?" And so we got it wasn't a first class flight, but we had a flight to DC, and, you know, limos picking us up. And the thing is, you know, you had to give your birthday and social security number and all that. And so you stand, there's like a reception and you're standing, there's pictures of me and Jake, you know, under the paintings of George Washington and everything. And you stand and there's a reception line to shake hands with the president. And so, you know, you're standing in this line waiting, and there's a guy with epaulets and you say your name to him, or you say it to somebody and he says it to him, and then he says it to the president. By the time you get to the president, he goes, "Hey there, John, how you doing?" You know your name. And you go, "Oh, hi, Mr. President." And then he goes, "Yeah, say hello to Barbara." And you go, "Okay, hi," and you shake their hands, and then you move off and you start eating, you know, hors d'oeuvres and shrimp. And honestly, like an hour and a half later, you look and there's still that same line, and he's just shaking hands, and you go, "What a shitty job."
Shitty job.
And then you go home, and like a week later, there's a picture of you and the president in the mail. Nobody ever asked your address. They just
really,
they just know.
Wow. Now, meeting him, did you? I know you're a Democrat, but when you get in the presence of somebody like that, do your knees buckle and do you think twice?
Yeah, I mean, no. I mean, I honestly was just like, don't fuck up, don't embarrass yourself, don't do anything stupid, and just walk through the line and go, hello, nice to meet you, just do the decorum. I was going to take a shoe off and throw it at him.
Yes. No, you can't.
No, he probably deserved it. Well, more the son. But
yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, that was one of his finest moments. I wish I had that clip when he went to Iraq, and somebody threw a shoe at him and he ducked.
Yeah.
Good reflexes.
He was a decent athlete, I think.
Yeah.
So
he was an athlete. There was nothing decent. I want to show you something because I knew you were coming on. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to talk. I don't know what your plan is as far as showing clips or.
I had a baseball.
Whatever. I wanted to circle back and talk about Norm a little bit more. But show me whatever clip you want to show me.
No, talk about Norm.
Well, I do, look, Norm was one of a kind, unique, sweet guy, one of the funniest, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we do have a tendency to lionize the dead, especially when they die young and, unexpectedly.
I hate to break it to you, it wasn't so young.
Well,
but go ahead. That's what makes it even more depressing.
But I will say this: Norm, he had a bit of a mean streak, and he also was, how he did that kind of old timey thing, which was unique and funny, where he'd refer to a homeless person as a hobo, and hey there, young fella, and he used a lot of kind of old timey language, but he also did kind of old timey comedy a little bit, and one of those things was sort of pretty bad homophobia. He kind of would get on that gay thing, and Conan O'Brien was sort of obsessed with Norm, and he claims he was his best guest, and Conan has a podcast, and he dedicated one of his podcasts trying to figure out what was it about Norm, and Andy Richter was on the show, and Andy reveres Norm, but he did talk about this time when they had this running joke. They were talking about what their backgrounds were, and hey, what were you? And he's like, Swedish German. And he goes, that's like a euphemism. And it became like, oh, you're gay. And that became the joke. And that's an old time kind of joke. And look, I have gay family members, and Andy has gay family members, and people in the crew who are gay, and you got to laugh. Like, what's the joke there? Ha, yeah, your lifestyle is something we all laugh at. It would be funny if you were, and it's a mean kind of joke. And he had that, like, I don't want to sit here and say, oh, he was one of the 5 best ever. And like, I know a lot of people who would go, yeah, Norm, I'd pass. You know what I mean? Because there's a reason those jokes we don't do anymore, because they're hurtful to people. And so I just wanted to
give me an example of some, just to remind me. just as a cautionary tale. Do you have any examples? No, go ahead.
Show a clip.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that because I don't know. I just feel like, you said that thing on the show a couple of weeks ago about how you still regret somebody who was, what was it? Somebody who was a boss or treating somebody badly, and you didn't stand up and you didn't say anything. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I don't want to sit here and go, yeah, Norm was the best ever and Norm was the greatest, and not have this caveat and say, yeah, he said some mean things about gay people. Like they were the butt of his joke, and that's not cool, and you can say, oh, it was a different time when that was cool. Well, it was a shitty thing to do back then. And I never did it. I never thought that was funny, so I just want to say that.
Okay. Yeah, everybody is flawed.
Absolutely. And he was so brilliant. And, Andy Richter he just wanted to put that on record, but he still loved Norm and thought Norm was, funnier than anybody who came on that show. And here's the other thing I want to say about Norm that is really...
Let's take this with a grain of salt. You've been crapping on Cosby lately. as I remember. So you're kind of jealous of successful comics.
This is the other really, I think, fascinating thing to talk about Norm. The fact that he didn't tell anybody, really, except Lori Joe, as far as I know. Possibly he told Jim Downey, but didn't tell family, didn't tell friends. You know, that's one thing to say. Do the thought experiment. Think about it if you got really sick like that and kept it to yourself. Had to carry that secret for like 10 years. And how isolating that must be and how lonesome an existence that must be. Didn't tell his family, he didn't tell anybody. And you know why he didn't do it?
Why?
Because he understood that it would affect his comedy. He wouldn't be able to do comedy, that as soon as he said that, audiences would treat him different. There'd be this kind of, you know, they'd treat him with kid gloves, or they'd laugh at things that weren't funny, or whatever it would be. He would have this different relationship. And, you know, for whatever reason, he was just built that comedy was the most important thing in his life, above, obviously, friendships, above relationships. That was the ultimate relationship in his life, was comedy. And I just think it's a fascinating thing to think about, that, you know, some people are built that way. And I guess it's lucky for the human race that some people are, that they put whatever it is that they do, their art, or, you know, I mean, and maybe to our detriment too. I mean, does Jeff Bezos put, you know, his, you know, chasing of being the richest guy in the world, is that above everything else in his life? It seems like it. You know what I mean?
It's called a parasocial relationship. What does a celebrity owe his public? So what I don't know about, you know, I didn't know Norm. I knew him, but, you know, I didn't through, you know,
yeah.
And I thought he was hysterically funny. Maybe other people knew.
No, accordingly, nobody knew. Accordingly, it was Lori Joe. And I'm not 100% sure what that relationship was exactly. She was his manager and kind of partner, and they were close, but I don't think it wasn't romantic, or it may have been at one point, but as far as I know, that was the only person who knew, and she kept it quiet. It's, you know, look, what if, you know, I like to think that, I have chosen the life of, you know, family and a wife and a daughter, and that's what I care about. But is that sour grapes? Is that because I couldn't, what if I was super successful and had that option of going, yeah, I'm going to chase this and do this. You know what I mean? You're not in the boat I am, because I would be around really successful comics and say, I chose to be a family man. Yeah. And then one day I woke up and I wasn't a family man anymore. Right. And I thought, huh? No, that hurts. But I turned to show business and said, will you take me back? I know I treated you like shit, show business, but I really loved you the most, show business. I mean, I remember when, you know, I was working for Louis, and it was, I had been married for, you know, a couple, 3 years, and I just had a baby, and, you know, Louis had a wife and 2 young kids, but he was still going out and doing the road. And I remember I would come home and it's like, what, I'm going to go out now to the Improv and hang out and wait and then go do a set and come home at 11. It's like, I just didn't want to do that anymore. And I realized if you really wanted to be this great comic, you had to prioritize that. You had to be at it. I guess when you're in your like 20s and stuff, it's cool to just be, hey, everybody shut up and listen to me. I got things to say and they're funny and you're going to laugh. But you get to a certain point and it feels kind of weird to be doing that. You're kind of like, I'm going to sit back and listen, you know? Yeah, but let me make you feel bad. Go ahead. Okay.
Do you remember you opened for Dana Carvey?
Yes.
You had a place, San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
You can be a family man if you're as talented as Dana Carvey. Describe what it was like to do stand-up with him.
Well,
hands in the pocket, the limo. Do you remember how you described it?
Well, I just remember I had to drive I lived in Santa Monica by the beach, and he lived like up in Encino. And so I had to drive up to the valley, and it took me, 45, 50 minutes to get to his place. And then, so a limo comes and picks us up from his house and drives us to the Van Nuys Airport, which was not even.
And he's carrying, as I remember your description, because this was like 20 some odd years ago.
Yeah, probably.
You said he had his hands in his pocket. He left that he was carrying nothing.
Right. He was carrying nothing. And
going to the airport with your hands in your
But it wasn't even an airport. I mean, it wasn't even the Van Nuys Airport. It was some little private airport that was very close to his house. It was probably like 5 minutes from his house. And you drove in this limo onto the tarmac right up to the plane, this little private plane. And so a guy opens the door and you get out and you realize it's the captain of it's the pilot. It's the pilot of the airplane opens your car door and goes, "Hey, how you doing?" And we get on this little plane. It's just me and Dana in this plane, and it takes off. And we're in San Diego, and I realized it like took us less time to get to San Diego than it took me to get from my house to his. Seriously, in Santa Monica, we were there in like 40 minutes, and it took me 45 or 50 minutes to drive to his house. And we land, and
but think about this, because he's he loves his family, so he says goodbye to his wife and kids.
Right.
What time?
Oh, it was probably like 4 or 5 in the afternoon.
4 or 5. Any father who has a job. Right. Okay, 4. Bye, honey. Bye. I'll see you. Yeah, okay, 4 o'clock. You arrive in San Diego. 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I think we probably ate some food and did the show, and
so far no sacrifice. I don't see any sacrifice like having to choose between a family and show business. Go ahead.
Right. If you get to that point, but you know what? Honestly,
describe the show. I remember how you described the crowd was cheering. For the third encore, and where were you?
We're like in the limo on our way back to the airport.
The crowd had not, they still thought he was going to do an encore.
They were still applauding, and we were walking out the door and into the limo, back to the plane, home.
What time is it? What time?
When we finished?
Yeah.
Or when we got back. I mean, I can't remember exactly, but it was just the two of us. The show probably started at 8 and ended at 10, and we were probably, back in LA at, 11.
And he's in bed.
Yeah.
By midnight.
Yeah.
So 8-hour day.
Right. Well, look, I don't gamble, and you don't gamble, but like if you're Norm and you can go, hey,
no, go back. I want to get back to a point I'm making.
Okay.
That. Like you, I deluded myself into thinking I chose family over show business. And I realized that show business rejected me, so I went with family. Because somebody like, if you're truly talented, if you're Dana Carvey, you don't have to make that choice.
Right. Dana is really 1 in a million. And,
so I'm a failure. What I'm saying is I failed in show business and I failed in my personal life.
You're not going to get an argument from me.
Thank you. Isn't it great when we can agree on something? I woke up one morning and I realized I'm just a failure. Nothing worked out for me. Go ahead.
Well, just the idea, like, what if you knew you could pick up a phone and go, yeah, I want to do a gig, and it's like $50,000. Like, why wouldn't you just gamble just for fun, just to keep some excitement. Like if you can just go out and make $50,000 in a night, all right, forget about your manager and everything else comes off the top. But if you can make $20,000 in one night doing stand-up, who knows what you would act like, you know? I mean,
you're talking about Norm.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people like that. Dana certainly was making gigantic money for one night, but Norm too, you know.
So you're trying to expose, but Dana isn't a gambler.
No, not as far as I know. No.
Right.
So anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if I could. My exposure to very successful people leaves me wanting.
Wanting what?
Wanting what they have.
Yeah. Some yes and some no. I mean, you know, I think Dana was a real rare one, because, you know, I remember, I don't know, this is going to sound crappy, maybe, but it's like I saw a lot of comics who married their high school sweetheart, right? Then got famous, and the first thing they did was like give them their walking papers and like start auditioning model girlfriends. You know, some of them.
Yeah, the trick is to get famous and then go back to all the girls in high school and college.
Right. And I just remember, like, I never wanted to be that guy. And so, you know, I always thought to myself, look, I want to see how far I'm going to get in this business and see, you know, before I start, you know, really settling down with anybody, unless like Dana married his girlfriend, because you ever see her, meet her, like just adorable. He used to joke, it's like, she's me in drag, like, or they look identical, like she's super cute. And it was like, yeah, if you meet her, you know, but Dana was like super cute and super talented and charming before he was even famous. And, you know, and it's like, yeah, like you're not going to do better than that, no matter how famous you get, you know what I mean? So he's one of a kind, but
you know what the great thing about stand-up is? It's a brick wall of truth.
Okay.
Like you and I did some stand-up together recently.
Not that recent, but go ahead.
Like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And there were some truths that I'd rather not share with the audience, but there were some like, whoa, like these people hate me. Like we played some gigs in Connecticut and I went, there is no question that this audience hates me, and I agree with them. I totally understand why they hate me.
Nah, but the real truth is that it's a living art that you got to be doing night after night after night. You can't roll out of bed. I mean, you can do some tricks and you can do some things and you can make them laugh, you know, but especially for you, for what you're doing, you have to be able to play that instrument, you know, with your eyes closed, without looking, because you just have it down. And when you're doing that, they respect you, you know. They're maybe not.
Now, you could pick up the instrument and play it,
but not to the point where they love you. I got by. They didn't hate me. There was still some of those drunks I remember who were yelling stuff, and I had to kind of quiet them down. I just survived that. I wasn't like I was great. You like to make it that way because that makes a better story in your head, but that wasn't us.
No. Do people outgrow, or should you outgrow stand-up? Is there some point where they're...
Yeah, some do. I mean, you know, it depends. It depends on what other opportunities you have, you know. I mean, I know plenty of people, I'm not going to mention names, but who've gone on to be writers and directors, and they get a lot of satisfaction out of that. And it's like, really, you know, yeah, stand-up can be pretty great, but it can also be like, there's a lot of stupid people and you got to be entertaining them too, you know? And so
if you had a choice, who's your favorite baseball team? The Giants?
You know, people think because I play baseball, I have no time to be watching. I don't really follow professional baseball, believe it or not.
But who's your favorite team?
The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Okay. The Texas Rangers were playing the Yankees. Okay. And did you watch the game?
No, I don't watch baseball. I don't have time.
Okay. But you play baseball.
I play baseball, yes. I go and I practice. I'm playing in a tournament in January, so I work out with a team like twice a week indoors.
This is, let me play you a clip from last night's.
I'm still playing fall ball.
Okay, this is, how hard is this?
Burns pitch to LeMahieu. He goes right after the first offering. This one out into right field. Tagging at third, Higashioka. Here comes the throw. It's on line. The tag. And they got him. Inning over on the double play.
Now, I'm not a baseball. I don't, but I saw that. That's impossible to do that, right?
Well, no. I mean, I know some in lower levels, they put you put your worst player out in right field, but in professional baseball, the right fielder has generally the best arm on the team. And there are a lot of guys who've played the game. Vladimir Guerrero had an amazing
well, it was just our listeners. The runner was tagging up on third.
Right. And it was a what would be a sacrifice fly. It was deep, but it wasn't that deep. But it should have scored that runner pretty easily. And the right field, if you want to play it again, I'll tell you what he did. He backs up so that he catches the ball. He's stepping into it, and he catches it over his right shoulder. So he doesn't have his
I'm going to lower here. I'm going to lower the. All right, what's he doing?
All right, so he's going to back up so he gets behind it. See how he backs up now so he can step into it, and he catches it over his right shoulder. So he doesn't have as far to go to transfer, and he throws that pretty much on a dime, on a line, no bounces, a frozen rope. He throws home. Yeah,
pretty amazing.
That's pretty amazing. Yeah. Look, Bo Jackson threw the ball from like the warning track to home plate on a fly. He was ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, that's
why it's important. Little League is important because you don't all you do is watch professional baseball, you don't realize how impossible it is to do what these guys are doing.
Oh, believe me, one of the guys, I play on this tournament team that goes down to Florida, and the guy who is the captain of the team manages the team. He's a lawyer, but in his heart, he wishes he was a filmmaker, and he loves movies and films, and he has cameras, and he brings his cameras down and he videotapes, all the games. And then he does interviews with us, and he makes a little movie, and usually around Christmas time, he has a party and he debuts his movie, and there's always like a theme, and they're fun. But when you see us playing, I'm like, why are you showing this in slow motion? And it's like, no, this is regular motion. I go, no, come on, put it in regular. It's like the ball is going high and arcing. It doesn't look as fast when you see it on TV in the pros. You think, well, I could hit that ball. When it's coming 95 miles an hour, it's a blink of an eye. You can't even imagine how fast that ball's coming. And then that these guys can turn it around and
you're playing fastball, right?
Yeah, they say, is it fast pitch? And I go, well, it's as fast as they can pitch.
Okay, how hard is this? I think I could do this.
Okay.
That was violent. That was a guy running on the field shirtless, and they were.
But then who tackled him first? Because then it looked like the security guard tackled the both of them.
But wait, I thought it was two people.
It looks like one guy, and then the other person tackles him. Are they?
I think they were tag teaming him.
Tag team. All right.
I want to show you one other thing.
Okay.
You used to be a delivery person, right?
I've delivered packages Yes. And then I worked for the post office here in.
We have video of you,
Ah.
security cam of John Ross making a delivery to Judd Apatow's estate. Do you remember you?
I do remember.
We have video. I apologize to my listeners. You have to go to YouTube to see this. This is actual video from Judd Apatow's security camera of John Ross delivering food to Judd Apatow. Look at that butt crack.
Must have forgot my suspenders at that time. Wow.
At what point are you doing? You're doing that on purpose, right? With the butt crack. All right. Before you go, Ben Burgess is about to join us, and we're going to have a competition. Professor Ben Burgess is about to join us.
Yes.
We did a test. You know what a city bike is?
Sure do.
Professor Ben Burgess, do you know what a city bike is?
Oh, is that the test? I do.
Yeah, you rent a city bike, and you can travel all over New York City. And when you're sick of it, you just go to a city bike rack, and they charge you for the day. Some people, we decided that a city bike is more powerful than a subway car, that it's stronger. What do you think is more powerful in a fight? A city bike or a subway car? Who could do more damage?
Well, is this a city bike versus a subway car?
Yeah, we wanted to test who was stronger.
It's like Superman picking up a subway car and throwing it at somebody.
No. If you go one-on-one, mano a mano, a city bike versus a subway car, we tested this morning. We have the answer. Who do you think would win in a fight?
Let's go to the videotape.
You see the city bike? The city bike won.
Yeah, what happened to that subway car?
The city bike won. And finally, this makes me so happy.
That's the problem. Because he knew he fucked up.
Can I help you? Can I help you? You keep staring at me like you know me, nigga. Shut the fuck up! Fuck you, hoe-ass nigga. You ain't shit. Shut the fuck up. You ain't shit but an old-ass bitch. You're the one that started it. You ain't fucking slow, driving slow as shit. I'm driving the limit, bitch. Bitch, you driving 20 miles an hour in the 35, stupid motherfucker. 30, bitch. Take your old ass back to fucking New York, you stupid bastard. You old motherfucker. What the fuck you gonna do about it? Kill me. What the fuck you gonna do about it? Bitch, what are you gonna do? You're the one fucking causing problems and shit. Come on! You're the one causing problems, motherfucker! You started it, bitch! Your old ass have a heart attack! Stupid fuck you! Bitch. I'll be having a fucking heart attack and have a stroke, you stupid son of a bitch! Son of a Trump bitch! And your mama, Trump, hoe? Bitch! Your mama! Fucking Trump! Your bitch. Mama! Your mama back there, bitch! Bitch, that's my baby mama, fuck you!
Oh.
That's a thing, right? People just go, Trump, bitch, Trump.
I don't know. It's just
like yell Trump at somebody like it means something.
John Ross, follow John, Fun with Friction. Can I show you one thing? I apologize. I think Ben Burgess is going to think this is fake. I think he's too young. Because I just play this and people think it's fake.
The AIDS diet plan helped me lose 28 pounds.
AIDS helps control your appetite so you lose weight. Yet AIDS lets you taste, chew, and enjoy. And the appetite suppressant in AIDS is not a stimulant.
AIDS helped me to lose 18 pounds, and it doesn't contain anything to make me nervous.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight.
Professor Bent, you're too young. You think that's a put on, right?
I mean, I would have if you had introduced it that
I'm
way.
sorry, what?
Yeah, I am. If you hadn't introduced it by saying that it, that I would think it was, then yeah, I probably would have. I definitely did not grow up hearing about the advantages of AIDS on TV.
Isn't that interesting, John?
Yeah, no, I remember it well. I remember thinking, boy, what are they going to do? And I think they thought, yeah, this will blow over. I think like Corona beer kind of was like, they've weathered it. But
or that restaurant, that chain of restaurants, testicular cancers.
Yeah.
This is true. Do you remember in Los Angeles, Dave, the furniture store that was on Lincoln up toward the airport? You remember it?
No.
Sid's.
They didn't sell cribs, did they?
Yeah, they did. It was Sid's. It was SYD''S Sid's Furniture. And it was in Los Angeles forever. And I was like, man, I really think they should rethink that. But
I think so too.
I swear to God, that was forever.
Yeah. Thank you, Johnny Rush. Thank you, John.
And let me just say this one thing. You were playing that Marjorie Taylor Greene ad. They should just hire her on Saturday Night Live and let her make commercials and stuff because they're hilarious.
Yeah.
You watched the one where she's shooting socialism?
Yes. Yeah. Like that. They could have done that word for word, shot for shot on SNL, and I would have been on the floor laughing. But she just does it for real.
Thank you, John.
Have fun.
I love you, buddy. Thank you so much. Professor Ben Burgis is the host of Give Them an Argument. He's also a columnist for Jacobin. We're seeing cowardice once again in the Democratic Party. There are bills that need to be passed right now by the end of September. Otherwise, they're going to lose the midterms. They blame the parliamentarian. And Professor Ben Burgis's latest column in Jacobin is entitled, "It's Really Not That Hard. Just Ignore the Senate Parliamentarian." For our listeners who don't understand all this stuff, explain what a Senate parliamentarian is, the power she has, and what she's holding up.
Yeah, so some people seem to think that this is an office that's established in the Constitution somewhere. This is some centuries-old tradition. It's not either of those things. The Senate has only had a parliamentarian since 1935.
Really?
Yep. That is the first time they hired a parliamentarian was in 1935. And in the less than a century, I should also maybe back up and say, like, the idea that ignoring the parliamentarian would be some, grave offense to, constitutional safeguards or something is wrong on every conceivable level. So the thing that the parliamentarian does, she's a staffer, which is an important point to say, because they can literally fire her at any time. Trent Lott, as the Republican majority leader, Republican, actually did fire a parliamentarian in 2001 who was had a lot of judgments that he didn't like. It was fine. The earth didn't swallow him up for offending the order of things. And the job of the parliamentarian, basically, in the 1930s, as government was getting bigger and more complicated and voted on more quickly, was to advise the Senate about parliamentary procedure, about how to interpret, its own rules. The word advise is really crucial here because if you look, it's linked in the article, if you look at the document that the report that the Office for Congressional Research put out in 2018, not in the context of anything like this, they very explicitly say, since the parliamentarian is just a staffer who's hired by the Senate, she's not legally empowered. She's not empowered by any law. She's not empowered by the Senate rules even. She's not empowered by anything to to make binding rulings that the Senate is obliged to answer. I mean, it's a purely advisory role to say, this is, well, this is how I'd interpret this rule. We'll get to the specific example in a second. But that I think that point cannot be emphasized enough. That Hubert Humphrey, as vice president, on several occasions, overruled the Senate parliamentarian. They interpreted the rules to a certain way. I said, no, we're not going to go with that. Rockefeller.
When he was Lyndon Johnson's vice president, Johnson's trying to push through the Great Society. The parliamentarian says, slow down. And Humphrey.
Yeah. And Humphrey, well, Johnson might have put it this way. Humphrey would probably be more polite, but, Humphrey essentially says, no, go fuck yourself. We're going to do it anyway, which
Right.
As vice president, and hence as the presiding officer of the Senate, he was completely entitled to do. A Republican, Nelson Rockefeller, did the same thing as recently as 1975. So it's the argument that you can't overrule the parliamentarian, or you shouldn't overrule the parliamentarian, is maybe about respect for tradition. Go back nearly as far as people think it does, but it's certainly not illegal in any way or a violation even of Senate rules in any way. So in this particular case, the reason the specific thing that happened is.
Oh, excuse me for 1 second. The is it Donna? What is her name?
Oh, Donna, Elizabeth McDonough, I think.
Do we know her politics? Is she a Republican? Who appointed her?
She was appointed, I want to say, in like 2012.
Go ahead.
But the point, the point of this is that the reason she's been consulted in the first place about any of this right now, like the only reason that this extremely obscure Senate staffer has been in the news this year, is because the Democrats, as everybody knows, have the was possible majority in the Senate, 50 plus Kamala Harris is the tiebreaker. So basically anything big that's not just like that's actually enacted any kind of Democratic agenda, that Republicans wouldn't like, is only going to be able to pass through reconciliation. And I know a lot of people know this, but I think it's worth like taking a second to review this, because there are like layers to how absurd it is to say that you can't ignore the parliamentarians. So the budget reconciliation process only comes up in the first place because of the filibuster rule. So which basically says that, it's not like Mr. Smith goes to Washington anymore, that you have to get up and give a speech for 36 hours, that you can do it over email. Any senator can file an objection to anything, and it's considered to be filibustered, and you need the supermajority, 60 votes to override the filibuster, which is itself, again, the idea, making it that easy is much more recent, but the idea of a filibuster is nowhere hinted at in the Constitution. If you read the Federalist Papers, the framers were actually very explicitly opposed to having a kind of, they wanted it to pass by simple majority vote. The Senate's own rules for the first few decades of its existence had something called the final question rule, which basically meant that if it seemed like the minority was trying to talk you out to prevent a vote, you could stop their speaking time and proceed to the vote to make sure things that could pass through a simple majority. The possibility of the filibuster was created accidentally through an overhaul of the Senate rules by Aaron Burr, actually, in the beginning of the 19th century. But only a few decades later did Southern slavocrats start to notice this loophole and exploit it, by creating the filibuster. So this is not something that's, if you think the Constitution is sacred or whatever, doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with the Constitution. This is a weird Senate rule, and people will say things like, oh, but, Democrats aren't going to be in office forever, and if you start trampling on these norms and traditions, then, Republicans will do the same thing. To which I would say, one, Republicans have done the same thing. Again, in 2001, Trent Lott fired a parliamentarian. There have been vice presidents from both parties who've overruled the parliamentarian. The precedent's set. And two, this idea that it's like people talk about it as if, overruling the parliamentarian would be like, Chuck Schumer declaring himself emperor and ruling through personal terror or something. Like the idea that there's this super majority threshold. Most state legislatures don't have that. The House of Representatives doesn't have that. The parliaments of other democratic nations don't have that. It's a completely normal democratic thing to just rule, a simple majority. And in this case, it wouldn't even be violating the Senate rules. So the specific context, the second big time this has come up this year. The first time was about raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. This time it's about a path to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, which is something that all the big Democrats have promised many times in electioneering that they would do. And this is, this is supposed to be one of the big differences between them and Trump, that Trump was so bad on immigration. And in both cases, the reason the parliamentarian has been in a position of ruling about in the first place is that the loophole, so you avoid this ridiculous supermajority threshold, is the budget reconciliation process. That if something has to do with the budget, you can pass it by a simple majority. Now there's something called the Byrd Rule, which says that you can only do that if if the legislation has more than incidental effects on the budget, which is of course hopelessly vague and open to interpretation. So the Senate
and it's just a
parliamentarian
rule. It's just a rule.
Yeah, it's just a rule. It's not a law.
I mean, the Supreme Court, you couldn't take this before the Supreme Court. They would say that that's not our jurisdiction.
The Supreme Court is not in the position of making rulings about the Senate's rules. That's not a law at all. Never mind the Constitution. It's just not a law.
Right.
It's just the rules the Senate sets for itself, which it could also change at any time. Or again, if it ignored it, it's not clear who'd be enforcing that. But it wouldn't even have to ignore it.
Right.
Because the issue is just Kamala Harris could say, yeah, I'm the presiding officer of the Senate, and I disagree with this low-level staffer we could have fired at any time. I disagree with her interpretation of
and
the
American
rule.
people, what do you think the American people would say to that kind of behavior?
I don't think most of the American people are really up on the parliamentary.
They would get turned on by it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this idea that some liberals have that the public is going to judge them harshly for violating the traditions of the Senate or something is kind of delusional. To the extent that anybody noticed, they probably like the fact that it was ballsy. It showed, that they were getting things done and winning a fight for once. But all Kamala Harris have to say is, I'm the presiding officer of the Senate. It's ultimately my call. The parliamentarian can make recommendations, but they're not binding. According to the Senate's own rules, they're not binding. And the parliamentarian thinks that this has only incidental effects on the budget to provide a path to citizenship for all these millions of people. I think that it is more than incidental, because after all, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars of benefits that people are eligible for, that several million people are now eligible for, that they wouldn't be otherwise. And whether that rises to the level of more than incidental, or it's just incidental, it's a little ridiculous to act as if there's some platonic fact of the matter that's waiting for us to discover it, like the solution to a mathematical equation. It's like, no, it's a judgment call. At best, it's a judgment call. Realistically, it's a political decision. And you could absolutely just overrule it, and you should overrule it. This is very mild. I mean, considering that, especially, I mean, if the issue is legal, then got the 50 votes in the tiebreaker. That's that, right? That's the legal issue is out of the way. If the issue is a more ethereal sense of democratic legitimacy, well, a lot more people voted for those 50 Democratic senators, not to mention, Kamala Harris as VP, than voted for the 50 Republican senators, because you're talking about, much larger states in some cases, et cetera. So, I think that, and if you actually look at polling on providing, like some people on the right, or some people who are sort of leftist but contrarian, have this idea that like the American working class is horribly backwards and nativist about this stuff, but it's really not. If you look at polling on, do you think there should be some kind of pathway to citizenship for these immigrants? That's a majority yes. That's not maybe not completely open borders, which probably isn't on the table anytime soon anyway, but certainly that, right, which is all we're talking about here. It's not even for every undocumented immigrant, and certainly the minimum wage, which was the other one. I mean, that one, I don't think anybody is going to seriously deny is more popular than not, with the American people. So these are things that, whatever. Put aside how you feel about the Democratic Party or the Republican Party or, any of that, right? These are things that a majority of the body is prepared to vote for, representing the much larger section of voters, and that most American people support. And the only reason not to is like the excuse, and this is so grating, is pretending to just be powerless before the non-binding recommendations of a staffer who Chuck Schumer could fire tomorrow.
Right. You're the host of Give Them an Argument. You teach argument, which means you have to get inside the head of the opposition. How can anybody be against the American Families Plan, whatever it turns out to be? I know Bernie has his version of the American Families Plan. Joe Biden has his version. It would provide universal high-quality preschool to 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, free community college, even for dreamers. Who would be against this? What is the argument against that? How can you oppose something like this? A comprehensive paid family and medical leave. Who would be against that? $3.5 trillion spread out over 10 years is nothing. The only reason you would be against that is to be punitive, or you want slave labor. You want a working class that's so broken, they're malleable and will do whatever you ask them to. What is the argument against this? That we can't afford it?
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that people will say, that we can't afford it, that people shouldn't be dependent on government for all of these things, that they should that they should go out and and work and and get it that way, that that's unhealthy, for people to be dependent on government, their needs, or that you're spending other people's money, because it's all funded, through taxation. These are the kinds of that you don't want to create new, entitlements, that.
I would assume the banking, I would assume Chase, the people who administer student loans, would be against free tuition.
Yeah, certainly they're against it. I think that, I think that there's I think that there are definitely, there are people who obviously profit directly from the absence of these things that are against it. I also think that there are, without sounding too conspiratorial about this, I think that there are employers who do realize on some level that it's not particularly in their interests to have a workforce that's not worried about paid for preschool and and paying off student loans and all that stuff, because it makes people more docile.
I live in New York City, and I go for walks. I run into neighbors, and they say to me, I ordered cabinets and they haven't come for 4 months. And my first reaction is, well, why did you order cabinets? But that's a whole. there is this sense among, I would say, the middle class now that they're unable to get the garbage that they want because supply chain issues, but also because of labor shortages. And I wonder, we always think, well, it's a good thing if there's a labor shortage. It means you have to raise wages. But I wonder about the middle class, if they can't get their cabinets because of the labor shortage, are they going to buy into the starve them out idea?
I mean, some of them certainly will. The great populist Tucker Carlson, says things on his show about how, people don't want to work, because of free money. Obviously the populace that he's trying to be populist with there is not, service workers. He's tried to appeal to small business owners, to professionals, who just feel the frustration, on the consumer end. A lot of the premise seems to be wrong anyway, because the economists thought that there would be a huge uptick in hiring after the extended unemployment help was expired at the beginning of September, and that does not seem to have happened. But the thing that really, okay, so one point on the principle, then one point on the politics. So the point on the principle is that I think this is just an amazing exposure of hypocrisy, because usually the sort of conservative talking point about this stuff is, oh, well, look, your wages aren't high enough, whatever, go back to school, get a better job, nobody's forcing you to take this job, if people are at low wage jobs, it must be worth it to them, what do you want? That's just the market. But then the second that the balance of market forces starts to actually benefit low wage workers, it's no, this is a disaster. They have to be pressured into taking these jobs again, because it's very, very important, that they be working there. If there's any sort of support that allows or supposedly allows people not to, we can't have that, which I think really cuts the legs from under the table of the usual capitalist apologetics about how, this are all just like, these are all just market actors interacting of their own free will. People must love, these, to work at McDonald's and Walmart, or else they wouldn't take them. No, on some level that people have to be deprived of options before they're desperate enough to take it. And I think that's an important admission. The point about the politics is just that I think that you're probably right about how a lot of middle-class people are going to be vulnerable to some of these talking points, which is why I think that, this isn't going to happen. But, hypothetically, I think that the effective response would just be to extend the benefits, which obviously had before, but that leaves that situation that you're talking about in place. I think that the response, should be, massive public sector hiring, to say, oh, sure, great, let's put everybody to work, but in like good unionized, public sector, jobs that people would actually want, that can compete with, with the $600, and that could even include restaurants, by the way, that there was there's an article years ago in Current Affairs that I really liked called a public option in food, where what was being advocated, was just building a network of restaurants around
a network of what?
Publicly owned restaurants, you could call it like the America Free Diner, with healthy food, and you could come eat there a certain number of times for free, and you say, look, let's say for the sake of argument, you accept the premise of the conservative uncle Facebook post. I can't get my McMuffin because nobody wants to work because of free money, blah blah blah. All right, great. Pick it up with the public sector.
Right. Well, Professor Ben Burgis is the host of Give Them an Argument. His latest piece in Jacobin is, it's really not that hard. Just ignore the Senate parliamentarian. You're an incredibly prolific writer. You have another book that's come out about Christopher Hitchens. Is that correct?
Yep.
You
in December.
froze.
Oh, in December.
Do you want me to blurb that as well?
Yeah, please.
I don't know who Christopher Hitchens is, but that's okay, right?
That's okay. Well, see, so read the book.
I don't know who Orwell is either, but I can
There'll be
still...
all this drama and expectation, like you won't, I don't want to spoil it for you.
Right, that's right. Thank you so much, Professor Ben. Pick up Canceling Comedians While the World Burns and listen to Give Them an Argument. Thank you, Professor.
All right. Thank you, comedian.
Thank you. That was fun. Professor Ben Burgis. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. When we come back, we will be joined by the Hirschenfelds.
From our platforms to our labs, offices, and facilities, and in communities around the world, we're continuously innovating to provide the energy solutions that advance modern life. ExxonMobil.
Welcome back. Let us now go. They're in separate quarters. They've been separated. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld is a Freudian psychoanalyst, and Ethan Hirschenfeld is a brilliant comedian. His special Thug Thug Jew is streaming right now on YouTube. Go watch it. I promise you it'll make you happy. Who's the dog?
That is Fafner. Fafner is the Fafner, also known as Fafi. She's a Chihuahua Shih Tzu mixed.
Nice.
And she's 10, and she's single. So this is like a dating show thing. If anyone is
how many dogs do you have?
We have 3 dogs, but right now I am in New York with the little one. I took the little one, and the big dogs are still up in Massachusetts with my girlfriend. So it's been very nice to be back in the city with a little dog, because I'm quite tall and I walk around, and a little Chihuahua with her. She's got the pink collar with the rhinestones and then the pink leash, and it creates a whole new situation for me. It's like Legally Blonde.
Well, Dr. Hirschenfeld, it's good to see you. You're back in New York, and I think of my rage. I have rage, and I have fantasies. I want to show you a clip because I have never done this. If I can find it, I hope. Hang on. This is.
I know it by heart already. I've been watching the show, so you don't have to play it. I can just do it.
Do it.
Yeah.
But let me show this to your father, because I like it because I know that I have never been this bad behind the wheel of a car.
That's the problem. Because he knew he fucked up. Can I help you?
Can I help you? You keep staring at me like you know me, nigga.
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck you, hard nigga. You ain't shit.
Shut the fuck
you
up.
ain't shit but an old ass bitch.
You're the one that started it.
You ain't fucking slow, driving slow as shit.
I'm driving the limit, bitch.
Bitch, you driving 20 miles an hour in the 35, stupid motherfucker.
30, bitch.
Take your old ass back to fucking New York, you stupid bastard. You old motherfucker. What the fuck you gonna do about it?
Film me.
What the fuck you gonna do about it?
Bitch, what are you gonna do?
You're the one fucking causing problems and shit.
Come on.
You're the one causing problems, motherfucker.
You started it, bitch.
Your old ass have a heart attack.
Stupid
Fuck you.
Bitch.
I'll be having a fucking heart attack and have a stroke, you stupid son of a bitch.
Son of a Trump, bitch.
And your mama,
Trump,
hoe.
Bitch.
Your mama.
Fucking Trump,
Your
bitch.
mama.
Your mama back there, bitch.
Bitch, that's my baby mama. Fuck you.
I feel like
Son of a Trump, bitch.
You guys work for us in this environment. You answer to us, and I'm
Sorry about that. I was
It's like
watching.
a smorgasbord.
I'm sorry?
It's like a smorgasbord. We were onto
Yeah.
the next weird situation.
I was watching.
My
Go
main
ahead.
problem with that interaction at that red light is the writing. I feel like both of those guys needed some writers. Because the one guy was just stuck on his line, the guy on camera, and the other guy was just going through a kind of litany of your mama, and they really needed some material. Apparently, I'm not the right writer for this gig because I don't know what they should have said, but they were really stuck. I feel like they were in a rut in their relationship. They need couples therapy.
So when I saw this, I can't wait to show this to Hirschenfelds because this is field work that I don't think was available to the both of you when you were students in medical college. Is that fair to say? Because I watched Dr. Hirschenfeld. Is that something that when you were in medical school, when you were learning psychiatry, that would be described to you in a tome? Then the professor would explain this behavior, but you would never get to see it in its natural habitat. Is that fair?
Mostly, not entirely.
I think you got to see that at the dinner table when your parents were interacting. Didn't you? I had meals at my grandparents' house, at his parents' house, in which guns were brandished. And I'm not kidding. And lives were threatened, imprecations and china were hurled. And then everyone, kissed and made up. But it was...
Okay, so that's really important too, because... let's touch on that, but I mean, generally, what did you see, Dr. Hirschenfeld?
I saw two people who were probably your more or less average people, but they were ensconced in two metal and glass vehicles that kept them separate from one another, and therefore more able to demonstrate this type of what we would call crazy, out of control behavior. It's very unlikely, unless they were frankly insane, that they would have gotten into this same kind of scuffle, kerfuffle, if they were standing in line at the A&P.
That was the most protracted description of road rage in the history of
what do we do with kids, Dr. Hirschenfeld? These kids.
That's why you have kids, so they can correct your...
Like that guy, he was getting upset about the other guy driving too slowly. I'm getting that upset at how slowly you're describing this thing.
You're saying to pull over.
Motherfucker, you're talking 20 and a 35. Talk faster.
I think your father was speaking at just the right speed, not too fast, not too slow. Nobody gets hurt.
You're right. I take it back, and I'm filled.
You're a reckless talker.
I feel bad. By the way, I want to just point out.
By the way, you're a backseat talker.
Absolutely, yeah.
Father was talking. If you don't like the way he's talking, you get behind the wheel of this conversation.
That's right.
No, but I think he gave an excellent. It was the safety of the car that allowed a side of them to, almost like a fantasy.
Right. You don't have to actually. I mean, you're describing it from one angle.
Yeah. One
angle. I would describe it this way: pair of pussies who didn't get out and punch each other. I mean, they both had the opportunity to just really get into it, and they.
What was also interesting, and the reason I keep playing it over and over again, I'm going to assume that the couple in the car videotaping it was African American. I like to assume he wasn't going to call that guy the N-word if he himself weren't an African American. What I did notice that kind of made me hopeful was there were Marquis de Queensberry rules at play there. It didn't get racial.
No guns drawn?
No gun. Well, that, yes. But the fact that this guy, the white guy, was completely out of control.
But not completely.
But not completely.
Yeah, I noticed that also. I had the same thought, David. He didn't go there.
And then he said something about Trump, so he made it like it was like almost a liberal. Like he was conveying, I'm on your. It was almost like he was saying, "You're African American, I'm white. I would assume you don't like Trump, and I don't like Trump either, my friend." It was almost like, my distinguished colleague. There was something almost not healthy about it. But you said something. Well, anyway, I wanted to.
What you said goes in line with the statement that I didn't make originally, that the first man to hurl an invective instead of a spear was the beginning of civilization. So that was an example, I think, of that.
Yeah, it was good that they didn't get out of the car. It was also that brinksmanship approach to conflict that George Kennan described, where neither of them was really interested in fisticuffs, let alone Glocks. But they were kind of voting.
The man who came up with the Cold War? George Kennan?
That guy, yeah. So the idea is I know this very well because I, unlike you, David, have been, in my youth, I was in those kind of situations, not just once. And it was always predicated on that, like, yeah, we're gonna get our aggression out a little, but no one's actually getting out of the car. I mean,
what about the brinksmanship? Because I know this is hard to believe, but I call it rolling the dice. What is the difference between brinksmanship and rolling the dice? Because I've put myself in situations where I've pretended to be, I want to be careful here about who I've pretended to be.
I know the exact, yeah.
I may or may not have pretended to be a detective from New York vacationing in upstate. Maybe I would, but so
well, it's all. I think it's all under the umbrella of thrill seeking on some level. These guys in that scene,
right.
You at that moment, and me in various moments from my past, you get to kind of step in partially, or at least put one foot into that role, or get halfway into that superhero suit, without embodying it completely, and it's a charge. It's
excitement. That's absolutely is.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an adrenaline rush, but with a little bit of a safety net. So,
You know, I did something. Go ahead, doctor.
That's another function of the car. You're in a safety net. If you were standing in line at the A&P, you would not have that safety net, and one of the other guys could get punched in the mouth, which probably neither one of them wanted.
I will say it's not that safe of a safety net because that was a Dodge Caravan. It's probably the least safe vehicle on the road, but it's safer than a bike.
Right. I noticed that the African American couple, the guy, very calm. He kept pressing buttons. He just knew how to get the guy riled up. Did not, and when the guy drove off, you could hear them laughing at it, and
they were making sport of that guy, and he was playing the part. He was very much like a caged animal. They were just poking him, and they played him like a fiddle. It couldn't have gone better.
Okay, so the last time I rolled the dice, and I'm ashamed to admit this, was a year and a half ago when COVID was just, and I wear a New York NYPD baseball cap because I get respect in New York if I wear an NYPD baseball cap, especially last summer because I'm busy on this show trashing the cops, talking about defunding the police. But when I walk outside wearing an NYPD, nobody can believe that I'm wearing an NYPD baseball cap in New York. And anyway, I'm on the phone with my mother, with my NYPD, and there's a guy twice my size. It starts raining, we're under an awning, and he wouldn't put his mask on. And I didn't say I was a cop.
You didn't say you weren't.
I didn't say I wasn't. And when I said I could take you in right now, because I could take you into my apartment and to seek shelter from the storm. Dr. Hirschenfeld, I am on the phone with my mother. And I start acting out.
You were trying to impress your mother, which all boys try to do.
My sister was on the other line, and I walked away from it. I walked away. I said I would take you in. I called him, I swear to God, I called him a punk. And I walked away, and I thought this didn't feel good. And I was doing it in front of my mother, and then my sister picked up, and then my sister said something, and it was a godsend. She said, "You're not famous. You're not even close to being famous. But if anybody was videotaping that, you'd be famous, and not in a good way." And for 3 days, I was in just panicking that somebody videotaped me doing that. So being videotaped, that's it. If that guy were famous, who I just played, he'd be done, right? He'd be over.
I don't know.
Maybe
if he was a fight promoter, for example, or he was like a hype man for a singer. There are certain jobs where that level of enthusiasm is.
But is it fair to say that most men with a sense of white men with a sense of entitlement in the course of their life, maybe not as bad as that, but have pulled that kind of shit once or twice in their life, and if it got caught on tape, they'd be ruined, right?
I think that's your guilt talking.
I think every toddler does that. They do that regularly. It's sort of tantrum mode where you're just seeing red and you can't really express yourself, and the emotions take over. It's like a tidal wave of whatever that feeling is. So, it is unfortunate that there's this whole videotaping culture where people's worst moments can follow them to the grave, which is why it is good to have a mask on. Apart from COVID, just like emotional instability is also covered by the mask.
Go ahead.
Does Professor Ben Burgess know about your NYPD baseball cap, and what does he think about it?
I would assume he would think it was funny.
Oh, okay.
But what do you think of it? That's what's
It seems to go against many of his core beliefs.
Goes against my core beliefs.
And yet you do it.
There's certain parts of Jersey that I travel through where I wear an NYPD hat, and it's I get treated, Sussex County. Wear an NYPD hat.
Would you wear a MAGA hat?
No.
No. Okay.
But I don't think an NYPD hat carries with it.
No, not necessarily.
Right. It's
just MAGA backwards. There's not enough attention been paid to this. Is Agam, who's that famous Israeli artist? Coincidence?
Go ahead.
I don't think so.
What?
Not a coincidence, or is it? I don't know. If you look at it one way, that's how those Agam things work. If you look at him this way, it's an Israeli artist. If you look at it this way, it's a raving right-wing lunatic.
I don't know who Agam is.
He's this he's sort of pop art. He's been a big celebrity in Israel for 50 years. He has a lot of public art, and the things work in this sort of geometrical way. So if you move your head, the shapes and colors change. So,
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Anyway, that's a very niche comment.
Have you done any auditions this week?
Have I done auditions every day? Today I was a therapist, a couples therapist. So I was channeling my colleague and father for that one. Yesterday I was a priest in the Vatican, in Italian, no less. One scene was in Italian accented English. The other scene was in Italian. I had a friend from Puglia helping me with that on Zoom. And tomorrow, I am a grocer, a guy who owns a grocery store who has an Armenian last name. And to my shock, when I started reading the script, it specifies in the stage directions, the first time my character appears, it specifies that my character is under 5 feet tall. Now, I consider myself to be a pretty good actor. I'm 6'3", 6'3 and a half.
Bit of a stretch.
I can pretend to be a grocer. I can pretend to be Armenian, but I don't know how I'm going to pretend to be 4'11". I don't know what, but I thought I'm going to write to my manager and say, look, are you sure that they meant this? Do they want it? But instead I said, screw it. I'm not even going to bring it up. That's how good an actor I'm going to try to be. I'm going to try to get onto Pacino's level as an actor and literally on his level.
How about Jose Ferrer as Toulouse-Lautrec? Did you ever see that movie?
When I was a kid.
Okay, Toulouse-Lautrec was extremely short. And I think there must be some movie buff in the crowd here, but I think Jose Ferrer did the part on his knees.
No, that's how he got the part.
You're a fucking dirty mind.
Did you see the Emmys?
No.
What do you think?
I don't like awards shows. I will not watch an awards show. Awards shows to me are anathema. They go against the whole idea of creating stuff. I feel like it's contrary to that is this self-congratulatory, orgiastic. Until I'm invited to one, then I'll definitely.
They didn't wear masks, and the producer is upset because he said we took all the precautions. You had to show proof of vaccination, and everyone tested the night before. And he's upset that somehow this is being perceived as a super spreader and bad for the country. What is he missing that's so important? Nobody wore masks.
Well, the big thing is you're in the show business. You're showing, and you're role models. So put on the goddamn mask. We know what you look like, Jason Sudeikis. We know what all of you guys look like already. Put on a mask for the show. Show people that you got to wear a mask. Everyone loves you, and they'll follow you. If a few 100,000 more people wear a mask because of your show, you just saved a bunch of lives. It's as simple as that. I love Ted Lasso, by the way.
Yeah.
And it could, in fact, become a super spreader.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Yeah. Listen, but on the subject of checking, thank God, the municipal pool, where before the pandemic, for about 10 years already, I had been doing a daily swim in the mornings with a group of friends. It's going to be opening on Monday for the first time in 18 months. So I went in there to get my pass today, and they said, you got to show your proof of vaccine. I was concerned, that could be being inside a pool in a closed space, especially all the, in the locker room, all the camaraderie in there, the hugging, the wrestling, the avocado oil. There are all sorts of vectors. Those are called vectors or fomites. There's a lot of, let me put it this way, there's a lot of fomites in that locker room. Now, I was concerned, okay, are they going to check vax? So I say, is it okay, just the photo on my phone, or do you need, she says, no, the photo of the vax card on the phone. I show her, I couldn't even show her a photo of my dog. She barely looked at the thing, and she said, yeah, that's fine. So no, they're not, I'm afraid it's, and look, I don't want to, far be it from me to spread thoughts like this, but a large part of the community that uses this pool is the Hasidic community from Williamsburg, and they haven't been, let's say, assiduous in following public health regulations. If only they would wear their masks as assiduously as they shake that lulav on the last night of Sukkot and ask
like
me
a
if I'm
Polaroid
Jewish.
picture they shake it.
Yeah, but anyway, so it's probably going to be a wet super spreader event every morning in that pool. That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, I'm trying not to come down hard on people who are anti-vaxxers, who are innocent, who come by it because they're low information patients, they listen to the wrong people. But the people who, like Sherry Tenpenny, this doctor who has been listed as one of the super spreaders of misinformation, one of the top 14 super spreaders of misinformation about COVID-19, she just got her medical license renewed in Ohio. She's suspended from Twitter.
Well, in Ohio, though, it's different there. The medical board in Ohio, all you have to do to get your license renewed there is be able to milk a cow. You can get a steady stream of warm milk. They rubber stamp you. So that's Ohio. So
it is conceivable that a doctor could lose her mind. That we all have.
Or you don't have to go that far. It's conceivable that somebody has come up with an idea to make herself famous in certain circles. So she'll say whatever she needs to say to get the Trumpers behind her.
But there's something else going on. At some point, you have to realize that you're making money that's going to kill somebody. But they sleep. I guess people. I'm so racked with guilt. I don't know if you know this, Dr. Hirschenfeld.
I'm always telling you you're guilty, so you don't have to tell me.
I know. I would feel horrible guilt if.
Yes, you would.
These people then they don't care what the ramifications are to their.
Well, look, I mean, this is the same demographic that's all trigger happy and ammo happy and AK happy, and they're happy to sell those weapons, which are those are used to kill people also. The fact that someone gets killed because of your weird ideas, I don't think that really that really stops these people.
Right. I just keep expecting people to have a come to Jesus or do people have a come to Moses moment?
Occasionally. There's guilt. There are a few people who just do not have any guilt whatsoever, period. They're just plain psychopaths. Then there are people like you who have a lot of guilt and are aware of it. Then there is another classification of people who have unconscious guilt. They do pretty awful things. They feel fine about it. And then they end up punishing themselves in some terrible way, which they don't really understand. And that's where I think unconscious guilt comes in.
Is it gambling? Is that part of unconscious guilt, or is that some other?
It could be. It could, everybody knows that the gambler always loses.
Not in blackjack, no, but Keno, yes. If you play Keno, that's definitely a sign of guilt.
Unconscious, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, speaking of doctors, I haven't been to a GP, like just for a checkup, since before the pandemic. And I was just thinking about that. The thing I miss the most about that is the paper on that tape. You sort of sit on that very high couch,
right,
and then there's a roll of paper.
Right.
Is that available? You think at IKEA, or is there somewhere I could get?
No, you have to have a medical license to buy it.
Right.
That's one of the main perks.
Being a doctor is. Now, do you put that on your couch as a psychiatrist?
So nice, one of those.
I wrap it around my head after.
It's a great idea, though, David, on your couch, but so it goes sideways instead of like down that chair. What is that thing called? That's an examination table, but it's sort of a chair.
No, it's an examination table.
But it has a little bit of an angled section. It feels somewhere in between a chair and a table. Anyway, I missed that.
But that would be, especially if you have people come over and they sit on. It would be sanitized for your protection, just to put paper down. Well, what about giving people toilet seat paper before they sit down?
I now know what to buy Ethan for his next birthday.
First I need a couch, then the paper.
Where are you performing next?
Well, I'm glad you asked. October 14th, if you send me a note, I can get you the information. It's a comedy show. It's in New Jersey. It's with my friend Becky Viduccio. She's producing it. She's a very funny comedian who emceed when I did the album recording 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. And then November 4th at Stand Up New York. November 4th on West 78th Street. Those are my upcoming comedy shows.
And what are the audiences like?
What are they like? I don't know. It's been a while.
I hear they're much younger and a little to the right.
Interesting. Wow. Oh, speaking of to the right, a guy commented on my comedy special on YouTube. He said something about, I wasn't clear where he was going. It's one of the most recent comments. It was something about ethnicity, and I couldn't quite. So then I clicked to see what it was, and the only video he had up was him at a range firing an AK.
You should have a back and forth with him.
Yeah, like that was his video. So I thought, okay, I don't even want to know. Yeah.
Interesting. All right, thank you,
Dr. Hirschfeld. Where are you performing?
Where are you performing?
I'm performing surgery at Mount Sinai Hospital. My first attempt at this.
Looking for volunteers.
I think after a few times, I'll get it right. I'm a quick learner. Okay? David, if you need any parts of you hacked off.
back away. Cut.
No.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. Thank you, Dr. Ethan Hirschenfeld. Fantastic. Well, I hope to see you next week. Thank you so much. You are listening. There we go. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Coming up at 8 o'clock, I believe it would be the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, and he's going to introduce us to a special guest. Dan Frankenberger, are you there, sir? There's a pretentious D-bag. How are you, sir?
I'm doing wonderfully. How are you, Mr. Jackoff, sir?
Thank you for saving me at the top of the show.
Well, technical things happen.
Yeah, that was my thing wasn't plugged in, and one of those things. Do we have photographs?
We have some pictures that I sent you a little while ago.
Okay.
And during the end of the last segment, when they were debating the name of the table in the doctor's office, I was thinking about the fact that I was wearing an ascot.
It's called an ascot. Yes, it is. I'm looking for your pictures here. How was your weekend? Is it raining where you are?
Oh man, it's been raining for the last like 16 hours.
Okay.
It was sent at 6:32, the email.
Okay. And
I have a few things to read as you're grabbing the pictures. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you in destroying Ben Burgess once again.
We didn't even have a debate, and I destroyed him.
Yeah, he's a goner.
Yeah.
We should join Valley Vox Theater this Saturday, September 25th at 4:30 for a Sin Femme summer double feature, exposing and exploring the film trope Born Sexy Yesterday. Producer and author Paula Hayfley will be the special guest for their screening of 1984's Splash and 1992's Universal Soldier. You can get your tickets via request on at Valley Vox on Twitter or at valleyvoxtheater@gmail.com.
Okay.
In the last week or two, you've been promoting the idea of calling Senator Joe Manchin.
Yes.
And being polite. And that phone number was 304-368-0567.
Give me that again, please.
It is 304-368-0567. We have a new episode of Deep into History from Arjun.
Oh, when is he going to come on the show to promote it?
I don't know. We have to schedule him. But like I said, he's got a new episode, and the story that is vital for every leftist and especially your centrist friends to know, a dire warning of what may be versus the chronicle of how the Republic fell to the empire continues. You can witness the end of the war that ripped the mask off and exposed the rot of corruption at the heart of ancient Rome and the seed of hatred that would bring their world to its knees in an all-consuming classic struggle personified in two men. The epic tale of Marius versus Sulla begins. You can check him out, patreon.com, Deep Into History. And that's the name of the podcast too, Deep Into History. So check that out.
Great. That sounds, we should have him come on the show. How often does he put the podcast out?
It's been sporadic over the last 6 months. I know what he does is very time intensive to put it together.
Right.
Yeah, because they're really great. I listened to a few of them and yeah, they're fantastic.
Okay. Well, anything else?
Are you ready with the pictures?
I may or may not be.
I have a Sopranos quote if you want it.
Yeah, give it. Yeah, give me this.
Make him disappear or make nice.
Make him disappear. Is it Johnny Sack?
Nope.
Oh, is it Johnny Sack's boss?
Nope.
Make him disappear or make nice. Well, I'm just going to
give up.
Is it Tony?
This is Silvio talking to Tony when Ralphie was rising in importance because of his earning power via the union tampering.
Right.
So he had beaten his girlfriend to death right in front of the Bada Bing.
Yes.
Tony was really pissed off. So he was taking counsel from Silvio, and his advice was to make him disappear or make nice, one or the other. You're either going to get the money that he brings in or just get rid of him.
And he made him a captain
Yep.
at the end.
That was season 3, episode 8, which was called He Is Risen.
Tell me I earned it, Tony. Remember at the end?
You earned
You
it,
were-
David.
At the end, Ralphie wants to be told that he earned it, and Tony wouldn't give him that.
No, he wouldn't. You're absolutely right. But the Many Saints of New York is coming out in the next week or two.
I know. I'm reluctant to watch it because then I go into Sopranos mode, and
I almost want to start at the beginning of Sopranos to rewatch it before the movie.
I know. I'm doing a cleansing here. So, am I showing the right picture? Is this?
This one here is. Nope, that's last week.
Last week. Is
Oh,
this
boy.
today a repeat? Hang on. Here we go. Ah, okay. We are going to start with Lane.
Yes, this is Lane's dead coffee pot.
Ah.
He says this friend lasted 2 years and 3 months, and he says, which, given the shift it has put in, is phenomenal, and he's getting a posthumous pay raise.
A what?
A posthumous pay raise.
He's getting a posthumous.
Posthumous, yes.
Well, so is he throwing this coffee pot out?
Yeah, he's a goner.
Here's what you do, because I have a coffee maker that was on the fritz, and I'm not making this up. I told the listeners about this. I went out and got another coffee maker and put it in front of the coffee maker that wasn't behaving. And now the coffee maker, the old one, works like it's 20 years younger.
So they're like a team now.
No, it just got threatened. I told the old coffee maker, you can be replaced, pick up your game. And so I have a new coffee machine in the closet. So
that is a good one.
Is he sorry to hear about Lane's coffee maker?
Yeah.
That is amazing. Benji
this-
take this picture?
This is from Benji. As we've mentioned.
That is so amazing.
We've mentioned before that Benji is a pool installer in Florida, and this one is from the Sanford area that got hit bad by flooding. And as a pool installer, he says above ground pools fared okay, I guess.
That is so great. It's a flood zone with an above ground pool, and the water is crystal blue, surrounded by swamp water from Florida. That is so great. He should post that somewhere.
Just looking at this, the
People can
diameter.
actually see it.
Looking at the diameter of it, it's probably like a 20 or 25 foot diameter pool. So it's probably 4
Right.
or 5 feet tall. So that's a lot of water around it. There's only a couple inches of bare outer pool material sticking up through it. Yeah, that's outrageous.
How's your pool?
My pool's good, except for the fact that it's falling apart. I think I'm going to get in it tonight. I'm going for one last time. We're getting down into the 60s and 70s, but yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to autumn.
You like pumpkin spice stuff? Whoa.
That's Tom Weber. That's a cardinal. That is a work of art. That's beautiful.
Yep. This is from TomWeberArt.com.
That's
he has a section about the holidays, so I grabbed one that wasn't quite Christmassy yet. But
it's really great.
Yeah, it's a watercolor painting of a red cardinal in wintertime.
That is great.
I get cardinals in my backyard. Yeah, they're awesome to look at.
Beautiful. And let's see that. Whoop. Hang on. Oh. Yeah, I know. That was me in the... Did you do that?
I did this, and I was this one I call Young Feldo in 2021. I was wondering what David Feldman would look like if he was in his 20s in
Mhm.
2021. So what I did was
Bags under his eyes.
I went on faceinahole.com, which I'm sure you're very familiar with the face in a
Oh.
hole. And
Yeah.
I searched for handsome, and this was the first result. So I shoved your face in it. It looks
Face
great.
in the hole is great.
It looks natural. It looks right.
It really does. All right. And what do we have here?
This is from the Ralph Nader Radio Hour.
Yes.
And on the latest episode, Ralph spends an hour with Isle Press, where they discuss the large gap separating the people who perform the most thankless and ethically troubling jobs in America from the rest of us, and those of us who benefit from their work. So you can check out ralphnaderradiohour.com and listen to that podcast.
And people should go there and then join Congress Club. Go to nader.org and apply to join the Congress Club, and you will receive localized letters that you can send your lawmakers, which will be a value. Call your lawmaker, write to your lawmaker. It's our last great hope.
What is the Congress Club?
Go ahead.
I was going to ask, what is the Congress Club? Is it an email thing that you get, or is it a meeting that's being had?
Yes, and we're scheduling an opportunity we're going to do a Zoom presentation. I think it's going to be on a Sunday with Ralph Nader and Steve Scrovan. Members of Congress Club will meet and talk to Ralph. We're going to do it, I think, in my Zoom room in October.
Oh, cool.
That's exciting, right?
Awesome.
So I think you need to become a member of Congress Club in order to get an invitation to get up close and personal with Ralph. And I can't think of a better way to spend. I think it's going to be on a Sunday. Hey, do you have HBO?
I do not.
Oh.
I canceled cable a year and a half ago.
Okay. I stumbled upon a show that is so great. It's called Small Town News, KPVM Pahrump. It's about a local station in Pahrump, Nevada. It's a desert town where practically nobody lives, and we just follow their news team covering Pahrump. They are the greatest people you'll ever. The owner of the station is a Trump supporter, and you love him. You watch it and you think, I love this guy. They're the most adorable people you can see on television. If you haven't seen Small Town News, KPVM Pahrump, it's streaming right now on HBO. One of the best shows. You just fall in love with all. Has anybody in the Zoom room in our virtual audience seen that? It is magnificent. It really is. Thank you, Dan.
Well, have a good night. And if you want to send anything to Community Billboard, send it through to dentfeldman@gmail.com.
Yes, thank you. We have 10 minutes to kill. At 8 o'clock, I think we're being joined by the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Is that what? Yes, he can join.
Yep. And his guest, Angelica.
Yes, and she got all the information. I wanted to just very quickly talk about IATSE. There may be a strike in Hollywood. IATSE is the union that covers a lot of the stagecraft, the people who work behind the scenes, who are responsible for the lights and the sound and the cameras. They're members of IATSE, and there's talk. I'm going to ask the people in the Zoom room because they're talking about it. They're talking about health and safety violations in 2021. So they're threatening a walkout. On September 21st, IATSE went on a Twitter barrage going after AMPTP, the American Motion Picture and TV Production. I don't know what AMTP stands for, but they're going after them and the giant media conglomerates for failing to address, quote, the most grievous problems in their workplaces. And the union has asked its members for a strike authorization. These are some of the tweets that IATSE has put out. Yesterday, after months of negotiating, the Alliance for Motion Picture and Television Producers announced it does not intend to make any counter offer to our most recent proposals. So far, the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers has failed to work with us on addressing the most grievous problems in their workplaces, including unsafe and harmful working hours, unlivable wages for the lowest paid crafts, lack of reasonable rest during meal breaks between work days and on weekends, and it goes on and on. It's going to be interesting if they shut down Hollywood. So, very interesting. Maybe Professor Ann Lee can talk about that at 9 o'clock when we are joined by the professors and Marianne. We will be back with the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Stay with us.
These vaccines are going to quit working on every corner until this nation falls to her knees and repents for dead babies and repents for the sodomy of this nation.
From our platforms to our labs, offices, and facilities, and in communities around the world, we're continuously innovating to provide the energy solutions that advance modern life. ExxonMobil.
Rational thought the way nature intended. Joining us is the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. For a quarter of a century, he ran Americans United for Separation of Church and State. Besides being an attorney, he's also an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. And you look very sedate. You look like somebody who has been around his grandkids all day. You're muted. Hang on, you're still muted. You're still muted.
How's this?
Now you sound good.
Yeah, well, that's good. I didn't see my grandchildren today. I had other things to do.
Really?
Yeah, I had to go get my car inspection done. It passed.
Did it pass?
Yeah, it has 95,000 miles on it.
Wow.
It still passed, even though it's an American car. Shouldn't have. And then I had to go to the grocery store.
Boy, you're not in Washington, D.C. You're in Massachusetts.
I'm in Massachusetts.
And
Well, I
you got-
assumed you knew that because of the way you set this up.
But why would you get your car inspected in
Because
Massachusetts?
I have a car up here in Massachusetts. See, I have an address in Massachusetts. I have a car up here. And because I needed, see, I have a car, and that's what I have. That's why I did it. So I had to do that in order not to be arrested and sent to a federal penitentiary for the rest of my natural life.
You don't want that to happen to you again.
Not again.
Didn't go well the first time.
No, it was really bad. Although, as you notice, I didn't get a prison tattoo.
Right.
Based on that. Yeah.
But you did convert.
I did convert in order to
Yes.
get special treatment
Yes.
in one of those programs that was run by who ran
Well,
that?
let's talk about. So now you have a special guest for us tonight.
I do. I do not see that she's here, but
Well, you're early.
oh, okay. I'm here early.
Tell us about your special guest before we jump into it.
All right. Well, I had an opportunity a couple of weeks ago to talk to Angelica Duenas, who I believe you've had on the show some years ago. And she's running to take out an incumbent Democrat, Representative Tony Cardenas. And she's seeking a seat in the 29th Congressional District of California, which is in the East San Fernando Valley. She's a busy person. She has 5 children, all in public schools in California. And if you look at her website, which I suggest people do at angelicaduenas.com, you can see a large part of her agenda for what she would do if she was replacing a corporate Democrat of no particular note with a person dedicated to genuinely progressive politics.
And this is a solidly blue district.
Solidly blue. And I do want to explore with her what, if anything, the Democratic Party may have said to suggest that perhaps she shouldn't run. I don't know if they've said anything. And I want to talk to her about a couple of the issues that are dear to my heart, and I think to hers as well. So
Right.
that's what we're going to talk about.
The parliamentarian, we were talking with Professor Ben Burgess about the parliamentarian.
Yep.
What happens if we don't have infrastructure and we don't have the reconciliation bill that Bernie wants by the end of next week or October 1st? What happens?
Well, I hope he said fire the parliamentarian. Did Ben say that?
Yes, of course.
Yes, you can get rid of the parliamentarian. It's not any big deal. The parliamentarian, I mean, I used to use a parliamentarian when there was a good parliamentarian to maneuver legislation when I worked at the ACLU and when I worked in other lobbying jobs. And, but this argument, all of these arguments, I'm sorry that my right eye is closed. You may not have noticed that, but something is in my right eye and it's not just an eyeball. So
I thought you were just winking at me.
yeah, I was trying to do that. I was trying to wink.
Right.
I might have to get up and get a handkerchief Well, look, parliamentarians are good if they work for you, but if a democratically appointed
Do you want to get
parliamentarian-
a handkerchief? Because you did come on early.
Yeah, well, I do. I think, well, wait, a certain party who's here brought me this.
Is that the doctor?
Yeah, it's the doctor. That's the
I mean,
doctor.
not to be rude, but
Does she have any comments? No.
no, I mean,
Not
I'd
today.
rather have her be the guest than you, not to be
I'm
rude.
aware of that.
Is there
Hey,
any
I did
way-
check on the. I did ask the granddaughters. You know, the grandson is only 1 year old, so he doesn't read the New York Times. But I did suggest that if we could get a New York Times up here, maybe they would be willing to read it, and maybe I could take a still photograph of them reading it and then send it to you. How would you like that? So here is Angelica Duenas. Hello, Angelica.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you both.
Yes. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn, I'm going to sit back and watch and listen. And if it gets too good, I'll try to slow it down and make it bad.
Okay, understand. He always says that. Well, you know, I was looking at your websites for the last campaign you were on, as well as this one, and one of them says you're a strong human rights activist. And what does that mean to you, a strong human rights activist?
Well, I really do believe that, that is one of the things that is, I mean, human rights, what bigger is there than that? And I think that, in my opinion, we have the right to live a good life, to live a peaceful life. I believe that we have a right to housing. We have a right to be clothed, right, to be comfortable, to be safe. We have the right to be safe from one another. We have the right to health care. We have the right. At this point, I believe that even the internet is a right that just because of how the world works. I think that, because of technology and modern society, our utilities, go right along with it. We have a right to all of these things, including the right to, like I said, healthcare, education, housing. We live in the richest country of the world, and these are things that are actually very much attainable. And I think that, people maybe take these things for granted somehow, or maybe we have been convinced that we don't deserve them or that we need to still work for them, and that they just don't come, by themselves. But I do believe that there's certain, there's a baseline for human rights. And I guess that's a really good question. I guess I never really thought about it like generally, I guess you would kind of think about it. I think about it kind of like issues based, right? But but broadly, the right to choose to start a family or to not start a family, when to start a family and when not to start a family. All of these things. And I think along with it is like, yes, obviously, the woman's right to choose, right? Healthcare. In that regards, but then also in the way that I've also been seeing it and hearing it a lot from people is that people who are actually being forced to not start a family, even though they want to, because they feel that they can't afford it, that they're not in a place where they can start a family. So that's what I mean by the right to choose, even to choose to start a family.
Exactly.
To be
Exactly.
safe, to be able to do so. Mhm.
One of the things that I gave folks a little bit of a background about you, and I was wondering, you're challenging an incumbent Democrat, a corporate Democrat, the kind of Democrats that probably ought to be Republicans. But has the party put any pressure on you not to run against Cardenas?
Honestly, no. I haven't heard anything from anybody.
Really?
I haven't heard anything from anybody. No, nobody's, nobody from the party has ever like even brought it up. You know what I mean? Like I am a member, I'm an elected member of the county party.
Right.
We know a bunch of Bernie crats or like progressives or whatever you want to
Sure.
call it, work together and organize together. And we tried our best to get as many of these seats in both here, the county party in Los Angeles and the state party through
Sure.
ADEM elections. And so, through that process, I was able to get elected and be a part of the party. And so I'm in meetings and things like that. Every once in a while I deal with people, and it's like completely overlooked.
Really? Do you think that's deliberate, or do you think they just don't even want to bring it up? Because, during the time I was a lobbyist for a lot of progressive organizations over my career. And occasionally there would be times, for example, when Rahm Emanuel was kind of running the party. And he tried to encourage corporate Democrats as well as conservative, more or less conservative, even anti-choice Democrats to run just to build up the number of Democrats in the party in the House. And I always thought that was a short-sighted view. And that's why I think you're running, as well as a number of other people who are challenging these incumbents. But you must be driven crazy just watching the news and seeing the disarray that the Democrats are in, not just in the Senate, but even in the House, where you have 3 or 4 so-called Democrats voting against allowing negotiations for the prices of drugs. I mean, it would seem like that's kind of an insane position for a person who calls him or herself a Democrat.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, from what we're hearing too, is Tony Cardenas, the incumbent that I'm running against, is one of those Democrats. I think they were saying 6. They got 6 of them going on right now that are blocking, I think HR 3 is that they're working on. Every time they kind of, the numbers change around.
Sure.
But that's who he is. He just in the last election, I think he took, gosh, I don't want to misquote, but definitely over $100,000 this last round. And before, like, he's taking literally millions of dollars from big pharma, from big oil, from all kinds of special interests. And he has been at it for a very long time. And so, I mean, I would say he's very, very compromised. He's been actually our representative for over 25 years now at every level. He was assemblyman, he was city council, now he's in Congress. He's already collecting his pension from the city. You know what I mean? Like, sure. This is what we have going on. This guy, like, has taken so much money from so many special interests that even if he wanted to, he's not able to represent us. For example, instead of fighting for the suspension or like the forgiveness of rents or school sure. loans or utility, anything to like real to get, get us more stimulus, like anything. He's out here passing out flyers, right, for discounts for cable companies. So like the people who have donated to him, like AT&T, Verizon, Comcast, etc. Yeah. He's passing out flyers. I'm like, to people waiting for food at the food line. I'm like, people are waiting at 100-degree weather to get a box of like maybe some iffy food, like stuff that they don't even eat because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. Right. But you're trying to see like it can get them a discount for cable and internet. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Most of these people don't even have cable or internet. You know what I mean? They have internet through their phones because they qualify for other services. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's really like he's so out of touch. It's ridiculous, and this is what we're seeing. He pushes people to go get the vaccine at CVS. Why CVS? It just so happens that, you know what I mean? It's like, come on. It's like so clear. It's like gross. Like he should just be walking around with like the sponsorship, like, jacket, because that's what he is. He's a big corporate tool. And this is what we're dealing with. And this is why I'm running. This is what why we were pushed to run, is that Tony Cardenas, unfortunately, is just completely compromised, where even if he wanted to represent his community, he's not able to. And we see it time and time again in his lack of support of bills and the policies that really will change, would make big changes in our community, like Medicare for all, forgiveness of school loans,
Sure.
free, tuition free higher education, including trade schools, all of these programs, affordable housing. Our homeless population is booming. What is he doing to actually address those problems? He's over here passing flyers for Comcast. You know what I mean?
Well, one of the
it's
things,
ridiculous.
if you go to his website, of course, he talks about improving health care for everyone and improving housing and improving the environment. So I would characterize comments like that, looking at his record, as the comments of a liar. Is he a liar?
I would say he is. I mean, he says one thing and does another. So yes, he would not even meet with Medicare for All activists for years. In fact,
Really?
I was there maybe in 2019, perhaps, with a group of students that had been trying to get him to meet. They've been calling, they've been writing letters. They got no response. So they organized a protest, and they reached out to like the Medicare for All activists, and I've been organizing with them.
Sure.
So all kinds of people showed up, and they wouldn't let us in. They wouldn't let anybody in. The doors were locked, and it was like, the kids were outside. We wanted, no, there was like a little buzzer. That's what it was. Bzz. Yes, how can we help you? Like a little voice, right? And the kids were like, oh, we want to, talk to the congressman or somebody in the office. We want to, etc. And they were like, just one moment. And then they're like, okay, we can have two people come in. And then they went to the door, and they only allowed two of the youngsters in, high school kids in. No adults, no teacher or any of the other adult activists were able to go in with them. Long story short, they scheduled a meeting.
Yeah.
But it got it got canceled, and it was supposed to get rescheduled, and it never did. Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And then next thing you know, one second, in 2020, as you may, we passed the primary, we got to the general.
Yep.
We with pennies, we were outraised 17 times, outspent at least 15, 14 times. We got 43% of the vote, running on a 100% grassroots, people-powered, people-centered campaign, with Medicare for All, a Green New Deal being a major part of our platform. Lo and behold, through 2 months later, after he almost got his ass handed to him, he goes and he endorses Medicare for All and a Green New Deal.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's just on paper.
Yeah, let's not talk anymore about him. I think it's very clear. One of the things that I'm obsessed with, and my kids have always gone to public schools, or long out of school now, but one of the things about your discussion about schools involves charter schools. Now, I should say, this may be an extreme view, but if I had the power, I would close every charter school in America today. They would not exist. They are ostensibly public schools. But what we found, and when I worked at Americans United, what we found a lot was these schools that they might be religious, the St. Anne's School one year, then they can't get school vouchers to pay for, tuition. And what they can get, though, is the possibility of becoming a charter school. So instead of the St. Anne's School, now they become the Freedom School.
Oh, I hadn't heard of that.
Nothing changes. The faculty is the same. And we used to even find that their buildings looked the same when they were a charter school. If they were crucifixes, they were on the wall. And so I just don't think, David works with Ralph Nader a lot, and I know Ralph. And one day he called me up and he said, Barry, what do you think of charter schools? And I said, I hate them. And he said, well, I wondered if you'd come over. I'm having a lunch. I'm on the board of a little, nonprofit, and they're thinking about subsidizing charter schools. Would you come over and tell them why they shouldn't? And so aside from this issue that they often seem to be the same kind of private religious school that they used to be, the biggest argument for charter schools in the times that I was fighting them is that they would do away with unnecessary regulation. And as I said to Ralph's board, if they're unnecessary regulations, then we should get rid of them for every public
Yes,
school.
thank you.
And not just these.
Yes, that's my argument too. Like, I hear these moms and I understand, like, like obviously, like, you want the best for your children. And if when your local school is not great, and you're trying your best, I don't blame the parents at all. It's what we try to do is rationalize and talk to them why, it's harmful for the rest of the kids. And I try to have, get a big picture idea of it. But yes, absolutely. What I say is, like, I don't disagree that it should, that they're like, when I have a problem, I talk to the administration and they do it. If we need something to get addressed, we come together as parents and we're able to make it happen. I'm like, yes, you know what? It shouldn't be that hard to do something like that in the public school. What in the regular LAUSD schools, which is what we have here, the Los Angeles district, school district, that it shouldn't be that difficult to be able to organize as parents and to be able to, make differences and make improvements for our schools. It shouldn't be that difficult. And I agree.
Yeah, it's one of the things we're seeing now, and I think 20% of women have had to leave the workforce since COVID started. And in part, that's because there is no pre-K. There's nothing to do with your children. As I said before you came on, you've got 5 kids in public schools. There was a brief time in the late 70s when progressives in the House were split over how to deal with childcare, daycare. And there were one group of I would call them real progressives who said we should open public schools an hour and a half early. We should keep them open an hour and a half afterwards. This would have the benefit, of course, the teachers' unions are all in favor of this because it would give them an opportunity for many of their members to get a couple of extra hours of work. And it would guarantee that there would be a place for everyone to be able to have a safe place for their preschool kids, both before and after school. There was an alternative view, other people who alleged to be progressives who said, no, we need to fund private entities, particularly churches, to be open and give them money so that they can have preschool. And that, of course, sadly prevailed. And what we have now is nothing. We have no system at all of pre-K that works for everyone. What would you do with pre-K? How would you set it up? What would you endorse?
Well, I mean, here in LAUSD in Los Angeles, we do have pre-K, During COVID, though, we were at home, right?
Sure.
But there is a pre-K and it's a full day, just like the, kinder and all the way through 5th grade. So, I would endorse something like that. And also, I have kids in all the schools, have elementary school, middle school, and high school. And thankfully, at the high school, there's a pre, and at the middle school, they both have a preschool program and an after-school program.
All right.
And I think that's brilliant. That is, I would endorse something like that. And the people who are working this program, it depends. Different programs. There's like after-school coaches that are part-time employees through LAUSD. And I think they also have partnerships with some nonprofits and when they need to, I guess, fill in some gaps or what have you. I think that's something along those lines. I think that there's nothing wrong with having partnerships with nonprofits,
right?
Secular, right? Like
Exactly.
nonprofits where, to fill in gaps, some areas are going to be needing some help and the need is now. There's some organizations that already know what they're doing and why, might as well get things started while we figure it out in areas that maybe haven't had certain programs before.
Yeah.
But I definitely do endorse a pre and after school program type setting in the public schools, starting as early as possible. I mean, what we're hearing here locally is that there's not enough students, and that's why the charter schools are coming in. Well, let's start doing preschool. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
There are enough students, and
Exactly.
if we can better fund and create more flexible ways for the principals to be able to use their funding, I
Right.
think that we can really address the needs of each individual community and school setting.
Yeah, this was about the same time that President Bush had started something called the Faith-Based Initiative. This was the idea that whatever social services people needed could be done better with religious groups. And then when he started it, and Barack Obama, I mean, I went to, must have been 100 meetings at the early days of the Obama administration to try to talk about how you could do this without clearly violating the rights of students, of beneficiaries of social services. And virtually all of them were rejected by the Barack Obama administration. And there are periodically efforts to get rid of it, but they always fail. And to me, this is just the clearest possible violation of the principle of separation of church and state. If you can turn over to people who don't have to admit everyone to their programs. In fact, in the Trump years, you didn't even have to tell a person who was going to come into a religious social service agency that there were options, that there were alternatives, and then tell her or tell him how to get those alternatives. So Trump even did away with that. And I do have a friend of mine who's now back in the White House working on this issue, but I think the real answer is just get rid of it, because it's not self-policing. You can't watch everyone, and you can't. When we used to sue schools who were on the bad side of the separation of church and state, I never heard a principal, we never deposed anyone who, when you asked that person, what's your principal purpose here? They always said, to bring children to Christ. They always said that. So they were being honest, but then they were also making what we lawyers call a declaration against interest. And the Congressional Black Caucus and many other progressives have been trying to get this thing dramatically modified or eliminated. You think you would join people like Congressman Bobby Scott, who represents Newport News, Virginia, in trying to change in a dramatic way the social services now being doled out by religious groups?
Absolutely. I mean, I honestly wasn't aware that there was all of, so much of this going on, to be honest. Here in Los Angeles, I haven't seen that, and I haven't heard of that. Okay. So that's very shocking to me that we actually are seeing, or we are having public funding and public monies going directly to religious service providers. Like, that doesn't. Yep. It's shocking, honestly.
You don't even have to, in order to become eligible for many of these grants, and they're all over the federal government. You don't have to admit everyone. You don't have to. You can have a test, a religious test for whether a person can work there. And these are not just mom and pop religious entities. These are not just storefront churches. These are enormous charities with millions, tens of millions of dollars worth of budgets, who are now coming to feed at the federal trough and don't want any regulations at all that tells them who they can hire, that tells them who they have to admit to their programs. And it's really a scandal. And it's a scandal that started with George Bush, but it continued with Barack Obama, and then got even much, much worse with Donald Trump. And the jury's still out about what's going to happen. But I think that to me, this is just a very clear violation of that principle that I worked on for over 25 years.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, what we should be doing is, and this is what the Green New Deal is all about. It's, people have it, I think, wrong when they think that it's just like going green and, that's part of it. But what it means is a jobs program. It means, what does that look like? That means, schools, daycares, elder care. That means jobs programs, youth, job programs. That means reforestation. That means all kinds of things going on. That means, training people in the trades and in all kinds of stuff, building buildings and construction and maintenance of these buildings. This is really what the Green New Deal is all about, and that is where these services, where the government can be the biggest employer, right? Like how we saw at one point with the original Great New Deal. So this is what we're talking about. It's, we obviously we are in an economic, disaster. I think that, people, I don't think they really understand what happened last year. We had like 2 or 3 of the biggest wealth transfers like in history given to the mega corporations. And we're seeing like, billion-dollar companies like doubling and stuff in value. They're already massive and now they're like just mega. And you saw millions or hundreds of thousands of businesses shut down, and many of them are not going to reopen like ever. Like they're done.
They are.
So, so where do we go from here, right? The eviction moratorium, right? It ended in many areas.
That's right.
So some people qualify for protection, some people don't. It's like, there's not even like a clear line as to who's protected, who isn't. People even in protected areas are being evicted illegally. So where do we go from here? It's, an exodus or like a big wave of houseless people is coming, right? People
Absolutely.
without jobs right now, unemployment just got cut off. And even before that, people weren't even getting their payments because, every state's unemployment system is just not able to handle what we just went through. Where are we going to go from here,
Why do you think it is that Republicans and some corporate Democrats find it so easy to ridicule the Green New Deal infrastructure that's not directly related to a road or a bridge in their district? Why is it so difficult for them not to understand that you have a culture where some people barely make do? They barely get through. Do they don't know that? Do they not care? What are they, venal people, or are they just deathly afraid of being misunderstood and to have the dreaded word socialist used?
I don't know. I think that there's people who are so disconnected that they truly believe, and they'll probably pass the lie detector test on this one, that they truly believe that poor people choose to be poor, that we're lazy, that we're not working hard enough, and that we just need to get it together. I think that there are people who truly believe that poor people choose to live this life, and that opportunity is out there for the taking, and that all you need to do is just work hard. And guess what? There's people who do everything right. They go to school, they get the degree in the field that's supposed to be the good field. Even doctors are dealing with this. Nurses are dealing with this, where their debt is so big that even though they're making a lot of money or a generous amount of money, they're still not able to truly advance. They're still living paycheck to paycheck. Some of them are actually houseless themselves. Here in Los Angeles, where we're hearing stories of like 40% of houseless people either have jobs or had a job in the last 3 months. So people are employed. Like, this is like people who are not able to afford to pay rent. Obviously, we have a mental health issue and a healthcare issue that needs to be addressed. And I think that that's something that has been avoided. I think that we need to be honest and and see that come the 80s this way. I think Reagan started this whole thing. Mental health facilities have been completely just stripped and non-existent. And we have to be honest that there's people out there that need to be cared for 24/7. They do not deserve to be in jail, and they sure as heck do not deserve to be out in the street. And if they don't have family, if they don't have someone and people to be able to take care of them, they need to be cared for. So all of this needs to be addressed. And the homelessness issue here in California and Los Angeles is so multifaceted. I mean, we talk to people who are truly just like they need affordable rent. We're talking to people who have substance abuse issues and they need a whole lot of help. We talk to people who something happened, a big medical bill, somebody died, it's a traumatic experience happened that threw them out into the streets, and they just got stuck, and they need more than just a hand. They need help and therapy and a bridge housing scenario.
Sure.
It's so multifaceted that how people become homeless and why, that solutions also need to be that way. And I think that we really need to start looking at things and start working together, local, state, federal governments, and to really address the issue. I think that building housing isn't really even the problem anymore here, at least here locally. We have a lot of housing. It's just this luxury, or people can't afford it. You know what I mean? We don't need to, we have all these empty buildings that can be reformatted into housing.
Yep.
We have a giant state county hospital that's just sitting there empty. That's like, I mean, it's humongous. And like, it's like it all has a water lines through the whole dang thing. Like every room has a sink. So that means it can be very easily retrofitted into housing.
Absolutely.
There's so many creative things that we can be doing. In the meantime, we have 9 golf courses in the city of Los Angeles. How about we create a livable tenting or temporary housing facility, like how we do for the Army Corps of Engineers. Like our guys and gals stay in these sort of settings in Afghanistan and wherever. It's humane. We can take care of them. Now we know where people are. We can keep up with them. We can address their problems and then get them to the proper housing facilities. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, the solutions are not that hard. I think that there is too many compromised individuals in positions of power that are preventing for these solutions to really be able. There's so many people here that would love the opportunity to be a part of it, but the people who are willing to really represent the people, we're not in positions of power. And that, I think we're on the left, that I think we got deviated. It's like, we've been fighting the power, you know what I mean, for so long that I think we gave up a lot of it. And I think that it's time for us to take it, and so that we can make these changes a reality, these policies a reality.
One of the things that they're trying to do in Congress now, and I missed half of the day, so maybe they did something, but this idea of codifying Roe versus Wade to deal with 2 things: the phenomenon in Texas of that terrible Texas law that basically says after 6 weeks you can't have an abortion. And do you think we should codify it, or should we do better than Roe versus Wade, which still gives governments a power in the last 3 months of a pregnancy to virtually make it impossible for women to get an abortion? In other words, Roe versus Wade, it was great. It was surprising to many of us who were, alive and watching the news at the time, but it always strikes me as something that is not good enough.
Well, I mean, I think that we can do better. And I think that what we're seeing in Texas is just so frightening. And it just goes to show how our fight for human rights and civil rights is still ongoing. It's, I think people have become very comfortable. And I think that, I think it's very clear that the fight continues, and that, change doesn't come easily, and that if we let it happen, things can go back and things can get worse. So I think that we do need to do better. I think that on the left, like there's so many things that are happening that it's, where do you focus, right?
Sure.
And I think that that's where we need to maybe get better at, is organizing and really coming together, and not just coming around every 4 years, not just coming around and paying attention to when things come around in your area. We need to be more aware of what's happening. We need to understand that politics and culture, it's not separate from each other just because we're in different states. Like these things
Sure.
are something that we can be impacted, our loved ones can. So the fight continues, and I think that we should do better. I think that health care and is between the person getting the health care and their doctors. And I think that, and that's where it ends, that's where it ends. And I think that when you're talking about ethics and what have you, I think that people make the right decision in the vast majority of cases, especially when we're talking about a pregnant person. Okay. A lot of these decisions are based on medical emergencies. When there's viability issues, it's standard stuff that if you're going to get that far. So I think that a woman or a pregnant person's health and life comes first. And, a child that, doesn't have viability, that it's going to, a pregnancy that's going to put a mother's health at risk. You know what I mean? These are the things that prompt for women to be able to access safe and accessible abortions.
That's
period.
Right.
So it's something that I can't believe in my lifetime that we're having this discussion. It's, to me, it's like I said, I'm in a state of shock and so many things. I have 3 daughters. And, the thought that, they can be put in a position where their life is at danger because, they have to do what they have to do because they're in a circumstance, it's frightening. And it's to think that women or pregnant people's lives are being put at risk.
Yep.
As we speak in Texas. It's so sad to me. I don't even know what to say. So I'm working on some stuff here in Los Angeles to prevent conservative independence that actually, not to get into it too many things because I know we're talking about here, but to prevent these sorts of things to happen here in Los Angeles, because we need to be wary, be aware, and not be comfortable, because these things, we have to stand up and we have to fight back. And we need to make sure that as Democrats, as progressives, as independents, as third-party people who believe in these issues, that we need to start thinking of and organizing issue-based and really started coming together, because the fight for these conservative, values or whatever, they're winning. I mean, they're organizing hard. So we need to do the exact same on the left. And we need to really realize that people need to come together. Good people need to come together and keep the fight going. I don't see things getting easier, to be honest. Like, I think that I thought for a little while there, like after 2016, that, oh yeah, we're winning.
Yeah, right.
I think that they're ready for us. And so we need to, progressives need to come together and really start organizing and start teaching and educating and spreading the knowledge, because we need more people out here fighting for these specific issues and preventing the laws to get even more tighter on abortion, and at the same time make it better. So yeah, I do believe that Roe versus Wade can be
Improved.
Yes.
Let me, because I think David may have a question or two here, but one of the things that bothers me tremendously, and I say it on this and other shows a lot, the left tends to go home too early. When there were occasions when you'd be in a community and you'd be fighting some issue and there'd be a big public meeting, every time I would go to those meetings, I would stay till the bitter end. Most of the people on whatever my side of the issue was would go home early, but the radical right-wingers stayed forever. After Roe versus Wade was decided, they did two things. They said, number one, we're going to eat away at this principle. And ultimately, though, we are going to reverse Roe versus Wade. When it came to guns, though, the Heller decision in Washington, D.C., of course, says, at least in your house, you can own pretty much any weapon you want. I used to be on the board of something called the Coalition to Ban Handguns, which I still think is the right way to go, because the murder rate in Washington, D.C. and Boston and Los Angeles is always a dramatic increase over any of the shooting incidents, no matter how horrible they are. We just drove through Newtown, Connecticut the other day. Those are horrible and impossible to believe that these things happen and happen so regularly. But when you look at what really is killing more people, but so many of these people are treated as gangbangers. Well, they were in a gang, or they were probably drug dealers. It doesn't matter. There are lots in Washington in the last week, we had 2 little kids killed by quote, by accident in gunfights. Those are the unknown people. Nobody spends the time looking at their lives like they spend looking at the story that's all in the news now about the couple whose husband is now about to be. So if you're a blonde woman missing, you're going to get wall-to-wall coverage. If you're not even going to be mentioned. Not mentioned. So I think what progressives need to do is stick to the principles and figure out how it is that they can do away with bad legal rulings, of which there are many, and how to move forward into a safer world and a safer set of communities for all of our kids.
No, I completely agree. And the whole going home early thing, you couldn't have said it better. I do agree. I think that we need to understand that this is a long-term game or whatever. This is something that the struggle is real, and we're gonna have to be dedicated. It's gonna be a lifetime battle. Like we're gonna have to keep at it. We can't give up. And that's what I was trying to say. We just cannot get comfortable. And I think this is how we got to where we are. And I think that, yes, we need to become more organized. We need to become more, I think that we need to just realize that what I see a lot is on the left is people arguing about it's like very like minimal like differences. And when I talk to these different groups and people, gosh, I'm like, you guys, you understand that you just kind of said the same thing they did. And we're all kind of talking about the same thing. Like if we were to just come together, we would be so further along.
Of course.
And we would be already having a lot of these programs implemented, because as we're seeing now, for example, Medicare for All, when Bernie Sanders, brought it to the forefront and made it into a big issue, a big deal, 2015, 2016, people were talking like, that's crazy. Like, what? Like, it was just like so ridiculous to some people. And then here we are, 5 years later, and it's like, yes, we have 70% of like the general public more or less as agreeing with it. I'm thinking it's probably more, but You know, if you explain to people what we mean and what it would mean and stuff, you know, these programs should be already in place, right? Why aren't they in place? Because, you know, our representatives have been bought off by all of these lobbyists and these, you know, special interest groups and etc. It's all interrelated. It's money out of politics. We need to address that. We need to get civil civics in school. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Really teach our youth, you know, what, you know, the basics of government, and then, you know, dialoguing. We need to focus on programs that prevent crime from happening, right? Like this gun violence that we're talking about, and how, oh, we have a bunch of gangbangers and et cetera, and drug dealers. Well, again, how did we get there, right? What pushes people to have to make these choices to survive? So I think that, you know, once we really realize that we all, like when I talk to, you know, conservatives, because, you know, I've been running for Congress for a couple of years now, we speak to all kinds of people, and, you know, with conservatives around here, they want their kids, their grandkids to be able to have good quality public schools, right? Because they can't afford private school themselves.
Right.
They want their you know, young children or grandchildren to be able to have opportunities for job programs and job placements and trade schools and opportunities, right? And they want to be able to have their adult children have opportunities to be able to purchase homes with low interest rates, things that they had access to. So they see it, especially now that their kids are a little bit older and they're experiencing it. So they're hearing it firsthand, at least around here, because we don't really have to, you know, rich people around here. We have some well-off people, but the struggle is real. Everyone around here, pretty much in my district, is living paycheck to paycheck. Some paychecks might be bigger, but so are their responsibilities and their bills and stuff. So this is what we're seeing. So what I think is that, you know, once we can get people to really see that the fight and the struggle or whatever that we're experiencing from government and our representatives is not really left versus right, it's actually top versus, you know, bottom. We'll be able to really make and force and push, you know, our representatives to do what they need to do. In the meantime, though, I think that we need to get a lot of us regular good people in office at all levels, and to take on as much power and seats of power and influence as we can, and to really utilize our seats of power to educate and empower our communities, and to be able to continue this cycle or this push of taking over these seats. I mean, I really do think that we need to take over every single seat and, you know, make it happen.
Hey, let me ask David, do you have any areas you'd like to ask a question?
There are just two questions that, first off, are you a millionaire?
No, almost. And I just like, no.
AngelaForCongress.com. Do you take corporate financing?
Zero, none.
Angelica for the number 4 Congress.com. You've been arrested twice.
I have.
Would you like to discuss your criminal record with us? I didn't want to embarrass you, but you have been arrested twice.
Yes. So the first time, I think it was in 2017, I believe. I don't remember the year, but I think it was in December. And it was right.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe 2018. Maybe it could have been 2018. It was outside of Dianne Feinstein's office here in Los Angeles. At the time, we were trying to prevent for the budget to be approved unless we could get a DREAM Act, so a permanent solution. So, you know, as people may or may not know, DACA is a temporary protection of children, of undocumented children.
Who are being tortured. It's a form of psychological torture.
Oh,
I've seen my children went to Hollywood High, and it is psychological torture. They waive citizenship in front of these people, and then it's taken away, and sometimes where does that, you were arrested, I was making a joke, you were arrested 2 times, once outside an ICE detention facility,
and then exactly.
Yeah.
Once outside of ICE, a couple of years later, then we found out. And so the sad part, the more horrific part, is that had already been going on, but we just had found out about the children in cages and being separated at the border under the Trump administration, which actually, lo and behold, it actually had been going on since the Obama administration. This was just a continuation of policies that already existed.
We're almost out of time. If you don't mind, I just want people to.
Yes, we were arrested. I was with amongst a bunch of awesome activists outside of the Los Angeles ICE facility. And for that one, we did have to go to court, federal charges, and we were able to get those dropped.
Angelica, 4congress.com. Please send her money. I have 3 questions in our limited time, and I hope you come back. We get these emails from David Plouffe and Barack Obama and Michelle telling me that our democracy is at stake and that the 2022 midterms are going to be the most important elections in my lifetime. Democracy is at stake, and we're reading the Woodward book, and we have these heroes like General Milley who are telling us how close we came to losing it all. And so when I have these corporate Democrats on my show telling me you have no idea how close we are to losing our democracy, I ask them about abolishing ICE, and nothing. If we want to protect our democracy, can we have ICE and a democracy? Isn't the first step towards securing our democracy abolishing ICE? Can you name one purpose, one positive that ICE performs? Do they keep us safe? Is there anything valuable to ICE? It's a new arm of Homeland Security. It's barely 20 years old. It didn't exist 20 years ago. It is a criminal gang. It is the closest we have to a Gestapo. You cannot tell me that our democracy is at stake and not also be telling me you're going to eliminate ICE. So where do you stand on the elimination of ICE?
It's a big part of our platform. We believe in abolishing ICE. ICE, like you mentioned, is a criminal organization. People think that it's been around forever. Actually, yes, like you mentioned, it's only been around since 9/11 come this way. This is an organization that has created so much trauma, has perpetrated so much abuse from emotional and the trauma to straight up physical abuse of children, women, rape. We have deaths that have occurred under ICE.
Forced sterilization in Georgia.
Forced sterilization in Georgia. And now we're seeing the atrocities that we're seeing at the border with the Haitian amnesty seekers. We are perpetrate. I mean, I don't understand how the world, how somebody hasn't stepped in, to say, you know what I mean? Like how the U.S. steps in to prevent all of these crimes against humanity or whatever that they supposedly start all these wars for. And we're doing them here. It's happening right in front of our eyes. And it's when you think it can't get worse, then it gets worse. And it gets worse and it gets worse. And I think that even we're hearing from former ICE agents and people who serve, who worked in the ICE agency, who are coming forward and talking about their experience and the trauma that they experienced, causing trauma to other people and abuse. And they're coming forward and talking about how, in fact, the ICE agency should not exist. It's an abusive arm of the Homeland Security, this to be completely abolished. And
It's almost as though the left, I hate to be critical of the left because it's really hard to be a leftist. I'm for defunding the police.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly what happened last summer has been monumental, the shift. But ICE, getting rid of ICE, to me, it should be up there with defunding the police.
Mm-hmm.
Because it belies.
It's interrelated.
And it belies an insensitivity and a willful ignorance about what is at the disposal of our commander in chief. That is his Gestapo. That is Donald Trump's Gestapo. I hate to horse race this, but it's coming near the end of the interview. Looking at your numbers, they're quite remarkable because we do jungle primary. How does it work in California? You're going to run in the you run in the general election. It's conceivable to have two Democrats.
Right. It's a top two system. So you can have, 5, 10, however many people running. It doesn't matter what party you are, that whoever gets the top 2 vote, getters end up moving on to the primary, to the general. So that's how we made it happen.
I don't know if the Reverend has these numbers in front of him, but these are quite remarkable because in 2008, Angelica got 4,000 votes.
2018, yeah.
And then in 2020, she jumped up to 22,000 votes in the primary that qualified her for the general election, where she got 91,000 votes and only lost to Cardenas by about 30,000 votes. I mean, you're not a pipe dream. This is real.
Yeah, no, it was funny. People didn't expect us to break 25%. So, I was really pissed off that we didn't win, I'll be honest. But, the more that I heard from the experts, the prouder I became of the work that my team and I were able to accomplish with zero money, basically $80,000, not even $80,000, a tiny group of volunteers. We had no experts in our team, no strategists, no consultants, no nothing, no agency, nothing. We were using raw data from the county. We didn't even have Excel. We were using Google Sheets and stuff and like a abacus. And I just it was really like really just bare bones. And we weren't even able to knock on doors. Okay, so we got 43% of the vote without knocking on a door because of COVID. Can you believe that? So we were doing door hangers. That's what we did. So, I mean, when people ask me, what do you think caused for you not to win or why did you lose? I'm like, because not enough people knew we were running, period. That's why we didn't win.
You're not a pipe dream. Angelicaforcongress.com. This isn't the kind of, I'm listening and I'm thinking, God, of course the Reverend would bring you on. You're fantastic. And wouldn't it be great but you were within 30,000.
Mm-hmm. We were less than 7 points away. Yep. We have a 7-point gap to close, and we have so much room to do it. So at this point, so for example, for the primary, I raised $8,000 last time around. I already you know what I mean? We already raised that already and we're a year away. So, I mean, things are looking great. I have, a lot of hope in our team. And I think that we're going to get it done.
Is he going to debate you?
We got close last time. There was, he agreed to have some kind of a pre-recorded, he answered some questions. I answered some questions. They were going to bring it together on footage later on, but he backed out. So that was the closest that we ever got. We hope to be able to get at least one debate this time around. He's scared. He doesn't like to come out.
Yeah.
I'd be. It's great. Well, to my listeners, angelicaforcongress.com. Has Howie Klein endorsed you again?
Yes, he has. Oh, Howie is amazing. He's such a great, amazing guy. He's like a fairy. Like he just came out of nowhere. Like it was so amazing. He called me out of nowhere, and I mean things have happened. You know, he's a great man, and I'm so happy to have his support and along with him, you know, Marianne Williamson and all kinds of you know, other things that come along with having Howie's support. So if you guys don't know who Howie is, he's just
we only.
Okay, great.
I
good.
saved that for. I knew he supported you.
Yeah, he's great.
I'm trying to raise money for you right now, so I mentioned Howie Klein. It's part of. If you're endorsed by Howie Klein on this show, that's all anybody needs to know. So.
I have a monthly call with him and with a bunch of other people who are running, and so it's just he's amazing.
He's never wrong. Either is the Reverend, for that matter. Would have been, yeah. Please continue, Reverend. We have. Oh, we're done. Well,
I think we're done.
Yeah, but ask one final question, please.
Let me ask one question. Is that what you said?
Yeah, wrap it up.
Yeah.
With
Okay. This is one. Next week, the United States House of Representatives is going to consider what to do with selective service registration. This is one of the things that I worked on when I was a younger man. And there are going to be two votes. One is going to be to cut the funding for registration completely. At the moment, if you're a man, 18, you have 30 days to register, or theoretically, you can go to jail for 10 years. Five years. So I talked to one of the people just last week who had been prosecuted after Jimmy Carter decided to start registration, and then Ronald Reagan, who had opposed it, decided to continue it. And I said, how many people along with you have been prosecuted in all this time? And my friend Ed said, 20 of us, myself and 19 other people. And he said the Justice Department a few years ago said, you know, we're not going to have a 21st prosecution. It's not worth it. So they're going to vote on whether to do away with it. And my friend, Congressman DeFazio from Oregon, is going to lead the charge. It's possible that it will succeed, but more than likely it'll go to the second vote, which is they won't dissolve it. And then they'll vote whether to include women in the process. And all of the women activists that I knew back then, most of them are still there, Ellie Smeal from the Feminist Majority and the folks at Now, they said, you know, we hate the draft. We hate registering people for the draft, but if we're going to do it, we have to include women. Do you think so?
It's a really good question. Like there's a lot of, I don't know how I feel about that in regards to, I think that if we were gonna have selective service continue on, I do agree that it should be, you know, women should be included.
Yeah.
However, I believe that the civil, you know, or civic service or civil service or whatever, you know, selective service that we are having people choose from, right? Basically, this is the branches, the military, you have to choose one of the branches. I believe that there should be a peaceful option, peaceful options. And at that point, you select to serve in a peaceful manner. And I think that that's something that, you know, that maybe that's what the CCC, right? The civil,
Selective service.
I forget, but it was like for the Green New Deal, the CCC, it's like the.
Right, the CCC.
If we have that as an option, for example, or, you know, something along those lines where we would give people a peaceful option to select, you know what I mean? I think that that's something that a solution to the problems that we're seeing, or the issue that we're facing here in regards to civil. Should we have it forced, and should we include the genders? I think that adding a peaceful option could be a solution.
Okay, wouldn't be mine, but I understand what you're saying. And I just have a little trouble. When my mother was very, very sick and she was in a nursing home, and I tried to go to see her every couple of days, but I would not have wanted someone who was compelled to be there and to be working there as an alternative for being in the Army. I'm not sure I'd feel comfortable with those people deciding that if forced, they were going to, help my mother. I just don't think, I think the wealth disparity, the power disparity in this country is so enormous that when people tell me that they want to have a compulsory national service as long as it has a kind of a peaceful ramp off, that I think there are a lot of people that I encounter in Washington and that I encountered around the country who frankly haven't gotten enough from their government that they should be asked to do something under the force and power of the federal government telling them they need to do it. But think about it. We'll all
I see that part, and I used to also feel that way until somebody talked to me about like the draft and how, like, if we were to make it so that it wasn't so random, and so that everybody, even including the children of rich people, had the danger of being drafted, and that's where, like, and so I don't, that's what I'm saying, it's such a, because I don't believe in war. I don't even think that the draft should exist. However, I've spoken to some people who don't believe in war also, but who see it and have given me such good arguments as to why, so it's a hard one, and it's a really, really hard one.
Well, there are lots of hard issues, but I think that I, for one, and I'm sure most of the people that are watching this now or will listen to it in the next few days, I think they'd say, we want to see you in Congress. We really do.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Reverend. Angelica4congress.com. Angelica, 4congress.com. Angelica, 4congress.com. Give her money. She's endorsed by the Reverend Barry W. Lynn and Howie Klein. That's all you need to know. Angelica, 4congress.com. Give her money right now. Let's send her. You'll feel better. You will. You'll feel better. $5, $500, $2,000, whatever. If you want to feel good, go to Angelica, 4congress.com. Give her $5. I promise you, you will feel better. We have garbage in Washington, D.C. Let's empty the garbage and go to Angelica, 4congress.com. You'll be helping yourself. Right, Professor Marianne?
Absolutely. The best thing you can do is back a candidate who you believe in, because it's so easy to be cynical in politics. However, the best campaigns are transformative to the people who are involved.
Right.
Even if you lose.
Exactly. That's what I learned from George.
Angelica won't lose this time.
No. That's what I learned from George McGovern in '72. He didn't win, but he won. He won big. So, angelicaforcongress.com. Yeah. Thank you. You'll come back, I hope?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We have, we'll be in contact. We have each other's emails, and, anytime you'd like to have me back, please shoot us a message and I'll be glad to be here. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, David.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, thank you. Enjoy your grandkids. And if you could,
I will.
If you could mention to the doctor, we'd like to have her back as well. That would be
I think we can make that happen.
Yeah. Don't tell her I would prefer her over you.
I've already told her that. And then I also said, and I prefer you, Joanne, over David. Don't get embarrassed.
Stay out of trouble.
Yeah, only good trouble.
Thank you. AngelicaForCongress.com. I'm going to leave that up. Joining us, it's time for the professors and Marianne. Joining us is Professor Marianne Cummings. She is a physicist as well as a parks commissioner in Aurora, Illinois. Also joining us is Professor Ann Lee, an independent scholar. I believe you were once an associate professor. I want to ask her about who is being sent off to prison, and Jonathan Franzen as well. And we just lost Professor Ann Lee. And Professor Adnan Hussein is joining us. He is the co-host of Guerrilla History with Henry Huckabee, and he's chairman of the religion department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. Welcome back, everybody. And Professor Ann Lee's internet is intermittent. Well, I guess we should start with Canada, because there was some disturbing news coming out of the elections. Nothing changed, I'm told, except the PPC did a little better than they should have. So I'm going to ask Professor Hussein what the PPC is, how well they did, and whose fault that would be.
Well, David, yeah, you're right that the top headline is nothing much changed. So $600 million was spent basically to reaffirm almost the exact status quo that we had going into the election several weeks ago. There was, however, one troubling development that you pointed out, that the People's Party of Canada, which is a party that really only emerged about 3 or so years ago, contested the 2019 election, had about 1 or 2% total, did not win a seat, and did not. Their leader didn't win his seat. This time around, the ultimate outcomes are the same in the sense that Maxime Bernier did not win his seat again, and no one else managed to win a seat. But what was interesting is that they did run a complete national campaign. They had candidates in every riding that is essentially the equivalent of a kind of congressional district across the country, basically. And they managed to get about a little bit above 5% of the vote, which compared to the Green Party, for example, is quite astonishing. A party that's been around, 20, 30 years, has recognition, had a kind of fairly charismatic leader, Elizabeth May, who ended up being almost the only Green Party candidate who ended up winning her seat. But under this new leader, they've been riven by controversy. And so you have a new party that emerged just 3 years ago, really making some strides and a kind of public impact. And the reason why is partly that there already is, of course, as we know, percolating across the West, North America, the Anglophone kind of world, these kind of right-wing populism. And it has received some kind of boost and impetus by the rise of Trump in the United States, but it was already happening. It preceded Trump, and it's pretty global. So obviously it was going to be happening in Canada as well. I think, however, the pandemic and the fact that even the Conservative Party in provinces like Ontario have supported the vaccine passport, mandatory masking indoors in public spaces, and the lockdowns, this has fueled a kind of it has allowed, it's like a one issue where a lot of different people's complaints about this or dissatisfaction with it could be radicalized, and it seems to draw upon the existing skepticism about elite authorities, about government, about corporations. And that's what's really most troubling to me, is the way in which left critique of the corruption of our political system and the neoliberal capitalism that is creating dramatic inequalities everywhere is basically fueling, in some sense, not a leftward kind of response to reform the system on behalf of everyone for equality and justice, but instead is creating a troubling kind of community that wants to build these walls, literally. It's originally an anti-immigration kind of party that is concerned about kind of Canadian identity being undermined. And now this has metamorphosed also into this anti-science, anti-public health, radical individualism. It's very kind of disturbing. So a lot of commentators are questioning, well, is this just an epiphenomenon of the pandemic and that it'll disappear after the pandemic goes away and they'll go back down to 0.5% or 1% on the very fringes? I don't think so. I think what happens is that people get sucked into a kind of radical anti-establishment kind of politics, and then they've drunk the Kool-Aid. And unless they had built this foundation on, universalist notions of equality and justice for all, it can go into this really vicious direction. I expect them to do better and better.
It's interesting. There's Professor Anley. Hello. We had Paul Sabin, Professor Paul Sabin. I think he teaches at Yale. We had him on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. He has a new book out called Public Citizens, The Attack on Big Government and the Remaking of American Liberalism. And it's a not-so-veiled attack on Ralph Nader. So I really recommend people go back. It's about 3 weeks ago. Ralph interviewed Paul Sabin, and his thesis, Paul Sabin's thesis, is during the 60s and the 70s, Ralph Nader trained baby boomers not to trust government, to have public watchdogs, that you couldn't trust the government. I don't think Ralph Nader thinks that he was training people to mistrust government. He was training citizens to be better citizens and demand a better government. But what Paul Sabin is saying in the book is Reagan was able to fish in those waters and find people who concluded government isn't the solution, government is the problem, when in fact Ralph Nader was saying, no, you have to improve OSHA, you have to improve the EPA. But so it'd be interesting. Maybe I'll try to get him on the show.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, that would be an interesting conversation for sure.
Yeah. Professor Lee, your thoughts? Professor Cummings?
Well, I wanted to ask
it's
Adnan.
important to go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to ask Adnan.
No, go ahead.
So did this party actually gain any seats in Parliament? This people? Okay.
Didn't win any seats. They're, across the country, but they don't, it's first past the post. The only way to do it is not proportional. And in fact, actually, interestingly enough, Trudeau, before the 2019, campaign promised that we would have proportional. He would put through proportional representation so that it's not just first past the post. You need just +1 over in your particular riding in order to win, winner takes all, but that there would be some, reform to, reflect the percentage of the population. Interestingly enough, the same liberals who, of course, broke those promises are now using the emergence of the PPC getting 5% as the reason why you see we really can't reform and make it more proportional, because then you'll just let in the PPC and they'll get seats. Right now, they're not getting seats, and thank goodness we have our first past the post undemocratic sort of system, which shows just the lack of confidence liberalism has in in democracy. You know, they don't believe in democracy anymore.
Professor
No,
Lee?
of course, because it's neoliberalism, and I imagine that those policies are about as popular as they are here, if you really were be honest. Because I was looking at the numbers, and let's see, 158 seats for the Liberal Party, 119 for the Conservative. Conservative got more votes than the Liberals, so the Liberals have.
It's like we have an elect.
They're
It's like
gaming
we,
the system.
yeah, it's like we've got an electoral college of our own here.
Did Trudeau really think he was going to actually get a much higher number?
He
with
did.
this?
That's why he called it. I mean, basically, at the time, he thought with the apparent end of the pandemic, because there was high rates of vaccination now by the end of the summer. He thought, and his popularity, you know, was high, but more importantly, the Conservatives were, you know, the leader. Popularity of the Conservative leader was low, and so he thought that he could seize on this particular moment, and because the, you know, Prime Minister can determine, you know, a snap election and choose the time of it, you know, he thought that this would be to his advantage. So, in fact, well, one commentator, Christo Aivalis, who's a really good commentator, I encourage people to find him on YouTube and also listen to Left Turn Canada. He also talks about U.S. affairs, and he finished his PhD in Canadian North American history here at Queen's University. On his podcast, he said basically it was an election in which everyone lost. Like, even the PPC, despite their rise in numbers, I mean, their leader didn't win seat for a second time in a row. No, you know, actual representation in the legislature. So they did the best on one level, but even they basically lost the election. So everybody lost the election.
Does that suggest that, COVID notwithstanding, Canada is not in a crisis? Is there anything pressing other than COVID in Canada?
Well, that was an interesting point, is that, like, the election was like a Seinfeldian election. It was like, well, what is this election actually about? You know, it's about nothing. Like, nobody's putting forward a clear policy agenda. Now, of course, the New Democratic Party did have, like, very important, you know, pharmacare, basically, you know, we have Medicare, but it doesn't cover, you know, prescription drugs. We don't have coverage of dental. We don't have vision care. These are all things that have to be arranged under private health insurance plans through your employer and so on. And so his idea was to try and expand the coverage for prescription drugs. There's been a proposal for many, many years that he was also championing, you know, to have universal child care. You know, so he had some, you know, important policies that, you know, you would say is kind of like the Bernie Sanders agenda. But he didn't communicate it that this is what this election has to be about. Like, there was no narrative to this election other than Trudeau wants a majority. No one could explain exactly really why Trudeau wanted a majority. For what? To accomplish what? I mean, these were all absent questions, you know, absent.
What is the crisis other than COVID? I'm
sorry. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, my guess, looking on the outside, is that if you have a clear majority, then you don't have to make deals with annoying parties like you know, the New Democratic Party.
That's
Which,
right.
by the way, I mean, they're underrepresented, like big time.
Oh, definitely underrepresented.
Based on their raw votes that I saw.
Yeah.
So they just have to get a little more clever about gaming the system. Or is there a kind of gerrymandering that has gone on sort of traditionally that gives us these results? Or we have to say them, right? Because we're all Americans here.
Right. Exactly. Well, I mean, you know, so that is exactly really the suspicion, is that it was really just about Trudeau's own power, and it was power to be able to make whatever minor In fact, actually, what it was is to be able to put through things like tax cuts, like he did the last time he had a majority. So this is the liberal alternative to the conservatives, is like to put through tax cuts. What they were forced to do, however, during the pandemic was essentially to have at least a temporary UBI kind of program, and that was because they really, the NDP, New Democratic Party, pushed for it, and the Liberals basically, in order to pass any kind of relief, had to really take into account the more social democratic agenda of the New Democratic Party. And they don't want to keep doing that. And in fact, actually, hidden in some of these, kinds of programs was that the government counts the UBI that they gave to seniors, essentially. The seniors, I was just hearing about this today because I know somebody who works in social services and works with seniors who are in desperate conditions because they received and accepted the UBI, the CERB it was called, the UBI. It was counted as income, and they've had to pay taxes on it and been made ineligible for some of the programs they get for senior, assistance for the next year. So, these are the things that the Liberals do, is that they are so afraid of being called by the conservatives, just like the Democrats and the conservative corporate Democrats in the U.S. are so afraid of, being seen as big spenders, without being fiscally responsible, which means austerity, that we have to balance these budgets and we have to find a way to claw back whatever it is, that you've given in the pandemic as, assistance for people in desperate circumstances when you have a public health crisis, that they're incapable of really actually seizing politically, I think, any kind of advantage. So people really liked the New Democratic Party's proposals. They just don't see them as a governing party. And as you're pointing out, Marianne, despite the fact that they get 20% regularly, 19 to 22% regularly of the overall election, they always only end up with about 6 to 7% of the seats, which is why electoral reform is one of the most important things we could possibly achieve in a parliamentary system.
Because combined, the New Democratic Party and the Liberals would be a majority.
Yes.
Like it's a majority raw vote.
Yes.
But it's just that, but as I was going to say, at least the New Democratic Party understands the power of voting as a bloc when you are a small minority. You hang together, and especially when the majority needs you, you don't get everything you want, but you can get some pretty critical things passed. And
exactly. All of the big social programs that Canada ever has passed have come basically with a left party like the New Democratic Party in minority, forcing the Liberals, to put through, these major programs. And so, that's a good lesson. We don't have that kind of party discipline, it seems, among the left dissidents, Justice Democrats or whatever their identification is. They don't actually act. They basically act as Democrats. They don't act as an independent group that itself could organize and act as a bloc.
They don't act on their promises they made to their supporters, which is astounding to me. Somebody with 12 plus million Twitter followers just on one social platform. You could imagine what you could galvanize if you just called on people to march on Washington, if you called on people to just, basically surround the Senate buildings, or just to just have block the entrances until, hey, the planet's dying, like people are dying.
So back to your left insurrection fantasies, Marianne.
Well, that's not insurrection. That's political action. Insurrection exactly. Is like, let's go to our right-wing buddies and tap on their gun arsenal. But this is all like traditional. This is all traditional type of political action. But specifically, we've got 70% of the population behind most of our major policies, particularly if you correctly describe them. they should get it together and vote as a block, because I'm getting tired of this rolling kind of performative. Well, a few of them vote to block against the IDF funding, but enough votes so that Nancy Pelosi has her majority. But a few of them refrain on other issues, and it's just kind of rolling instead of all 8 to 10 to 15, maybe 15 most, but at least a solid 10 could just agree to start block on all of these things. That's it's frustrating, and it really does. They're wasting an opportunity. It's not people just whining, the usual whining against politicians. It's that this opportunity the window is fastly closing.
It's a narrow, yes, it's a narrow.
They're not
period.
going to have this kind of leverage and power, most likely next year.
No, after the midterms, this moment is over. So, yeah. I mean, at least it also would make Washington politics more interesting. Like, I don't know what it would accomplish. We don't know. They could try it. They could leverage it. They may be able to get some things. Maybe there would be complete demonization of them and they'd be under incredible pressure. But it would be interesting. We would be engaged. We would say there's a chance to do something here. Let's support them. And, I for one would, really welcome that, because right now we just continue to have basically the same story every time that there's any kind of progressive bill on the agenda. It gets kind of killed in the same sort of ways, and it's really uninteresting for the voting public. They don't feel engaged in this process. Their priorities are not respected or acted upon, and this is what causes the kind of apathy that we see. I mean, this Canadian election, for example, because it was essentially an election about nothing, called in the middle of the summer at the behest of the, sitting prime minister, just to extend a possible majority for the purpose of no real progressive agenda. I think it was a historic low in terms of voter participation. And, in the U.S., there was a lot of participation because the Trump phenomenon. It was polarizing and it brought out, the base. But I wonder if in the midterms we will see a massive dip in, because there's no presidential, election, and it's just this inside baseball kind of thing. Nobody sees what the stakes will be for them, or at least we're not making the case. They're not making the case that it's important by attempting to pass an agenda that would really galvanize people. So I suspect that we'll see a low turnout in the midterms a year from now.
Well, let's turn to cancel culture, the third rail of academia. Professor Ann Lee, Jonathan Franzen, the novelist, wouldn't sign on to a petition that Harper's is spreading to put an end to cancel culture? Is that the controversy?
I think Jonathan Chait was simply resurrecting an old dispute or quibble. And it seemed all too timed to be a sort of oblique attack on Franzen because his new novel was out, and it's just I was just annoyed that it brought up something that was more vital last summer when we had it just sort of popped up in Twitter today, and I thought, well, why is this all coming up again? And what are the reasons? And so it just made me kind of suspicious of why was Chait even bothering to trash Jonathan Franzen, except to resurrect the kinds of issues that came from bad examples. And the bad example that he picked was this one UCLA a professor who decided to use the N-word in class and for some reason didn't warn his students. and so they were sort of annoyed that he did it, and then there was a disciplinary comment from the department, and finally went to the Department of Education, and nothing happened from all of this, and ultimately it gave the guy who did this little thing, it gave him a better job at Pepperdine. So it's just all inside stuff going on. It was very strange. It was as though Che wanted to make himself relevant again in terms of cancel culture. It seemed so much like a thing argued in New York and not anywhere else. And that's,
Right.
that was just my personal annoyance with it.
Right. I had a conversation on another show with MacArthur. I think his name is MacArthur, the publisher of Harper's, who seems to be concerned about the cancel culture. And I kind of agreed with Franzen. They all seem, at worst, misdemeanors. That these jobs, they're all questionable. At worst, it's a matter of taste. Like, why would you, if you're a teacher or if you're the science editor of the New York Times on a teen tour with privileged youth, why would you play devil's advocate in a post irony 21st century? I'm not saying, unless I'm wrong, I'm not saying people getting canceled for the wrong reasons. Are you?
No, it's just all meta. I mean, the guy who to whom it happened at UCLA, once you look at the details, I mean, it was an ROTC guy. He was just finishing up his PhD at UCLA, and essentially it gave him a leverage to get his job at Pepperdine.
Right.
This little minor controversy. So it's like really weird. All these kinds of small-time problems and not major issues.
But if you ask conservatives, why did you vote for Trump? It's the cancel culture. It's freedom of speech. It's my inability to say what I really want to say. You wanted to discuss that. Here is what I think the cancel culture people really want to say. I played this at the top of the show. Hello, Professor Bick.
Hello, David. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're having, I'm going to play you somebody who rails against the cancel culture. His name is Greg Kelly, who is the son of Raymond Kelly. Greg Kelly was kind of a big deal in New York City. He hosted the morning show here, and he's the son of the most successful police commissioner this country, New York City, has ever had, and he has a show on Newsmax. I don't like to play things from Fox or OWN or Newsmax, but it's the truth. This is what they're thinking, and it's telling. This is Greg Kelly.
Now, we went looking for this white supremacy stuff that they're talking about, right? The violence and the danger that's posed. We actually did find some evidence from 1923. This is the last substantial turnout we could see or we could find of white supremacy. Look, it's a boogeyman. It's a false boogeyman. Now, we went looking for...
Yeah. I don't want to have that conversation, right? I gave that conversation up 20 years ago. I want Medicare for all. I want to start locking up the crooks on Wall Street. I want prison reform. I don't want to talk about white supremacists. So I ignore that. But it's not an undercurrent anymore. It's out in the open. That's really what the people who bemoan the cancel culture are complaining about, that they can't be racist, that they can't publicly say white supremacy hasn't existed since the 30s or whatever year he pulled out of his brain or his ass.
Yeah. But the problem is that in this discourse, they also, once they start doing this, they also oversell the problem. So, for example, that poor principal who published pictures of his vacation with he's a black principal who has a white wife, and they're very telegenic, and they obviously love each other, but it pissed off a whole bunch of people, and now he's been not fired but suspended
for doing
from
what?
his job. That's the question. They accuse him of teaching critical race theory for some reason, and it's all just contrived. It's so bizarre. What it did was force ahead. The real problem was because I thought, why are they so mad at the sort of you don't want to talk about race mixing or whatever, but then I went back and Texas only ended its miscegenation laws in 1967. So when you look at how recent the whole business about interracial marriage, it's not that old. I mean, in other words,
still in Alabama's Constitution. They're rewriting Alabama's Constitution as we speak because that stuff is still in it. And there were excuses to keep. I was reading about this about a week ago. There was a movement 10 years ago to take that stuff out of the Constitution, and they somehow, I think the argument was, then you'll hurt public schools or something. They came up with some excuse to keep it in. Do we have to keep? I mean, anyway, it's mind-boggling that somebody would say that out in the open. Well,
in the Texas case, they just contrived all these things, and obviously there were public meetings, and there were angry parents. Some guy, I think, brought a baseball bat or something. It's just like it's just a circus. It's quite bizarre.
Yeah. Well, Professor Marianne, what is on your mind? And then I'll ask Professor Bick and Professor Hussein. And I know it's getting late. What is on your mind tonight?
Well, I just read something interesting about the situation down in Texas with the abortion law. And that's a very weird law because it turns out that a doctor who performs abortion did an op-ed and just said, hey, I violated the law, performed an abortion. And none of the big anti-abortion groups went after him. And the reason why they didn't is because at the moment you can't, the law empowers citizens to deal with somebody who is illegally performing abortion, not the government itself, which is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. However, if somebody tries to sue, if somebody on the anti-abortion right tries to sue doctors who are just providing health care to people, it opens themselves up legally for legal challenges. So I find that to be, so there's many who are just flouting this law, I mean, this law is so silly and so retrograde that I think in some sense, it appears that many abortion providers are beginning to call their bluff. because they're itching for a battle that'll just shut down this law and a whole bunch of other legal shenanigans that organizations like Operation Rescue have engaged in over the years. So I just found that to be interesting. I still don't understand. I mean, do the anti-abortions people really give tons of money to lawmakers the way that, you know, big pharma and oil and real estate and all those others do? Or is it just, this is one thing that riles up their base more than anything else? I think it's probably the latter. And they've just gotten good. I haven't been watching many Ken Burns documentaries recently, but I did find the one he did a few years ago on prohibition, like, really instructive to this case, because for years and years, I mean, we are a country that drinks and drinks heavily. We've always been that kind of country. But it says it's just amazing how effective a very tiny portion of the population can be if they are laser focused on. And, you know, I think the abortion issue is that, yes, if there is any issue that has just people singularly focused on that issue and willing to focus to do the detriment of everything else, that would be the abortion issue. And he just saw it, and he just basically went through all the political machinations of how the Temperance League was able to influence politicians. And there's also the same kind of thing that, of course, a lot of the, particularly the rich, didn't stop drinking during the 1920s. The rich always had great wine and champagne. It was just mostly the poor that would get busted for this, or small-time operators, and it basically allowed organized crime to flourish. But you know, it's good. I like to see that people on the left, you know, start using a little bit of Machiavellian jujitsu to, you know, maybe bring these guys out and take them down.
Well, it begs the question that I keep asking on this show is, what do you want? I mean, that you got to pick something and focus on it. All it takes is 1%. We've seen the transfer of wealth to the richest 1%. All it takes is 1% of the population to want something bad enough, and the 1% want their money. What does the 99% want? Pick one thing and focus on it. And we just can't seem to do that. Like, I don't understand why we can't.
I think that lefties get really caught up in process a lot they are just reluctant to exercise raw power, to exercise leverage. I mean, I think partly because you know, people who are on the left are rarely in a position of exercising raw power, of actually having leverage in a situation. And to transition from like advocacy and agitation to political agitation to actually governing. And we thought that's a big disappointment with the Justice Democrats, because the Justice Democrats were using language that was telling us we're in here to take on the Democratic leadership. And the big frustration is all they've done is just support Democratic leadership and use and you know, point to the Republicans when it's like, hey guys, you know, why do I go after Democrats more than Republicans right now personally? Because Democrats are in power and they're the people asking me for my money.
Why can't the Democrats say your enemy is the richest 1% and they only want one thing, money?
Because the leadership represents that 1%.
I'm talking about, I know that, but I'm saying to simplify things for me and for the voters. The richest 1% have something that you want and need and are entitled to, and that is money. Vote for us. We will take money from the richest 1%. I want to play you all a clip that I've been playing all day because I find this really interesting. pretty sure it's an African American couple driving in Texas, and they get into a road rage incident with an elder white man, and it's instructive. I went over it with Dr. Hirschenfeld and his colleague. There was something almost good about it. And I'm going to play it, and then I want your reactions, please.
That's the problem. Because he knew he fucked up.
Can I help you? Can I help you? You keep staring at me like you know me, nigga. Shut the fuck up! Fuck you, hard nigga. You ain't shit. Shut the fuck up. You ain't shit but an old ass bitch. You're the one that started it. You ain't fucking slow, driving slow as shit. I'm driving the limit, bitch. Bitch, you driving 20 miles an hour in the 35, stupid motherfucker. 30, bitch. Take your old ass back to fucking New York, you stupid bastard. You old motherfucker. What the fuck you gonna do about it? What the fuck you gonna do about it? Bitch, what are you gonna do? You're the one fucking causing problems and shit. Come on! You're the one causing problems, motherfucker! You started it, bitch! Your old ass have a heart attack! Stupid fuck you! Bitch. I'll be having a fucking heart attack and have a stroke, you stupid son of a bitch! Son of a Trump bitch! And your mama, Trump, bitch! Your mama! Fucking Trump! Your bitch. Mama! Your mama back there, bitch! Bitch, that's my baby mama, fuck you!
All right. The more I watch, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, I keep watching that over and over, and I find something hopeful about that. Because they obeyed the Marquis de Queensberry rules of road rage. I'm going to assume, I like to believe that the couple filming that was African American because he called the white guy the N-word. So I can't imagine. Anyway, it didn't devolve into race. It was polite. The white guy accused him of being a Trump bitch, so he was subconsciously conveying to the African American, I think you're a Trump supporting lowlife. I think there's common ground to be found there among those people. And I think, Professor Lee?
No, I think it was a draw, that's all. It turned into the absurd after about the first 30 minutes.
I'd like to agree with you, David, and point out the very positive aspects of that conversation. I hope you can hear me because I'm on my phone. Okay.
Yes.
No weapons were produced. So no knives, no one pulled out firearm. No one got out of their car. There were no fisticuffs. There was just a verbal exchange. And I think we can be happy, particularly given that this is America and most people are armed. That
it was Texas. What does it tell you that it was Texas?
Wow. Okay. Yes. This is a very
mutual assured destruction.
Yeah, I think that's what we understand from Texas is that both of them thought the other might be armed, right? They assumed that was the case,
Now, there are new studies out. You are more likely to get punched in a bar in Great Britain than you are in the United States.
Oh, that is true.
And some people say it's because of guns in the United States. So,
are we all wrong then, David? Everyone should be armed.
I'm just here to throw gas-soaked rags onto the fire. That's all I want to do. What is on your mind? But by the way, Emil is waiting. He says, I'm enjoying the conversation. Bring me one of the professors. I think he meant to say, bring me on after I don't know. Anyway, what is on your mind, Professor Bick?
Well, David, I'm sorry I was tardy. I was traveling, so hence
You're back from the January 6th rally in Washington, D.C.
Home. Yeah, I walked home from the January 6th event.
Yeah.
Yeah, just got back. No, so I'm not home, and that's why I'm a little discombobulated here.
Are you allowed to share with us where you are?
Yes, I am on the shores of Lake Shroon in upstate New York.
Lake Shroom?
No, Shroon with an N.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a euphemism for tripping or something.
Or something. Yeah, it's near Lake George.
Okay. Is this a vacation?
Yeah, it's a mini vacation.
Wow.
So it's nice up here. It's near Fort Ticonderoga, which I think may have been the last large infrastructure project that's gone on up here, and that was in the 1700s. So
that Benedict Arnold's victory, did he win with a pencil, I believe? I think he beat the British with a pencil. Isn't there a Ticonderoga pencil as well?
That's right. They do make a very nice pencil. Yeah.
I want to say that I think Benedict Arnold attacked Montreal. I don't know. What was the Battle of Ticonderoga?
I don't know. That's why I'm here. I'm going to find out, and I'll report back to you.
All right.
I don't have anything specific to bring up, and I know Emil's waiting, so I'll just say that the first clip that you played of was it Greg Kelly?
Yes.
Saying that there's no such thing as white supremacy in the United States today. I mean, it's just insanity, right? So he's saying that doesn't exist. Even though every year close to 1,000 people of color are killed by police officers, even though there are hundreds of hate groups in this country that are active, even though there are hundreds or even thousands of reported hate crimes based on people's race. It's just ludicrous on its face. But and then for them to talk about something like critical race theory, which has been a theory of jurisprudence since the 1960s, as if it's something sinister and it's undermining our culture, or they're just making this stuff up, and it's very sad to see, how reality is totally set aside and people just make up, and other people accept these lies and fabrications to further their agendas.
Well said. Well, before everybody goes, I've always wondered how the environmental movement tamed the Adirondacks, and I've been looking for a book. Does anybody know of any books about the Adirondacks that you can recommend?
I don't think it's a very interesting topic. It's just the largest, I think, private public park agency cobbled together over a few decades. I don't think anybody would be interested in a wild idea in how the environmental movement tamed the Adirondacks.
That's unbelievable that you would have Brad Edmondson's book of Wild Idea, how the environmental movement tamed the Adirondacks. Is he a friend of yours?
Yeah, he is. He lives in Ithaca, New York, and he's an interesting writer. And he's written a couple different books, and this one is his latest, and it's quite interesting, actually. And I think the Adirondacks are a really wonderful place to be. Lake Placid, Shroon, Lake George. It's a wonderful part of the country, and it's just
Is it near Fort Ticonderoga by any chance?
I don't know much about the Battle of Fort Ticonderoga, but I'm sure there were many great patriots involved, in fighting the British. Except that probably half of the people of the region supported the British and ended up, a good portion of them ended up leaving across the other side of the St. Lawrence and coming to where I am, which is known as Loyalist. There's along the northern shore of Lake Ontario, eastern Lake Ontario, it's known as the Loyalist Parkway. And every other business is named Loyalist Electric or Loyalist,
Really?
Yeah, it's like very much a part of the local identity of the people who definitely did not mind taxation without representation. In fact, they wanted that to be the case. They wanted to be, unrepresented and pay taxes. And so
the Tea Party, the Boston Tea Party was for taxation. That's what people get wrong about it. They were upset that the British were not paying taxes. They wanted to sell Dutch tea, right?
Yeah.
And Dutch tea was taxed, but British tea wasn't. Right. And they were calling for British tea to be taxed at the same rate as Dutch tea.
Yeah.
So they were calling for more taxation, not less. Equitable taxation.
How things have changed in America.
Yeah. All right. Well, invite
Brad Edmondson. I will do that. He's a fun guy. I will do that.
Okay.
Sounds like a good idea for a Monday 8:30 session.
Very good. Well, thank you, Professor Marianne. Thank you, Professor Ann Lee. Thank you, Professor Bick. Thank you, Professor Adnan Hussein. I know that there's Guerrilla History with Henry, which everybody should subscribe to, and the Mudgeless podcast. Does anybody want to promote anything?
I will share one nugget of information with you, and that was that King George was very good to his men. The soldiers who manned the cannons would go deaf, very quickly after doing that for some period of time. And he would not forget them. He gave them permission to become beggars.
Ah.
Yeah. So he gave them a license to beg.
It's 1776. You going to join Washington? Seriously.
Given the choices, I guess I would. Yeah.
Really? You would go work for the wealthiest man in America, a slaveholder. George Washington owned more land than anybody in America, and you trust him?
Well, I would trust any man who would put up with wooden teeth.
Weren't they I think they were the teeth of a slave. Didn't they yank the teeth out of a slave and put them in his mouth?
They did do that as well. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't trust him. Yeah, that's a hard choice, David. I'm glad I didn't.
I think I would have thought. I don't think I would. I'm serious. I probably would have left and gone to England or gone to Canada. What would be in it for me? The Enlightenment?
Or gone to France and fight a revolution.
And yeah. But what would have been in it for me?
Freedom, David.
Freedom, really?
As long as you were a white man that owned property, you could be free in the United States. And
I have a feeling I wouldn't have owned property.
Then you'd be screwed.
So I'd be dying for what? The Enlightenment? Because Thomas Jefferson was a thinker? Something to...
We'll have to cogitate that.
Yeah. Thank you all. I hope to see you.
Sounds like we need to have Professor Gerald Horn on again to talk about, about this.
Great idea. Sell me on 1776. Sell me 17. I'm being serious. Thank you all. It's an honor. It really is. When we come back, we will be joined by Emil Guillermo, the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. And he's a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Come on, you can do it. Oh, all right.
Are you waiting for your machine to work, or should I say something?
There we go. There's the Barry Lynn scroll. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
All right. This is why I look like a raccoon, why my eyes are so broken.
Did you do that animation, David? That's great.
I'm trying. I didn't. It's like, it's kind of pre-made.
Yeah.
Trying to. Here, did you see this? Hang on.
No, wait, what you got?
Hang on. Where is it? Come on. You can do it, Davey. Come on. Oh, I'll play you something that nobody believes is real.
What's that?
Somebody, I got the show is live in the Zoom room and on YouTube. So somebody they thought this was a put on.
The AIDS diet plan helped me lose 28 pounds.
AIDS helps control your appetite so you lose weight. Yet AIDS lets you taste, chew, and enjoy. And the appetite suppressant in AIDS is not a stimulant.
AIDS helped me to lose 18 pounds, and it doesn't contain anything to make me nervous.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
Hey, I like that guy. He's the broadcaster. Well, I used to be a broadcaster like that.
So somebody wrote, like, how dare you? Do you remember those commercials?
I do remember those commercials. Well, we were in San Francisco during the time that the other AIDS was ravaging the town. But I do remember those ads.
Yeah.
Because he was the classic broadcaster. Yeah.
Right.
Hi, David.
I can remember Bob Jimenez, KRON, starting the 5 o'clock news, and it was called GERD, and then it was called Gay Plague, I believe, and the count now is 20, 30, right?
I was one of the first people, because I was working weekends at the time. I was one of the first reporters to do a story on AIDS. And it was memorialized in the film on the quilt, the quilt film. And so they showed me talking to Bobby Campbell, who was like the first poster child of the AIDS epidemic. But now, those are all kind of like, they go 1980s, the 1980s, David.
I lived in the Castro district.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when I moved in, within like 6 months, it became a ghost town.
Oh, yeah.
We would just walk. And it kind of reminds me of COVID and the fomites. And people nobody really, this is like the early 80s. People thought it could be airborne.
Yeah.
AIDS. Nobody knew. And
they didn't know.
And people stopped touching one another. Like, you go to comedy clubs, people stopped hugging and kissing. And it seemed insurmountable, which it was.
But David, remember, you only had to worry about it if you were gay. And the thing that really broke it open, because I remember the day it happened, when Rock Hudson died.
Right.
And I had to cover that story. That was like, suddenly everyone knew someone who had died of AIDS, and it became more real.
Right.
Death of Rock Hudson.
You were being sarcastic about only gay people.
No, there was a lot of homophobia at the time. I mean, even in San Francisco.
Lester Maddox died of AIDS.
I don't know about that. I thought he died. Is that true? I don't know.
Yeah.
The governor of Mississippi he was?
I think he was the governor of Georgia.
Georgia. I knew it was Stars and Bars or something.
The racist governor who handed out, he had a diner, and during the civil rights movement, he would threaten any African Americans with an axe. So they made him governor of Georgia, but he died of AIDS from a blood train.
I didn't know that. I just know that when people suddenly knew someone, when a big star, a major star died, like Rock Hudson, it changed things, and everyone became more aware, more sensitive. And in San Francisco, I know I just had a number of friends, and not just hairdressers, but a number of friends. They're not with us anymore. I mean, it's like a whole period of my life where the Rolodex is like, emptied. Is it's blank. Anyway, I just it was a good time though, the 80s. I mean, I enjoyed the 80s. That's why I met you, for goodness sake.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I met you. The 80s weren't. That was my wake up call. The 80s, where
disco wasn't enough of a wake up call.
I realized I was living in a different country than I thought.
Yeah.
That the 80s, where I looked around, I thought everything I thought about America is incorrect. I left New York. I moved to San Francisco. I thought San Francisco would be like even more New York-y in terms of its liberal, leftist bent. And it was far from it.
Yeah, it really was much more conservative.
Yeah.
And, the machine politics of the day. But, look, in the 80s, I was, a short time out of college. And one of the reasons why I came late today, and David, this is always a source of conversation with us. You always want to argue with me at this point. I like to talk about Harvard, but not to show off. No, I want to talk about it because I have this love-hate relationship with it. I was at an alumni gathering, not a regular alumni gathering with people like, with regular white folks, rich white folks, and faux Harvard alums like Jeffrey Epstein.
It's a very depressing. I was invited. A Simpsons writer took me to a Harvard thing, and they're not happy people.
No, they're not. I think that's the point.
They get into Harvard and they're entitled. They never live up to what they were promised, and they show up and they're torn when they get together. They want to be networking with successful people, but other Harvard people, they want to confirm that Harvard produces only the best. But if somebody there really is the best, then they're reminded that they didn't live up to their potential, that guarantee. So they're torn. They want successful people to be at these parties, but then if they're successful, they're reminded that they're failures. So it's a very unhappy place to be.
Of course. This is why Jeffrey Epstein.
Harvard. Take me to your next Harvard.
Well, look, here's the thing.
I enjoy seeing people from Harvard being miserable.
They are miserable, just naturally. And I need to mention this now because this was not a regular alumni type of event. It was the first Unity alumni gathering featuring Hispanics, Blacks, Asians, Native Americans. This is the anti-Harvard. And I'm telling you, there were like people from something like, so I wrote it down, something like 83 countries, 47 states. I'm going to be in a story slam telling a Filipino story about about Filipinos at Harvard in the 70s which I'm sure no one really cares about. They didn't realize what a Filipino was in the 70s. But I'm telling you, because here's the thing about my story. I realize you go to Harvard, you get a degree, you graduate with more than a degree, you graduate with a wound. And then you spend the next 40 years of your life trying to figure out, you don't wallow in self-pity, you wallow in self-discovery, trying to figure out what the heck was that 4 years. And essentially, I this gathering was pretty interesting. The opening night, my storytelling thing is tomorrow, but tonight it featured a guy who started the Blacklist in Hollywood, a guy named Franklin Leonard, and also Celeste Ng, the novelist.
Oh, hang on. The guy who started the Blacklist was there?
No, well, the Blacklist being a list of Black projects, Black screenwriting projects.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the guy who.
No, not the
dude.
Yeah, not the Dalton Trumbo, that kind of thing.
But it was supermarket. The guy's name was Johnson. He owned a supermarket.
Yeah,
sued by Louis Nizer. Turned out not to have any money.
It was fascinating because the discussion was, and these guys are a lot younger than me, right? I'm like the horse, graduating in the 70s. I'm like the horse who had to be stuck in the barn, and only a few people, got out and were able to do the Hollywood thing. You got to realize when I graduated, the hottest comedian was Freddie Prinze, right? The hottest brown comedian who then offed himself, right? When he got Chico and the Man. And I remember being in the Lampoon Castle with Jim Downey, right? The legendary Jim Downey from Saturday Night Live, the writer producer. Yes. And I asked him, Jim, what are you going to do with your life now? He said, I was going to make television. He says, I'm making television. And he did. He went off to do that. I couldn't say that. I couldn't say I'm going to make television. I had to say, well, I'll figure out what they let Filipinos do. Right. And so we both gave the same funny speech at graduation, but he goes off to SNL fame. And I'm here with the David Feldman crowd, talking on your show, which is not a bad thing.
Well, I mean, you had a more nourishing life. You're a successful journalist.
I did
serious work. He squandered. I mean, he's considered the greatest television sketch writer on SNL, but it's still television. It's not journalism.
I know. I know. And, the only thing that Downey and I, the one Downey story I have is that we argued about which disco tape to play at the Lampoon party. We never talked comedy. We never talked humor. He just preferred the Rolling Stones and I preferred Donna Summer. That was our conflict. But anyway, look, this was a great conversation at this alumni thing. People of color, unity, people of color, because here were younger folks in their 40s and 30s trying to figure out, how are we going to change this? How are we going to get diversity? How are we going to get equity? The main takeaway was they said, if you are a person of color, if you're a person of color and try to get in, there is no room to fail. You got one shot. Essentially, they were just confirming tokenism, right? You get one shot unless, and I put something in chat. I said, look, unless you make money for the capitalist entertainment system, you're not going anywhere. And I was saying that, look, this is a week to have this because this is the week where Melvin Van Peebles died. The great independent, Sweetback's Badass Song, 1971. He didn't care about Hollywood. He was into black exploitation or blaxploitation. But the thing is, I think if you're a person of color still, to this day, you got to be outside the system. You got to be an outlaw. But here are these Harvard folks who are trying to figure out, how do I get in? How do I use this newfound privilege I have? And it was kind of amazing to hear these people talk. And Celeste Ng, who's a novelist, she talked to another novelist who said, I think we'll have it made not when Shang-Chi is the #1 movie in all of the world, but when an Asian American can be a character in some movie or television thing and be a total, loser and not be the opposite of the Asian American stereotype, which, I don't totally agree, but they're trying to say, where can you have that kind of honesty and authenticity and trust? Because, you know, my objection to what she said about that is that you look at the Asian American community, you'll find a lot of losers, Southeast Asians, a lot of people in poverty. It's not all people who are Andrew Yang model minorities. So anyway, it was an interesting thing, the unity people of color.
Good.
Yeah, and I know that, see, look, you want to like say, oh, look, Harvard, they're elitist, but I'll tell you something, David. Harvard has been trying to mean that sort of half sarcastically. But if you look at it now, 25% Asian, it's not perfect. And look, the KKK was at Harvard in 1924. They burned crosses in Harvard Yard in 1955. But, you know, slowly you get a group of people of color who have been through there. It may take another 50 years, you know, to see a kind of feeling of equality. But
or an opportunity to look down on who you consider to be less than. I mean, there's the problem.
Yeah.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
You're taking something that's sacred, education, which is to me, how you heal the world is through teaching and education. And to then put a price on it and make it look like a Lamborghini and monetize it, it's evil.
Well, I think that may be true.
They're not teaching. Harvard is not teaching kids anything other than segregation, how to separate yourself from others. And then to show up and be present and cheerful and happy because you went to Harvard and now every door is going to be open to you. It's evil.
Look, that's a stereotype.
Are evil.
That's a stereotype. I'm here to say that, you know, look, my father was a fry cook. My father was an immigrant who was shunted because of anti-miscegenation laws. I know that came up earlier with the professor's talk. Because of anti-miscegenation, my father was a bachelor for like 30 years of his life in America First before he met my mother. So I know what that kind of discrimination does to families and what it means. When I was given a chance to go to Harvard, I took it.
It's dehumanizing. The idea that
to go to Harvard?
Yes, it's dehumanizing. Any elite school is dehumanizing. It separates you from others and says you're special or you won the lottery ticket.
David, I was given it.
It causes a lot of pain and segregation.
Okay, yeah, I sort of agree. I mean, I see where you're coming from. I'm not saying I had a terrible time at Harvard. Because I had
education, like you're supposed to go there to get educated.
I got an education. I'll tell you what I did.
How much reading did you do?
How much what?
Reading did you?
I did a lot. I learned. Here's the
12 hours a day.
I was reading. Well,
no, I was playing at Harvard. You were playing at the Harvard Lampoon.
I was not playing at the.
Were you networking?
I wasn't networking. I wasn't playing at the Lampoon. I was playing jazz records at WHRB. But here's the thing about Harvard.
How much of this is education? Or networking?
I think all of it was education. I saw Miles Davis live at Paul's Mall. Look, here's the thing.
You couldn't do that at a community college.
I could have. I was frankly, I was privileged to go there. But what I'm saying.
Why were you privileged to go there?
Because. Well, you know, it's like wearing a designer dress at the Met Gala, right?
You know what? It's my next door neighbor buying a BMW.
No.
Harvard not being able. This is what a Harvard degree is. It's getting a BMW in New York City, where you can't drive at 120 miles an hour, and your clock still doesn't work.
No,
but you bought the BMW anyway, thinking this will make me look
Cool. Whenever we bring up Harvard, you always take that path. I usually just let you speak, and I don't defend Harvard enough. I like to mention it a lot because white people, when they go to Harvard, generally a lot of them say they like to humble brag if they mention it all because they don't want to seem like they're bragging. When I'm a brown person, I mention it because most people assume that I went to the other place. I don't mean Yale.
I think it's dehumanizing.
No, it's not dehumanizing. What it is, it's like me bringing a stepladder with me, and when someone looks at me and they assume that I went to Stanislaus State, I say no, I went to Harvard, and they just like fall over on their sword. I'm saying, look, I go down the street with Jeffrey Epstein. He wears a Harvard T-shirt, and they think he went to Harvard. I walk down the street with my Harvard T-shirt, and they think that I got a discount at the Coop. That's racism in America. And I'm glad that I had the opportunity to at least participate on a fry cook's son, to participate at a high level at a place like Harvard. But I have scars. I have scars to show the alumni club. And my story I tell tomorrow, or I tell Friday night, there's 2,000 people going to be at that story slam by Zoom. So anyway, David, look, like I said, you always try to
Harvard. This is okay. I understand what you're saying. I do.
Yeah.
But I think there's a sickness in this country.
Among some people, but look,
elite private schools are making their students really sick.
Well, how about this, though, David? Don't you think that people of color, from low incomes, who have been underrepresented, should have a chance if they can manage, if they show that they have the acumen, that they should have a chance to also go to Harvard and then do their life? I'm glad I went to Harvard, but I also understand that it comes with some psychological baggage that it took me decades to try to figure out.
Read what Clarence Thomas said about Yale.
Well, yeah, he's from Piney Point, Georgia. I don't know exactly what
he did not like Yale. He did not think it was a gift.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. A lot of people would use my bad experience at Harvard and Clarence Thomas's bad experience at Harvard to say, well, we should dump affirmative action. We should dump giving, minorities a chance. And that is what, the standard National Review, conservative, anti-affirmative action thing. Actually, that whole case that's in front of the Supreme Court now is all, they try to say, oh, we're hurting these poor minority kids, who go to Harvard and they're hurting. Can't you see? We don't want to hurt them. Look, I am so grateful that I had a chance, but I was able to see firsthand why I didn't like it. I had some agency to say, Harvard could have been better. It could have rolled out the welcome mat a little bit more. They could have cared about me a little bit more. Instead, I had to find out my self-discovery. Like I said, I went there 4 years. I didn't realize I needed a 12-step program afterwards. I didn't realize I needed to be a recovering Harvard graduate, which I am now, much later in life. But I want to help those young alums, who graduated in 2015, 2020. And I want to let them know that there is life after Harvard, and you just have to be self-compassionate and love yourself and not be shamed into thinking this, that imposter kind of thing that says, I don't belong. I don't, I want to help those people. That's why I'm participating in this alumni group thing.
Okay. And I don't mean to be insensitive, because you're right. And about your experience, and I don't mean to, but I'm just saying in general,
in general, people should have great education. It shouldn't be elitist.
Excuse me for 1 second.
Yeah.
The problem is not just Harvard. The problem is nobody can afford to go to college.
I agree.
That's the first thing. And the idea that you go off to college, some people can't go off to college. Some people have to stay home and be with their family because they're in a single mom, single dad. They can't leave and go away for 4 years. Not just because of money, but because of family ties. The idea that you go off to this college and you're suddenly smarter than somebody else is...
I was not. Look, I know that's not true.
I'm talking about the idea that shipping a kid off to some elite school and then he gets through it and somehow he's better educated or smarter is complete and utter bullshit.
Well, look, I don't disagree with you in some respects.
You're going to these schools for reasons other than getting smarter.
Look, David, I'm 18 years old. I'm told to get A's in high school. I'm told to get the highest test scores. All my white friends are applying to Yale and Harvard and Stanford and Berkeley. Where am I going to apply? I'm the fry cook's son. I get waivers to apply to all these schools. I get a full scholarship to go to Harvard. I'm not going to tell them no. So it's part of the American adventure, David. And you know what? I found out a lot about what Harvard means and what it doesn't mean. It doesn't make me smarter, but you know what? If I was really, truly taken by the Harvard story, I'd be a venture capitalist now, or I'd be, in the 50th floor of some penthouse of some New York building, working the corporate, Filipino kind of thing. But no, I've been working as, an ethnic journalist in the ethnic press as well. I worked in the mainstream, and we met when I was working at the mainstream, but I was working for 10 cents a word in a lot of minority ethnic papers for the Asian American press. So I think what it did was it rounded out or sharpened my activism and let me know what America really is about. Because, if I were white, here's one thing that came out in the discussion with that guy Leonard and Celeste Ng. What if any of the white people, what if they, would they ever cop to the fact that they had white privilege? Or what if they were a different color? Would things be different? And I think we are still, look, I got there in 1973, which was a scant 5 years after, civil rights, 65. So 73, that's 8 years. They didn't really know what they were doing. And we are still fighting it. And in fact, there are forces that are trying to reverse, where civil rights is gone. I'm just saying, for me, like a lot of people went to Vietnam.
You're having this conversation has two separate tracks. You're talking about yourself, and I understand what you're saying, and I want to respect that. I'm talking about the entire culture.
Well, I'm part of the culture too. I mean,
but your experience is sacred. What I'm saying is college should be free to all Americans, and nobody should have to pay to go to college, to go to medical school, like they do in Germany, like a lot of countries in Europe. All college and knowledge should be free. College should not be a country club where you make connections to get your next job. That's not what an education is.
Look, I agree. I don't disagree with you.
You are, Harvard is baked into your psyche. I totally get that. And you're it's the American story. I get that.
But they're trying to change. They're trying to change this idea that Harvard is all white. I mean, we have this is the first time all these different.
If you're the source of the problem, you can't fix it. Harvard is the source of
Well,
the problem.
Harvard has a lot of
Princeton, Yale, Columbia, Smith, any school that uses the term elite private school. If you use the term elite, get the fuck out of my country with your elite private school. Get the fuck out of America with elite private schools.
I just want to say that,
right? Would you
that
at
Harvard
least agree
is
with me that the idea of an elite private school is
I'm saying that it's a
sensitivity and it's un-American. I'm not talking about your personal.
I'm not talking about my just my experience. I'm talking that Harvard's trying to change that and trying to
that's
by
like
admitting more people.
ExxonMobil to solve climate change.
I'm not saying Harvard's perfect. Like I said, I saw what they're trying to, like in my day, when I graduated, we wore little armbands to divest from South Africa. Right now, they're trying to get the fossil fuel money out. I'm just saying Harvard's trying. It's not perfect, but their student body is 25% Asian. They're moving toward.
That's not the first. You're. I mean, I could go round and round in circles. You're not 25. So what it's doing is it's saying we're bringing 25% of our population is Asian. We're training Asian kids to go out and segregate themselves from the rest of the population.
Not necessarily. It's providing an education for a more diverse crowd than you say. And we're talking also
be more diverse. It's going to create people who think they're entitled to something because
not any more entitled than someone who graduates from UC Berkeley or someone who graduates from Columbia like you. I'm just saying that they're trying to get the diversity thing right. The fact that they're having this alumni gathering of color for the first time ever is I think it's a big deal.
Okay.
And it shows they're changing.
How can, you have a room, okay, let me ask you a question. You have a room filled with 100 Harvard graduates, right? And it's diverse. It's the rainbow, right? But they're all Harvard graduates.
So there's
I don't see diversity. I see a problem.
So you see all right, so you just don't, look, there's diversity of race
Harvard,
and also.
This is what I see. If you put me in a room with 100 millionaires and it's a rainbow of 100 millionaires, I don't see diversity. I see 100 assholes.
Look, I don't dispute that either. I mean, because
so if you say to me, but what, 5% of these 100 millionaires are pick your.
Well, not everyone who goes to Harvard's a millionaire. I'm far from a millionaire. I'm saying that there's diversity within
they graduate with a sense of intellectual entitlement that separates them from others, and that's a sin. That's a sin.
I think, look, there are some people who believe that, but for the most part, I think a lot of people from Harvard, if they're honest, they go through a kind of, they get humbled. I mean, certainly, look, I'm not a millionaire. I didn't go shoot up straight to the top. I met you on the way down, when I was at Crumb.
But it's a sin to think you're better educated and smarter than other people, and that you should that you should get in the fast lane. That's sinful.
It is sinful if you feel like you're privileged. I don't think I feel I'm privileged. I feel like I'm not
talking about you.
I know, but I'm talking about the people who went to Harvard. They don't all think as you that they are privileged and they deserve to be in the fast lane, but they deserve more than everyone else. In fact, I think in some respects, when you cut across race and class, Harvard is doing more to get more people in from more diverse backgrounds from a race and class perspective. They're not doing as well, say, in terms of Native Americans.
Exxon is doing more Exxon, because of the amount of money it has, it's doing more to fund solar wind farms.
So Exxon's better than Harvard on that score? Well,
no, just because you're doing more, it means you have, and you're bad, you have more money to do more on stuff that makes it look like you're good, but you're bad.
I just think, David, that it's an opportunity to have gone there. I wish it could have been better. For me, it was I think.
Let me. You know what? Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You ever go to the teaching company?
The what company?
The teaching company. The great courses that they have.
Oh yeah.
Right. I subscribe to. I think it's like $20 a month, and you have access to these professors who teach classes online, or MOOCs. You ever do a MOOC?
Yes. I mean, I know about them. Yeah. Look, there are a lot of great classes.
Hang on for 1 second. Anybody who's ever taken a MOOC, anybody who's ever taken, out of the library, you can take the great courses out of the library, and you can be exposed to professors from all over the world. And one of the things you learn by doing that is there are great professors everywhere.
Yes, I know that. I know that.
If there are great professors everywhere, and there are, and there should be, what is an elite private school other than the e-ticket, the fast lane to a 1% lifestyle, or to segregate you from others? It's evil.
If you play into that game,
knowledge, it's evil to segregate people and make them look smarter than they actually are. Go take the great courses online. Go to a MOOC, see where all the great professors are. Look, they're not at Harvard.
David, I agree with you. Look,
why do we need elite universities that segregate people?
Well, this is why the elite universities are going through these changes.
They should be destroyed. They should be destroyed.
Well, I mean, Harvard's an institution. They're changing. They're transforming.
Broken up. Our Justice Department should break up their endowment. What are they doing with $40 billion just sitting there?
39 billion, I think.
39 billion. It should be broken up the same way we should be breaking up Google and Amazon. They should break up. Harvard should be, with $40 billion, they should take $1 billion. They should be in 40 separate states.
Look, I think that Harvard is trying to go through changes. I've got some beefs with Harvard. My story about going to Harvard is that's where I found out about my father. I was able to learn Asian American history, but I had to do it.
Talking about you.
I know, but I'm saying that this is what Harvard could do. They don't have ethnic studies, for example. You can get ethnic studies at San Francisco State. You can get ethnic studies at UC Berkeley, at UC Davis. You can't get it at Harvard. I had to take courses in what they called Afro-American studies because that was the closest thing when I was there in the 70s. So I'm just saying there are things that Harvard could do better. I'm not disagreeing with you.
You're one of my oldest friends. I love you. You're one of the smartest people I know. You're one of the best journalists I've ever met. When you come on this show, if I ask you a question about anything, I get solid reporting. It's an honor to consider you a friend and colleague or whatever.
All right, let me have it. Let me have it. Come on.
But this conversation it's on two separate tracks. You keep bringing it back. I understand what you're saying, but you and I belong on the ice flow. We're at an age now where you have to look forward and think about what's coming next. Not how this. in other words, yes, your experience was sacred. I get that. It was part of the American dream, and I would never disrespect that. And it is a great accomplishment. I understand that. But I'm talking about what you experienced should not be inflicted on a new generation of kids. That we should spare America's youth what you and our generation went through. Those values have to be scrubbed. And it involves a cultural revolution where when somebody says, I went to Dalton or Harvard Westlake or whatever elite $50,000 a year private school, you should be shamed for that. That's shameful. That's a bad thing if you went to a private school. It means you came from a bad family. Now, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about values.
All right.
Not you. I'm talking about a 12-year-old kid who's going to a private school like, Harvard Westlake in Los Angeles.
Right.
You come from a bad family. If your parents send you to a private school instead of a public school, you come from a bad family. And you've been poisoned. You've been poisoned because they've taught you at an early age to segregate yourself from others based on money, socioeconomic status, and worst of all, your degree, your education. The idea that you're going to be better than somebody because you went to a special school. You come from a bad family if your parents believe that and then instill that into you. It's shameful and wrong and has to be abolished.
I don't know if it has.
It's part of what makes this country so sick. The idea that you can be better than somebody based on your education. It's evil and wrong, and it has nothing to do with your experience.
I know, but forget my experience. But don't you think that could be mitigated if it were opened up to more people?
No,
and acted like a public school more than a private school, as it's trying to get more people of the middle class
to be abolished.
I know that may be a bit extreme.
Huh?
That may be a bit extreme to abolish it totally.
Separate. We don't even have separate but equal in this country. They got rid of separate but equal. We don't even have separate but equal. If you look at the schools in this country, it's been described as an apartheid. If you look at our education system, it's an apartheid state.
Yeah, I just think that. There are ways to deal with the Harvard issue of
destroy all private institutions. Education should be equal and available to everybody.
You're talking to a guy who went to public school. I mean, all my life, except for that Harvard place, which is trying to be more public. And I had my scars. I've got my beef with it, and I don't. There are things about it I don't like. But I'm saying, David, it was that if it changes, it transforms and
makes it back. I'm trying to forget yourself.
I'm forgetting myself. I'm thinking about all those young kids I saw who graduated within the last 5 to 10 years, and they're pursuing education. They don't all go to Harvard Law after Harvard College or Harvard Business School. They're all over the country, all over the world. I'm just saying it's an experience. It's there. They're trying to change by making it more open and diverse throughout all the classes.
We're getting repetitive.
Okay.
It's a repetitive argument because it's two separate. You're talking about yourself, and I'm talking about
in general education. Shouldn't be that way. Shouldn't be private.
Perpetuating the cycle of abuse inflicted on American students. Like, we're getting rid of the SATs. That's a good thing. We should be getting rid of IQ tests. That's
I agree.
A good thing.
I agree. You know, Filipino students to Stockton. They were one of the people in that lawsuit out of Oakland suing UC Berkeley. So look, I'm for more egalitarian education, but you know, I think that some of the things that bother you about the elitist institution, a lot of that isn't necessarily the institution, but they're the individual people. You know, you think, oh, Emil, you're bringing it back to yourself. No, there are a lot of a-holes who go to Harvard. Yeah, I understand that. I'm not friends with a lot of people I went to school with, like a handful, and people who went to Columbia, like you. But you know, like I said, it's we try to make
I don't talk about where I went to college because it's shameful, and it's a character flaw. I consider it a character flaw, quite frankly.
I can see why. I mean, I know that a lot of white people don't talk about it. But if you're a poor kid from the Mission District in San Francisco,
but it shouldn't be that way.
It shouldn't. But you know what? I'll tell you something. And people who of color, of different racial classes, they'll tell you that when you have Harvard in your resume, people look at you different. It shouldn't be that way, right? It shouldn't. They should just look into your soul, look into you and evaluate you. Oh, yeah, I like that Emil guy. But there are a lot of breaks you get because there it is. You get the stamp. The stamp is on you. Now, you can change that by acting as
how about laws that prevent how about laws that prevent somebody getting hired over another person because they went to what is considered a better school?
What if they got hired because they're just better people or better workers? It's not the school. I mean, that's going to be a hard thing to try to.
We need to mow down. There's a problem with values in this country, and a lot of people think there are a lot of people. You're not one of them. I know that. There are a lot of people who have no idea how corrupt they are.
Yeah, well, look.
And they think that they're liberal or even on the left. Mm-hmm. And their values, I see friends of mine who instill values in their children that are corrupting and will result in so much residual unhappiness for their kids and those around them.
And like I said all along, I don't disagree with you. I think when I've been unhappy, it's because I've let those 4 years at Harvard rule my life. Yeah. And when I was free of that, I was better. So I don't disagree with you in a lot of ways, but I weaponize Harvard. Someone looks at me and thinks, ill of me because I have different color skin. I'll just take it out like a Ruger or and says, here it is. Here's my Harvard degree. I have to use it because I live in that kind of society that puts that kind of value. So, in some ways I played into that, but I'm not trying to be Mr. Corporate America. So it only goes so far with me. I mean, it only goes so far for me.
I apologize if I discounted in any way your journey. That's not what I was.
I know.
Because it is a journey, and it's you are the American story. And if I in any way discounted that, I apologize.
No, it's all right. I understand.
But our journeys are not right. That's evolution. Evolution dictates that the journey that we went on isn't right for the next generation. The journey has to be easier and better. In other words, we had bullies when we were growing up, right?
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you this.
You get rid of the bully for the next generation. Bullies don't make you stronger. They actually keep you from focusing. So as we evolve and our brains are supposedly getting bigger, the generation that comes after us should not have to deal with bullies, right?
Right.
And anybody who says, bullies, what, are you going to get rid of bullies? They toughen me up. You say to that person, okay, Neanderthal, we're sorting out those who have evolved and those haven't. So we're putting the Neanderthals over here, and we're going to walk a little more erect. If you think bullies give you character, that's fine, but you're not coming with us on our journey. Towards evolution. So I'm just saying what worked for you or me, I wouldn't wish on the generations that come after me. Our job is to make life easier for people.
Well, I don't disagree.
Like,
and I think
everybody
that
gets a trophy, you know, that kind of thing. Like, we complain about millennials. Everybody gets a trophy. Yeah, that's right. Everybody gets a trophy. Like your Emmys, your Oscars, complete and utter divisive bullshit. These award shows, like, everybody goes, oh, everybody gets a trophy, as opposed to these arbitrary choices for best drama. Are you fucking kidding me? No, everybody gets. How about a film festival instead of an award show? And we celebrate. Why don't you, instead of the Emmys, why don't you have a show that just celebrates the art?
Yeah, I don't like award shows.
Set up to divide the unions.
I don't like the award shows either. I thought the Emmys were kind of. I thought they were a joke last weekend. The Tonys are coming up this weekend. I don't like the award shows because.
Can you imagine when you were growing up that they were going to get rid of the SATs and the college awards?
No, because I thought that was their barometer. That was their measure, but it was a BS measure. You know, because it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually happy that they did.
And they're culturally biased.
Yeah.
As is the IQ test.
Yeah, I took an IQ test. I just remember scribbling, and I think that sort of screwed it for me. I didn't really take it seriously.
I took a DQ test.
Yeah. And did you Dairy Queen?
Yeah.
No. Okay. So I just look, David, I knew that when I said I couldn't make it earlier because I'm at this Harvard thing, we would get in this long conversation. And the thing is, I always let you talk about it. I never fight you back. But I felt
because I'm right.
No, well, you know, in a way, yeah. Look, I'm telling you, everyone I talked to who went there, I don't know anyone who had a good time. Anyone who was really happy. They had some great classes. They learned something about themselves. But for the most part, it's you know, I had the same kind of experience where it could have been better. I would have been better off if I went to, you know, a couple of years at, you know, City College and then San Francisco State and then went off to graduate school somewhere. But, you know, this is part of the American
lie.
Yeah, it's kind of a part of the mythology, right?
Right. And it's a myth. It's not real. It's a myth because it's not real.
So in some ways, I get what you're saying. Let's change the myth. Let's not. But, you know, it's harder to get in there now than it was when I was applying. It was like 10% get in when I was applying. Now it's like 3 or 4 or 5%. It's hard.
So the education must be that much better then, right?
No, the education
is it's harder to get into. If everybody's trying to get in there, you must be getting one hell of an education. If everybody wants to go there, wow.
It's like the hot party ticket, unfortunately, right? So it's like some kind of hot party ticket that everyone wants to go to, right?
And that's how you educate people. That's how you turn out the the brilliant minds of our generation.
I will say this. I will say this. There were some good classes that I took there. Like I said, the one that taught me essentially Asian American history. But a negative at Harvard is there is no Asian American studies there, and it should have been there 50 years ago.
What is the purpose of a college?
The purpose of a college, it should be a community, right? And education and community. Don't you think?
Education.
Don't you think community?
If you like people, a community. Should there be a football team?
Well, right now, the highest paid professors, I guess you call it a football coach a professor, they're the highest paid teachers at the
Should a college have a football team? If you have to choose between the chemistry department and the football team.
Well, then you'd know what drugs they're taking.
If you have to choose, okay, but if you have to choose between
a good chemistry department or a good football team?
Yeah, what do you go with?
Come on, look. What is the biggest marketing tool for colleges now? It's College Football Saturday. I almost went to Notre Dame.
Hang on for 1 second. And don't bring up where you went to school, okay? You and I were running a business, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now Tommy Tuberville calls me in Alabama, and he says, I want you to hire this guy.
Yeah. Is he a member of the Alumni Association?
Yeah. He went to Tommy Tuberville.
Alabama.
Yeah. So, because why? I'm supposed to hire this guy because he played football for Tommy Tuberville, and he's going to be smart and he's going to be a hard worker because Alabama had a great year.
That guy, he never gave you less than 100% on wind sprints. Never less than 100%.
What am I supposed to extrapolate? You went to a college that was in the top 10.
Yeah.
Football. Oh, okay. Your football team was great. I'll hire you. Really?
You need some kind of basis for making a judgment, David. Come on. Give Tommy Tuberville a break. You need to have some basis to make a decision. You can't just do everything on a coin flip.
This is what we're forcing kids. A college debt is bigger than mortgage debt now.
Look, you're telling me my kids, look, you figure I'm a legacy, right? I don't even think it's affirmative action. They let me in because I'm Filipino, but it wasn't affirmative action. But I'm a legacy. Did my kids get into Harvard? No. Good. But I had to pay more to get them into NYU, which they then, look, one of my daughters went to NYU for a year, dropped out, and then went to Santa Barbara City College, one of the finest community colleges in California. And then she graduates from UC Santa Barbara, great party school, got a good education. I mean, so look, I'm not an elitist, David. I know you're trying to paint me as an elitist.
I'm not talking about you.
I know, but I'm just saying.
You're bringing it back to you. I swear to you, I'm not talking about you.
All right. I'm just saying that.
I swear to you, I'm not gaslighting you, but it has. I swear to you, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the values in this country, not you.
And we have the same value. We have the same values, really. We want the best.
No, but I want to destroy.
You do want to destroy.
I want a cultural revolution when it comes to education. I really do. I think that.
Well,
I think knowledge. I think learning, teaching, and knowledge is sacred, and to wrap it, have a velvet rope around knowledge, is not good for mankind to put a velvet rope around knowledge. There are cures for diseases out there that should, I think we'd have more cures and better better art if we weren't roping off knowledge. The velvet rope. Are you on the list? Come on. It serves nobody's interest other than these institutions and the richest 1%.
Well, it does
help.
Look, it does
it produces
perpetuate
people like
the
Barack
richest
Obama.
1%. Look, and
It
look, and let me
produces
just make
Barack
this.
Obama.
Let me just make this point. You're right. It does perpetuate the richest 1%.
doesn't
And
help
in
the
some
country.
ways,
It doesn't help the country.
in some ways, they're trying to diversify that by when they bring in, the Asians and the blacks and Latinos and the Native Americans, and they fully expect them to be, America's next corporate star. Except me, I rejected that. So at least give me that.
Deval Patrick, African American.
Yeah.
I believe he went to Harvard.
Yes.
And then he went to work for Bain Capital.
Yeah, we had high hopes for Deval Patrick.
Bain Capital.
He was Romney's lunch buddy.
Has killed people. Private equity kills people.
Yeah. Hey, look,
But so we can say, oh, but isn't that great? We trained somebody of color to press a button and destroy a Toys R Us.
Yeah. Hey, no argument.
I don't see how these elite schools do anything other than destroy the lives of the 99% and the people who graduate from them. I think it's corrupting.
Well, no argument for me. I met a young woman at Harvard online. She did a thing on history, and I asked her where she was going to go to, after graduation, what she was going to do in the summer. Working for like a Bain Capital type place, working in venture capital, because money, riches, living in New York, that's in their mind. That's what they do. And it was a shame because she was, very thoughtful in the project that I was working with.
You have an obligation to, not you, but we as a culture. I'm talking about a cultural revolution. I'm not talking about you. Yeah. I'm saying a cultural revolution where somebody says, I work in venture capital. You say, how do you live with yourself? And they go, what? And you have to be able to say to them, no, you extract value from the economy. What you do for a living is evil. We need to start saying that at parties or on the street. When people say, I'm a lawyer, you have to say, what kind of lawyer?
Yeah.
And if they say corporate lawyer, you say, you must be very miserable. You must be very unhappy doing that. That must be very painful for you. You have to talk that way. Culturally, you have to tell the truth to these people, because the truth is, if you're a corporate lawyer, you are miserable. And if you're happy as a corporate lawyer, then you're a sociopath. And you need to say that to these people.
And I agree with you, David. And look at the path that we took, right? I mean, like I said,
I'm miserable and a sociopath.
Oh, that's good. That's like
when I meet friends who became lawyers, right?
Yeah.
And the ones who aren't public defenders, or corporate lawyers, for years, I coddled them. They go, I had a novel in me, and I wish I was doing stand-up, and I did it, and instead I took a job as a corporate lawyer. And now, in my dotage, I say, you didn't have a novel in you. You're a bad person. You're bad.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I'm unhappy. You're unhappy because you're bad. And what you do is bad for your soul and bad for the country. You're a corporate, you're defending oil companies. You're bad.
David, look, I know it's you know, it's the suffering of the
fraud.
It's a suffering of the world. This is why I'm so glad I discovered my mindfulness practice within the last 2 years, because it has saved me not from being either ashamed or guilty for the choices I've made, but for being me. Like I said, I'm not wallowing in self-pity.
Sick of as an unsuccessful stand-up comic.
Yeah.
Spending half my life having to justify. And I at some point I looked around, and when people ask me, you know, what do you do for a living? I go, what do you do for a living? Like, what's your fucking business what I do for a living? What do you do for a living? It's like oh, I hear you're a comedian. Have you been on? And I just turn the tables. Go, what do you do? Oh, it's not interesting what I do. And I go, really? Well, it's not interesting what I do. Tell me what you're reading.
Comic books. Now I got you. Look, David, I understand. I will say this. I was heartened to see all the alums there of color.
Harvard. I'm not talking Harvard.
But I was noticing an anti-corporate kind of thing. They were trying to spread the love. They were trying to do more for society. Although when they were talking about showbiz, something you know, I said something in chat saying, look, you want diversity, it's always going to boil down to how the showbiz people are going to say, how much money can I make off you, or how much money can you make for me? It's not going to be on authentic story. It's not going to be on, you know, the story that, you know, we must tell or we have to tell, because that kind of story is not going to go Hollywood. And that was a little too real for the people in this. So I know I'm on the fringe of even this group, you know. So I'm just telling you, David, we're all like, you know, on our path, on our journey, trying to be good people. I'm just glad that I'm happier now that I've discovered a little meditation and I've been able to deal with my life, and I don't use that H word to define me. Like I said,
I think people need to be more judgmental. I think I think we need to turn the tables and start judging people.
No, I'm anti-judgment. I'm a lot more equanimous.
I think we need to judge people. What do you do for a living? What do you do?
Who, me? Oh no, you're asking people.
If you don't approve of what they do for a living because you think it's immoral, you should say so.
Well, all right, I guess you could.
If somebody tries to put you in your place by asking you where you went to school, you should turn the tables and say, I'm sorry, I didn't come from a corrupt family that perpetuated socioeconomic persecution. So I didn't go to Harvard Westlake. I didn't go to Dwight Englewood.
Yeah.
I mean, I was bused. I saw there was Dwight Engle and Dwight Morrow.
Dwight Engle.
Private school, and then where I went. And it was, do you want to send your kids to school with blacks and Hispanics, or do you want to go pay a fortune to send your kids to school with other white kids? That was
white kids.
I saw it. I know what white people went to private schools. I know why religious schools were set up in the South, why Jerry Falwell set up religious schools.
Right.
It was after Brown v. Board of Education. Listen, we need a cultural revolution.
All right, David, look, you put it together, you pass out when you're ready to pass out the uniforms and the hats, I'll be there with you.
Dunce caps.
Yeah. And the little, the blue smocks, whatever they are. I'll be there with you. I just look, we agree. Education should be something that we don't do it right here in this country.
No, that's why we're a nation of idiots.
Yeah, that's painful. That is painful.
The current system isn't working. We have an entire country that lacks critical thinking.
Yeah.
This country cannot think critically. They can criticize, but they can't think critically. You cannot, like earlier, you can't even discuss abolishing ICE because forget low information voters. We have low information candidates and politicians. You can't even, I mean, it's unbelievable how stupid the people at the top are. And they think they're smart. Let me play you Bill Gates.
Bill Gates?
He was on with Judy Woodruff. Harvard he didn't graduate.
Look, he's in my class. He's in my class. He dropped out. I graduated.
First of all, Bill Gates is evil. We have, he has spent billions branding himself, but Bill Gates is evil. Microsoft was as evil, if not more evil, than Facebook was. In the crib, in the early years of Microsoft, it was predatory capitalism. They destroyed their competition. The Justice Department was going to break them up at one point. This is not an original think. Bill Gates is not an original thinker. He's a predator.
I'm not a fan of Internet Explorer.
MS-DOS. He bought it. He comes from money. He went to Harvard. He liked to play poker, and he went out. And yes, was he a visionary? He was part of a wave that he won. And he's evil. And the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is evil. It's evil. They don't pay taxes, and then they hoard.
A lot of foundations don't.
Unilaterally, they decide unilaterally how money that's owed to the government is going to be spent, and they make some pretty bad decisions, quite frankly.
I'm not real pro Gates. Like I said, he dropped out. We missed each other, although we were in the freshman, the G's in the freshman register.
And
he was a
not
GA.
He was hanging out, and not a good judge of character.
No.
He was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, who used to teach at Dalton, a private school. Jeffrey Epstein, the rapist, right?
Right.
And the reason Ms. French divorced Bill Gates, one of the reasons is he was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein.
Right. Who didn't go to Harvard, but wore Harvard t-shirts. So,
and you go to Jeffrey Epstein's, you go there once, and you should know, if you're Bill Gates, you should know Jeffrey Epstein is a child molester, a rapist. If you're so smart, you're Bill Gates, you should know immediately to stay away from Jeffrey Epstein.
He was probably relying on the Alan Dershowitz defense or something.
Right, but you meet somebody like Jeffrey Epstein, and if he says something like, would you like a massage from this fetus? You go, not only do I not want a fetus to massage my feet, I don't think this is somebody I should be around. I don't think this is a good idea. Well, it turns out Bill Gates was a bad judge of character. And it turns out, we found out from the divorce, is that he would look around the women at Microsoft and say, you and you. And he would bed them. So he was a predator. He was a predatory capitalist, and he was a predator when it came to women, employees, and that's why he had multiple dinners at Jeffrey Epstein's. I can assure you that if I met Jeffrey Epstein once, I would know to stay away from him.
I was never invited to any of those parties, David.
I can assure you that if you met Jeffrey Epstein, you would know immediately that this guy was bad news. Even if he tried to charm you, you would be able to see that this guy was the devil, right?
Well, should we speak ill of the dead now, David?
Well, this is what Bill Gates gave an interview with Judy Woodruff on PBS NewsHour, and he was asked, did he learn anything from the Jeffrey Epstein, from, being named as someone who was in Jeffrey Epstein's black book. I think Bill Gates may have been on the Lolita Express. I think. We're not sure. We know that Bill Clinton was on the Lolita Express. Bill Gates, I know.
He wasn't my friend, David. We were in the freshman register. That's it.
This is what Bill Gates said.
And, I've said I regretted having those dinners. And there's absolutely nothing new on that.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead. So, in general, you always have to be careful.
Well, he's dead, so I got away with it. That's the lesson. But in general, you have to be careful. He's dead.
Yeah, because you have to be careful because the people you're consorting with could be alive.
They could be alive, and they could know how to unlock the safe that has those videotapes that you didn't know about.
Yeah. Here's the thing about Gates. It's, he's got that sweater thing. I guess it's a Mr. Rogers had a cardigan. Gates has the crew neck. And I don't know. I just on the haberdashery, I would have known that would have been the telltale sign. So, some people, it's the Harvard degree. Some people, it's the haberdashery. And that, for Gates, it was the sweater.
Right. Emil Guillermo is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals.
Hey, can I plug the PETA podcast? Well, we're talking about birds this week. Don't own one. They're bad news. You buy a bird, and like you have a cat or a dog, and it's a companion for like maybe 10, 15, 15 years. A bird is forever. You get a bird, you're going to have to think about getting Medicare for your bird.
How long
they live forever. And you got to go pairs because birds only do three things. They forage, they fly, and they mate. That's all they do. The three things. And they're in the cage. You might as well call them prisons. So birds, bad news as animal companions. And so listen to the PETA podcast. I talked to our bird expert, and we talk, birds, when they're having a bad time, they're like teenage girls. They start cutting. Although they peck on their breast feathers. Mm-hmm. Seriously, it's bad news. Anyway, and it's all because someone thought it would be a good idea to bring a budgie home. Don't bring a budgie home. Don't bring a parakeet, toucan, three-can. No.
Okay.
Just a word to the wise. You're not thinking about getting a bird, are you, Dave?
No, I'm thinking of getting a cat.
Cats are okay. Now, if you get a bird and a cat, that could be. Then you get a Tweety Pie Sylvester situation, and that's no good. That's no good. Anyway, the PETA podcast. Oh, also, hey, next week, the official book launch of this Bigotry on Broadway. I have an essay, Bigotry on Broadway. It's an anthology edited by Ishmael Reed. And I have an essay on South Pacific where I talk about, because Ishmael Reed got onto this thing about Hamilton, saying that Hamilton and, he wrote The Haunting of Lin-Manuel Miranda, saying that Miranda got it wrong in terms of Hamilton. So he said, well, if this is going on Broadway with Hamilton, what else is going on with Broadway that's wrong? And so Flower Drum Song, Rodgers and Hammerstein's South Pacific. I wrote about South Pacific in here. And it's an essay. So
Broadway, which also is the same name of Larry the Cable Guy's one-man show that was also on Broadway. So
what, South Pacific or Bigotry on Broadway? Oh, David. So, and then, and
South Pacific?
South Pacific. What is it? The song that everyone thinks is anti-racist, You Have to Be Carefully Taught, is really kind of,
you have to be taught to hate, right?
Yeah, it's not. The thing is, it's dated, of course. South Pacific is dated from the 50s to now. But I don't think, and as good as the songs are in South Pacific, I don't think anyone is going to be humming "You Have to Be Carefully Taught" at the next, BLM march. I
remember going to a PTA meeting when my kids were very young, and the principal said hatred could only be taught at home. And I raised my hand and said, I work, my wife works, I get home at 8 o'clock if I'm lucky. I don't have time to teach my kids how to hate.
Not adequately. I know it's impossible.
It has to be taught. Then I'll homeschool them. Why can't you? Not a laugh.
You could hire. How about the Mexican housekeeper?
I didn't get a laugh at the PTA meeting.
No laugh there either.
I thought that was funny.
Yeah, I think that's kind of funny. Hey, anyway, and then I do that thing at Harvard on Friday. But look, on my AMOK.com show, I do a live thing on Emil Amok on YouTube and on Facebook. Emil Amok's Takeout, I call it, 2 p.m. Pacific. I'll play a tape of my Harvard thing on my show. So. Harvard. Look, David, they gave me the weapon when I was a kid. I got to use it.
It's not a weapon.
It's not a weapon. That's the way I use it. I use it like people like carry a shiv or carry a switchblade or something. Anyway.
We got a compliment from a listener in Great Britain. He writes, I'm a bit down at the moment, so not in the mood to chat. I just want to tell you that this conversation is a godsend.
Really?
Yeah.
Someone said that in Britain, huh? Great Britain. What's he drinking?
Harvard
Check
ale.
his gin blossoms.
So with you, Harvard is like aloha and shalom. It's just an all-purpose word.
I'm sort of using it on my own term. Look, I have already been damaged by it, and now I'm using it to, I find that if you're a person of color in this country, it can be used. If you're a white person, then you're lording it on. Then you're like being an overdog. But if you're a person of color and people look at you and they make assumptions and they say, oh, what is this guy doing here? All you got to do is you play that Harvard card, and it's like, and when you play it against a guy who went to Yale, that's really.
Hey, did you see this? Did I play you Greg Kelly?
Yeah, you showed me that.
Yeah. We went looking for this white supremacy stuff that they're talking about, right? The violence and the danger that's posed. We actually did find some evidence from 1923. This is the last substantial turnout we could see or we could find of white supremacy. Look, it's a boogeyman. It's a false boogeyman.
How do you say something like that? I mean, I can understand maybe thinking that, but how do you say that out loud? That's Greg Kelly, the son of former police commissioner.
Oh yeah, the New York guy.
Yeah, Raymond Kelly. So this is the son of the New York City police commissioner, the longest serving police commissioner in New York City history. Where do you think Greg Kelly learned this racism from? Maybe from his parents?
Look, David, there is no white supremacy. You got to go back to 1923. The closest thing in the last 10 years, a bunch of white looking Filipino guys with too much light on their face. That's kind of an upgrade. At least they're tanned.
How do you say that? Like, that was written, by the way, what he said. It was like he wrote that, he prepared it. They had a little package. They found the KKK. This was like they had a production meeting. People signed off. Yeah, get that footage of Pathé from Pathé Britain of the KKK. I mean, this was planned.
I know. they're going to and let's submit it for a writing Emmy, a local writing Emmy or something. Just like David's.
Yeah.
No.
I love you, Emil.
And look, ever since I started meditating, I throw around love loosely too. I love you.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Great show today. Thank you. Emil Amok, ALDEF, Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. And next week?
Sure. Next week. Hey, we're coming up to my birthday week, I think. No, soon. Well, we're coming up to Filipino American History Month, so watch out.
Is that October?
October, Filipino American History Month, yeah.
Okay. I had it. I'm editing myself.
That's good. You're showing some that's you must be taking some mindfulness courses because you pause. That's good. That's a good thing. Hey, did you see that? Have you seen that Michaela Cole her thing? I May Destroy You. Have you seen that?
She was nominated for several Emmys.
And she won. But did you hear her acceptance speech?
I didn't watch.
Oh, a good acceptance speech because he talks about visibility. And I mentioned this, just one last Asian American thing, because I wrote about it in ALDEF. Because even though Shang-Chi is like the #1 movie and it's #1 box office, they're making money off Asians, why is it that I don't feel any different? We're visible. Why don't I feel like it counts or it matters? And I think the message in Michaela Cole's speech, and I've heard it from other people, just because you're visible doesn't mean you have power. Just because they see you doesn't mean you've accomplished anything. I guess it makes invisibility okay if you do something positive with your invisibility. Anyway.
Okay.
Just a thought.
All right. We're going to wrap up the show here. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Good night.
Good night, everybody. That was fun. That woke me up. That was good. We're going to wrap up the show.
All right. All right, I'll go now so you can wrap up.
I want to thank all our guests. Usually Dan is here and I can name them. John Ross, Professor Ben Burgess, the Hirschenfelds, Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom, and then the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, and I have a block on the Congress. Damn it. The professors in Marianne, Professor Bick, Professor Lee, Professor Marianne, Professor Hussein, and then Emil Guillermo. All right. That's our show. Remember that we have office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. If you would like to sit in our virtual studio, please go to David Feldman Show and hit the attend a live taping. Yes, we have a call from Mexico. Rodrigo.
I wanted to cover two things quickly regarding the AOC dress.
Yes.
Hard to accept it when we're reminded that we're not the center of the universe. It's much easier to say, oh, AOC's little stunt, it didn't grab me, than it is to think, oh, I hope this gets liberals to ask themselves, why don't we tax the rich? What we want is not a performative gesture radical enough to preach to the choir. What we want is to have millions of people going to sleep thinking, what a bitch, she wants to tax the rich. Why don't we tax the rich? And if we're lucky, hundreds of thousands will do their own research, and a few thousand of them will discover that, one, the biggest economic and prosperity expansion in history happened between 1946 and 1963, when the richest people in the United States were paying 94% marginal tax rates. And two, that when poor people make an innocent mistake in their tax forms, they get audited. When Jeff Bezos' tax accountant submits his forms, they say to the IRS, you owe Mr. Bezos $1 billion. And the scary IRS replies, yes, Daddy Bezos.
Yes.
So in order to reach those people, we have to get them interested with small, timid, if you like, gestures, not with the kind of big, scary slogan that gets conservatives and liberals triggered.
So you're saying tax the rich is not a. You're saying that AOC.
Radical on purpose.
I'm sorry?
It's not radical on purpose because it's not a gesture for us, for the radicals.
Right. So, but you're okay with her wearing that dress, right?
I enjoy the memes that say that make fun of her. I do think that maybe she could have joined the protesters outside, but we want millions of people asking themselves, why don't we tax the rich? We want Saul asking himself, why don't we tax the rich?
Saul. You're talking about our Saul?
Our Saul, yes.
From office hours.
Yes.
Okay. And so, I have some listeners who may not who may not know Saul. Okay.
But anyway, another thing I wanted to talk about is that we need to stop getting so angry at the nurses who are anti-vaxxers and understand how we got here. Why the best of the best nurses have been siphoned away by private clinics who are happy to pay a little more. Why non-white nurses are 25% of the membership, but 50% of the deaths of unionized nurses, and Filipinos make up 4% of RNs in the United States, but just under half of the registered nurses of color who have died to date have been Filipino, 48.8%. Under these circumstances, is it really any wonder that nurses still working in public hospitals are less the best of the best and more those who can get better jobs? And we should understand that capitalism has caused this.
You want to watch something? Want to see something?
Sure.
I'm loading my snark. See this? Hang on. I'm going to be snarky. We're just loading it right now. Do you see that?
Not yet.
It's not. I'm not at 100% yet, and then I'll be snarky. Almost there. I'm loading my snark. Oh, I lost my snark. All right. Anything else?
No. An invitation to anyone who wants to read Capital Volume 1 with us. The original group is already reading Capital Volume 2, but we have a new group reading Capital Volume 1 on Wednesdays, an hour before Tom Weber's.
Oh, okay. What time does that start?
7:30 EST, I think.
EST. Est. Are you a Werner Verhard person? Is this like an Est meeting? All right. I'm tired. I love you, Rodrigo.
Love you too, David.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Good night.
Good night. That's our show. Remember to sign up for office hours. Go to my website, sign up for my newsletter. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and...
Dead babies!
I mean, I lie.
I can't find my... Hang on. Where is it? I was going to say stay strong and protect the weak, but I can't find my closer. Well, we'll do this instead. Nope, can't find it. All right. So we'll end on this. Our friend from Walmart.
Attention Walmart shoppers and associates. My name is Beth from Electronics. I've been working at Walmart for almost 5 years, and I can say that everyone here is overworked and underpaid. The attendant policy is bullshit. We are treated from management and customers poorly every day. Whenever we have a problem with it, we're told that we're replaceable. I'm tired of the constant gaslighting. This company treats their elderly associates like shit. To Jared, our store manager, you're a pervert. Greta and Kathy, shame on y'all for treating your associates the way you do. I hope you don't speak to your families the way you speak to us. Shout out to Cominique, Patty, Chardell, and so many more. Walmart doesn't deserve y'all. Fuck manage it and fuck this job. I quit.